Modi's visit. We are tracking the latest on ground. The security has been beefed up. A suspected explosion, and the police are verifying the nature of this particular incident in the Laliana village in Jammu. Now, in a startling revelation, Yes Bank co-founder Rana Kapoor has claimed that he was forced to buy an MF Hussain painting from Congress leader Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, and as per the statement given by him to the Enforcement Directorate, which was part of the second supplementary charge sheet filed before the special court in Mumbai, he said that late Congress leader Murli Deora, who was the Union Petroleum Minister, back then linked the purchase of the MF Hussain painting to the chances of him getting the Padma Bhushan award. This is an explosive statement here being made by Rana Kapoor. Well, joining me on the broadcast to give us more information, Sumi, this is an explosive statement, one which we have been tracking for our viewers, of Rana Kapoor's statement. Saying that he was forced to buy this particular painting, and not just that, some of the allegations that he leveled at is that he was supposed to get a Padma Vibhushan.
Yes, absolutely, Crispino. Rana Kapoor, the Yes Bank co-founder, has made this startling revelation in the supplementary charge sheet that has been filed in the special court. And this is the third charge sheet overall that has been filed by the agencies in a money laundering case against the Vardhaman, that is the DHFL promoters couple, Vardhaman and his brother, apart from Rana Kapoor and his family. And remember, this entire scam is very huge, and this money laundering case is also very huge, to the tune of making multiple crores. And in fact, now Rana Kapoor has made this revelation that he was forced to buy this 2 crore MFSN painting, and he had also paid a check to Milind Deora, the then petroleum minister's son, Murli Deora's. And in fact, Murli Deora had also told him personally that refusing to buy this MFSN painting will also prevent him from making a special relationship with the Gandhi family, as the money that was made and the sale proceeds of this particular painting was used for the treatment of Sonia Gandhi. And in fact, Priyanka Gandhi used to constantly visit him for the same. And the close confidant of Sonia Gandhi, Ahmed Patel, also back then had told Rana Kapoor that this particular painting is a boon for the Gandhi family, and which is why it is going to be of great help if Rana Kapoor helps the Gandhi family in an opportune time like this, and it will certainly ensure a Padma Bhushan award and will make a good relationship with the Gandhi family. And that's what he has made a revelation about in the supplementary charge sheet that has been filed in this money laundering case overall. And that is a huge statement coming from Rana Kapoor, who is the Yes Bank co-founder, specifically at a time when the Gandhi family has refused all connections with Rana Kapoor. But now this revelation exposes the Gandhi family altogether and their connections and their connections specifically with this MFSN painting and what the sale proceeds did after buying it.
Certainly, these are explosive statements here being made by Rana Kapoor, where he has targeted the Gandhi family directly, and also Sonia Gandhi, stating that he had paid a rupees 2 crore check for the MF Hussain painting. Now, Sumi, also throw light, has the Gandhi family or the Congress party reacted to these statements or claims being made by Rana Kapoor at this point of time? Because also what we're learning right now is, as part of the statement, it goes on to say that the proceedings of this sale was used for Sonia Gandhi's treatment in New York.
Yes, absolutely, Crispino. To answer your question about the reaction by the Gandhi family has not reacted to the entire statement. The statement is a very recent one, and as the day proceeds, we will be waiting for a reaction from the Gandhi family, as there has been mud splashing directly onto the family. And in fact, the sale proceeds of this particular painting by MF Hussain has went to the treatment, as you correctly pointed out, of the Congress interim president Sonia Gandhi, and that is what the claim has been made by the Yes Bank co-founder Rana Kapoor. And in fact, he was also persuaded by Priyanka Gandhi constantly as she used to visit him. And in fact, not only by Priyanka Gandhi at the time, but also by Milind Deora, Murli Deora, and by Ahmed Patel. And they used to tell Rana Kapoor that this particular painting will help the Gandhi family in an opportune time, and it will also help him to make a very good relationship with the Gandhi family. And in return, he might also fetch a chance in he might also get a chance in fetching the Padma Bhushan award, and that is a major claim that has been made by Rana Kapoor. And we will be waiting for the Gandhi family to react as the day proceeds, but we'll also wait for the Congress to react on the entire incident and the revelation that has been made by Rana Kapoor, because it is huge. And we also would like to see reactions that the Congress has been constantly claiming so far that there has been no connection with Rana Kapoor, and in fact they have maintained their distance with Rana Kapoor, who is the Yes Bank co-founder, also indulged in a money laundering case along with the DHFL brothers.
So we will leave it at that. We'll be tracking all the latest developments on that money laundering case there. Thank you. After the Mumbai police arrested independent Maharashtra MP Navneet Rana and her husband MLA Ravi Rana, BJP leader Kirit Somaiya, after he visited them at the Khar police station yesterday, alleged that Shiv Sena workers created a ruckus. As a result, there was heavy stone pelting and he was injured outside the police station. He also made several allegations that the police refused to register his complaint and more. Here's a report.
After Mumbai police arrested independent Maharashtra MP Navneet Rana and her husband MLA Ravi Rana, BJP party's Kirit Somaiya visited the Khar police station where the Ranas were detained. After the meeting, the Ranas at Khar police station, Kirit Somaiya took to Twitter and alleged heavy stone pelting took place outside the police station by the Shiv Sena workers.
वीडियो में न्यूज चैनल में भी दिख रहा है 70 ऐसी शिवसैनिक उन्होंने मेरी जान लेने का प्रयास किया, दगड़ लगे, पत्थर लगे, काट टूटी, मुझे लगा.
Following the alleged attack by the Shiv Sainiks, late night Kirit Somaiya went to the Bandra police station to file complaint. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
We've seen massive Congress infighting in Rajasthan. Now, the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Ashok Gehlot, has said that his resignation is permanently with Congress interim President Sonia Gandhi, adding that there is no point in repeatedly asking if the state Chief Minister will change. Here's more.
98 के अंदर तब से मैंने सोनिया गांधी को, उन्होंने मुझे चांस दिया चीफ मिनिस्टर बनने का, पहली बार, दूसरी बार, जो भी था, तीसरी बार, तो मैंने उनको उस वक्त से अधिगत कर रखा है. मेरा इस्तीफा तो परमानेंट उनके पास में है, आप समझे? तो मेरा इस्तीफा परमानेंट उनके पास में है. तो आप सोच सकते हो कि बार बार ये आने नहीं चाहिए कि मुख्यमंत्री बदलना क्या हो रहा है. जब मुख्यमंत्री बदलना होगा तो कानो कान किसी को मालूम नहीं पड़ेगी क्या कहने का. इसलिए मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि आप निश्चिंत रहें. आप जो है ये अफवाह में नहीं आया. अभी मैं 2-3 दिन अफवाह सुन रहा हूँ कि फला ये हो गया, फला वो हो गया, पता नहीं क्या कहते रहते हैं. तो मैं सोचता हूँ बिना मतलब का लोग कन्फ्यूजन हो जाते थे तो गवर्नेंस में भी फर्क पड़ जाता है.
An explosive substance has been recovered from the Budel jail wall side outside the Budel jail, and in fact right now we are on the spot just because Indian Army, Chandigarh Police and all the investigating agencies are here to probe this matter, just because this explosive substance including a detonator and a burnt wire has been recovered from this very much spot where the barricades has been put on, and even the army has called in to defuse the bomb, to check the substance explosive, what is the propensity of the substance. And in fact the bomb squad of Indian Army called from Chandi Mandir, they have taken the possession of the explosive substance and detonators. and later it will be investigated that what is the potential of that detonator and explosive substance and what it is doing here. And in fact, the most suspicious and the panic situation is that this substance is recovered just aside of the jail wall of Budel jail, and in fact this is the matter of investigation, and even the Chandigarh police has not ruled out any kind of terror activity. Chandigarh police has not ruled out that this wall can be broken of the Budel jail, but now the entire substance is in the possession of Indian Army to further investigate the matter. Local police is verifying the situation and even scrutinizing the CCTVs who all are involved. The investigation is being launched by the Chandigarh police and Indian Army jointly, and even every kind of investigating agency is here to probe this matter. Situation is very much panic in Chandigarh, and even all the investigating agencies are on the spot even during the midnight. It is almost 11:30 p.m. and even this explosive has been recovered almost at 8:30 p.m. 4 hours of the investigation has been launched by Chandigarh police as well as Indian Army, and finally the possession of the explosive substance is with Indian Army to further verify the potential and propensity of that explosive substance.
And on to other news now. As per latest reports, 2 more terrorists were killed in an ongoing encounter in the district of Kulgam in Jammu and Kashmir. 4 terrorists had been reported in the area. The terrorists are believed to be affiliated to the Pak-based Jaish-e-Mohammed. In another incident in the district of Vellore in Coimbatore district of Tamil Nadu, BJP cadres hung a portrait of Prime Minister inside the Vellore town panchayat's executive officer's room. Following the action, DMK ward member removed the portrait of the Prime Minister from the room and handed it over to the BJP cadre. They protested against it. NCP Chief Sharad Pawar responded to Jahangir-Puri clashes. He blamed the centre for the incident, stating that the police came under the purview of the Home Ministry. Following speculations of the Chief Minister being changed in Rajasthan, Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot stated that his resignation was permanently present with Congress President Sonia Gandhi, and there was no point in asking if the Chief Minister was going to change. Doctors were seen treating patients with a gun placed on the table. The video was reportedly taken from the OPD department of the Community Health Centre in the district of Mariupol in Uttar Pradesh. The doctor viewed in the video was later transferred to another community health centre. CBI has summoned Anubrata Mondal in connection with a probe into the post-poll violence in West Bengal and asked the Brimhum Trinamool president to appear for questioning today. 2 officers of the Central Investigating Agency turned up at Anubrata's apartment in Newtown and served him the notice. Coming up, after the arrest of the Ranas, massive late-night political drama in Mumbai. We get you all the latest updates on the other side for a very short break. The Mumbai police will produce the Rana duo before the Bandra court.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for 9 years by India Today Universities rankings, a testimony to Amity's world-class quality.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a packed news week, from the riots in Jahangir-Puri to the politics over demolitions, from Toki Raza's comments over threats about breaking India and creating a communal divide to the bulldozing of the temple in Alwar, which we reported in great detail. Through this month, we saw clashes from Karoli to Khargon to Khambat to Hubballi in Karnataka. But for the lobby, one theme has been consistent through it all. They've gone on like a broken record once again about how India is a majoritarian country. They don't see the reality. They don't see the visuals coming in. They don't see the way Hindus have been made victims, but they've gone on and rambled about it at their protests. They have written about it in their Lutyens portals. They have fear-mongered about majoritarianism for decades in the Western media, and they have made it a perpetual PR campaign against the nation. There is, however, just one small glitch. This entire narrative about majoritarianism is one complete lie. Majoritarianism, ladies and gentlemen, in India is a myth. There is majoritarianism in Pakistan, but in India it is a myth. In our secular nation, this hoax of majoritarianism is created to peddle insecurity, fuel paranoia, and fund riots. So in today's edition of Ornob Live, I shall be busting this myth, the myth of majoritarianism. And the question is simple: can the lobby continue to push the majoritarian myth? If India was majoritarian, would a 300-year-old Shiva temple be demolished like it has been in Congress-ruled Alwar?
India is secular because we Hindus are secular. And parties like the Congress, what they have done in Rajasthan today is shocking. They want to equate. First they run a narrative that Jahangir Puri is an anti-Muslim drive, and to appease them further and to consolidate Muslim vote bank, they will break down a 300-year-old Shiva temple in Rajasthan.
कांग्रेस ने हमारा बुरा हाल किया है, समाजवादी ने हमें तकलीफ में पहुंचाया है, तृणमूल हमारे साथ इस्तेसाल करती है, ये बात बिल्कुल दुरुस्त है। लेकिन उन 2% लोगों का क्या कहेंगे जिसके अंदर में तशद्दुद बढ़ता है, जिसके सीने में नफरतें उड़ती है।
We've seen these falsehoods such as Muslim properties targeted, Muslims targeted, bulldozer culture of a majoritarian government. What's the correct counter for that?
If you look at Khargon, just as an example, you'll find that 85% of those who were affected by the demolition happened to be Hindu. It was only 15% who were Muslims. The central issue today has been the attacks on the Ram Navami processions in, as you said, 7 different parts of India. And we've seen very little condemnation of that. So this
Breaking news coming in, NCP Chief Sharad Pawar has slammed Amit Shah for the Delhi violence on Ram Navami. He said that Delhi is controlled by Arvind Kejriwal, but its police comes under the Union Home Ministry handled by Amit Shah, and that Shah failed to protect Delhi from communal riots. A big charge there being made by Sharad Pawar against Amit Shah. Sharad Pawar slamming Amit Shah for the security in the national capital, and he has blamed the centre for not handling the communal riots in Jahangir Puri. Sharad Pawar coming down heavily on Amit Shah. Let's listen into what he had to say.
एक वेगळी चित्र माणसामध्ये अंतर आलं. आपण बघितलं गेले काही दिवस देशाची राजधानी दिल्ली, त्या दिल्लीच्या काही भागामध्ये संघर्ष झाला, हल्ले झाले, जाळपोळ झाली. कुणाच्या राज्याच्या ठिकाणी केजरीवाल यांच्या हातामध्ये दिल्लीची सत्ता असेल, पण दिल्लीचं ग्रह खातं त्यांच्या हातामध्ये नाही. एक वेगळं चित्र माणसामध्ये अंतर आलं. आपण बघितलं गेले काही दिवस देशाची राजधानी दिल्ली, त्या दिल्लीच्या काही भागामध्ये संघर्ष झाला, हल्ले झाले, जाळपोळ झाली. कुणाच्या राज्याच्या ठिकाणी केजरीवाल.
Well, joining me on the broadcast is my colleague Sumi to give us more information. Sumi, we're looking at a massive fallout over the Jahangir Puri violence. The NCP chief now slamming Amit Shah for the security in the national capital, while earlier also we had heard how BJP's Anurag Thakur had slammed Kejriwal for not being able to run his government properly. Now the NCP hitting at Amit Shah, a direct charge there, accusing the centre, Sumi, of communal riots in the national capital. What more can you tell us?
Yes, absolutely. That is a response by NCP leader, by the NCP chief Sharad Pawar, who gave this statement in Kolhapur. And in fact, he made it very, very clear that the national capital is certainly controlled by the Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, but the police comes under Union Home Ministry, and that is handled by the Union Home Minister Amit Shah. And if a communal riot happens between two communities in the national capital itself, it is a wrong message that goes out in the world and gives an impression that there is a lot of unrest in Delhi. And in fact, he also raised a lot of questions about the kind of posters that were put in Karnataka's Hooghly to not buy material, to not buy anything from the Muslim-owned shops, and in fact from the shops owned by the people from a certain community. He also quoted that reason. He also quoted that incident while making his statement, and he said that there is a violence, unrest, and arson that happened in Jahangirpuri and caused a lot of damage to life and property. Certainly Amit Shah was responsible for it, and that is the statement that he gave in Kolhapur. And certainly he also brought Gujarat into the whole picture, into his old statement, and said that why the world leaders, be it Boris Johnson or the US President Donald Trump, taken to Gujarat alone, why these leaders are not taken to other states, why the BJP government is not comfortable about taking these world leaders to other states as well. So this was the statement that was made by the NCP chief Sharad Pawar, and in fact he directly targeted the BJP government, and he said that the BJP government, wherever they are in power, communal rights are a pattern that takes place.
Sumi, let's once again listen in to the soundbite, the reaction there by NCP chief Sharad Pawar.
एक वेगळं चित्र माणसामध्ये अंतर आलं. आपण बघितलं गेले काही दिवस देशाची राजधानी दिल्ली, त्या दिल्लीच्या काही भागामध्ये संघर्ष झाला, हल्ले झाले, जाळपोळ झाली. कुणाच्या राज्याच्या ठिकाणी केजरीवाल यांच्या हातामध्ये दिल्लीची सत्ता असेल, पण दिल्लीचं गृहखातं त्यांच्या हातामध्ये नाही. एक वेगळं चित्र माणसामध्ये अंतर आलं. आपण बघितलं गेले काही दिवस देशाची राजधानी दिल्ली, त्या दिल्लीच्या काही भागामध्ये संघर्ष झाला, हल्ले झाले, जाळपोळ झाली. कुणाच्या राज्याच्या ठिकाणी केजरीवाल यांच्या हातामध्ये दिल्लीची सत्ता असेल, पण दिल्लीचं गृहखातं त्यांच्या हातामध्ये नाही. एक वेगळं चित्र माणसामध्ये अंतर आलं. आपण बघितलं गेले काही दिवस देशाची राजधानी दिल्ली, त्या दिल्लीच्या काही भागामध्ये संघर्ष.
Coming up on the other side, BJP leader Kirit Somaiya alleges attack by Shiv Sena workers outside the Khar police station. And Mumbai police to produce MP Navneet Rana and MLA Ravi Rana at the Bandra court.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for 9 years by India Today University's rankings, a testimony to Amity's world-class quality.
As the Russian air patrols in Ukraine have increased, Ukrainian authorities have informed that Russian missiles aimed for the Ukrainian city of Zaporizhia fell short of their target and landed on the nearby island of Kuritsia. The local resident said that one of the rockets exploded near a bridge. He said another damaged a local health club. No one was reported injured, even though the blast smashed carriage windows. Zaporizhia is a way station for people fleeing the shattered port of Mariupol. As more evacuees arrived, reports emerged which claimed that Russian forces had been stealing their belongings. A witness recollected how Russian troops had been forcefully taking watches, phones and other items of people trying to escape the fighting. Agency report for Republic TV.
terrible. This is the biggest humanitarian catastrophe during this and maybe during last centuries, because many dozens of thousands people, maybe many thousands of people are died in Mariupol, and we will see the terrible atrocities and terrible war crimes in Mariupol when it will be liberated from Russians. So this is the first part. The second part, many ambassadors coming back to Kyiv, because Kyiv now is safety enough, and we are waiting all ambassadors in Kyiv and invite them all coming back. We would like to finish this war. This is our position. We're fighting for our freedom, for democracy and for our territories. But Russia is fighting to conquer us, to make genocide of Ukrainian people. So they should stop, and we agreed, and we won't stop this war.
In the Battle of Kyiv, Russia faced a humiliating defeat, something that appeared to be completely unimaginable in the beginning of this invasion. So what really worked for Ukraine in this biggest battle in Europe since World War II? Watch our special show, Republic Originals Under Fire, this weekend only on Republic TV.
If India was majoritarian, would a 300-year-old Shiva temple be demolished like it has been in Congress-ruled Alwar?
India is secular because we Hindus are secular. And parties like the Congress, what they have done in Rajasthan today is shocking. They want to equate. First they run a narrative that Jahangir Puri is an anti-Muslim drive, and to appease them further and to consolidate Muslim vote bank, they will break down a 300-year-old Shiva temple in Rajasthan.
कांग्रेस ने हमारा बुरा हाल किया है, समाजवादी ने हमें तकलीफ में पहुंचाया है, तृणमूल हमारे साथ इस्तेसाल करती है, ये बात बिल्कुल दुरुस्त है, लेकिन उन 2% लोगों का क्या कहेंगे जिसके अंदर में तशद्दुद बढ़ता है, जिसके सीने में नफरतें उड़ती है।
Cristiano Ronaldo has become the fourth player in Premier League history to score 100 goals for Manchester United. His landmark strike came against Arsenal at the Emirates Stadium about 7,000 days after he opened his account in a 3-0 win over Portsmouth back in 2003. Ronaldo reached the 100-goal mark in his 223rd appearance, becoming the 33rd player to bring up a century of goals in Premier League history. The unit's other El Centurions are Ryan Giggs with 114, Paul Scholes with 107, and Wayne Rooney with 183, all of whom played significantly more Premier League games. Ronaldo's first goal came in 2003 when he struck a free kick at the Old Trafford during a win over Portsmouth. The player had joined the British club in summer of 2021 after he had previously left the team in 2007. Agency Report, Republic TV.
What would your opening thoughts first, sir, be on parliamentary democracy?
In the central hall of Bangladesh, where I have been, the two ladies of Bangladesh would not be able to sit together in Central Hall. In the Pakistan's Parliament Central Hall, I don't think Nawaz Sharif and Ziaul Haq, for that matter, Nawaz Sharif and in the earlier days, Benazir Bhutto will be able to sit in the Central Hall. The strength of the Indian Parliament can be seen in Central Hall. Every day I see it. You have cross-party talk, you have off-the-record discussion. Sometimes we tend to look at it only as debate and jhagara. But
After arrest of the Ranas, massive late-night political drama in Mumbai. BJP leader Kirit Somaiya alleges attack by Shiv Sena workers outside the Khar police station. BJP stages protests outside the Bandra police station seeking action against Shiv Sena workers. BJP leader Kirit Somaiya says that a bogus FIR has been filed against him over the attack. Mumbai police to produce MP Navneet Rana and MLA Ravi Rana at the Bandra court. Prime Minister Modi's maiden visit to Jammu post-abrogation of Article 370 to launch development projects. Explosive testimony by Yes Bank co-founder Rana Kapoor reveals he was forced to buy an MF Hussain painting from Priyanka Vadra. Getting you an update now on the Kulgam encounter. Both the JEM terrorists who were killed are Pakistanis, and what we're learning that incriminating materials, arms and ammunition, including 2 AK-47 rifles, 7 AK magazines, 9 grenades were recovered from their possession. Joining me on the broadcast is my colleague Zeenat. Zeenat, what we're learning is that the search operations are still underway. Take us through the Kulgam encounter. What more has been recovered?
See, the Pakistani terrorists who have been killed in this encounter have been identified as Sultan, Pathan and Zabiullah. And the recoveries that are done by the Jammu Kashmir police along with army in this Mirhama encounter is that 2 AK rifles, 7 AK magazines, 9 grenades and other ammunition have been recovered from this encounter site. Although the reports that came in yesterday was that the 4 terrorists had been trapped. As of now, till yesterday evening, the searches were going on and the body of 2 terrorists now have been recovered. Although forces have not closed the operation, withdrawal of forces has not taken place. As on now, we can say that the encounter is on without the exchange of fire. As far as the Kulgam encounter is concerned, that yes, the 2 Pakistani terrorists have been neutralized by Jammu and Kashmir police, the Kulgam police along with 9 Arab, because this was the operation that was launched by the Kulgam police, because Kulgam police had received the input about the presence of the terrorists in a particular residential house. Although keeping in mind the appeal for the local terrorists, the local appeal was given to the local terrorists that they should come out. But as of now, what we are learning is that only the Pakistani terrorists so far have been neutralized. Their dead bodies have been recovered. They are from Pakistan, and also the arms and ammunition have been recovered from the encounter site. This has also been confirmed by Kashmir Police Zone. They have quoted IGP Kashmir Vijay Kumar saying that 2 Pakistani terrorists have been neutralized in this encounter.
All right, we'll be tracking all the latest developments in that encounter. Incriminating materials now being found and the terrorists identified.
आज दोपहर में एसएसपी कुलगाम को एक खबर मिला था कि मिरहवा गांव में 3 से 4 जैश मोहम्मद के टेररिस्ट छिपे हुए हैं। तो कुलगाम पुलिस की छोटी टीम और आर्मी की 9 राष्ट्रीय राइफल की छोटी टीम जाके पहले कॉर्डन डाला। कॉर्डन डालते ही इनकाउंटर शुरू हो गया, जिसमें 2 टेररिस्ट मारे गए हैं जैश मोहम्मद के। देखने से दोनों एफटी लग रहा है और 2 टेररिस्ट और छिपे हुए हैं। अभी हम लोग ऑपरेशन को रोक के जितने सिविलियंस आसपास को निकाल दिए हैं और कल मॉर्निंग में फर्स्ट लाइट में ऑपरेशन फिर से रिज्यूम होगी।
सर, हमने देखा कि रिसेंट एनकाउंटर में एफटी काफ़ी मारी जा रही है।
हाँ, दिसंबर से ऑलमोस्ट हर एक इनकाउंटर में 1 या 2 एफटी मारा जा रहा है। ये हम लोग अच्छी बात है। जितना जल्दी एफटी यहाँ न्यूट्रलाइज होगा उतना जल्दी यहाँ पीस आएगी।
सर, ये जो रेलवे किलिंग हुई थी उसके बारे में डिटेल्स?
उसमें 2 लोकल टेररिस्ट लश्कर तैयबा का इन्वॉल्व था, जिसमें एक को हम लोग पकड़ लिए और दूसरे को जल्दी पकड़ लेंगे या इनकाउंटर न्यूट्रलाइज करेंगे।
आपको लगता है कि सोशल मीडिया यूज़ हो रहा है जो यूथ को भगाने के लिए?
बिल्कुल हो रहा है। कैसे कल जैसे हम लोग देखे थे जो बारामूला इनकाउंटर चल रहा था 2 दिन से, तो एक फेक वीडियो आया जिसमें बोला कि फारूक साहब को उनकी बेटी रो रही कि सिक्योरिटी फोर्स ने ले गया सर्च करने के लिए, लापता है। जो टोटली गलत था, वो अपने घर में बैठे हुए थे।
We have seen a high voltage political drama over the Hanuman Chalisa in Mumbai yesterday. The developments are still out there. The Mumbai police arresting MP Navneet Rana and her husband, independent MLA Ravi Rana yesterday. As the standoff continues, we get your full report what's happening. Also, a latest update that we're having for you right now is that the Ranas have been shifted to the Santa Cruz police station from the Khar police station. Here's more.
As Shiv Sena workers protested in massive numbers outside MLA Ravi Rana and Amravati's independent MP Navneet Rana's house demanding apology, it was a high voltage drama. On Saturday evening, both Navneet and Ravi Rana were escorted out of their own house by the Mumbai police. Eventually, the Mumbai police arrested the Ranas for allegedly creating enmity between different groups. Minutes after the arrest, MP Navneet Rana, via video message, alleged that cops forcibly entered the premise and made the arrest.
आज या पद्धतीने आमच्या घरामध्ये ज्या पद्धतीने पोलीस डिपार्टमेंट जबरदस्ती घुसलेली आहे, कालपासनं जे आम्ही आंदोलन करायचा आज प्रयत्न दिवस दिला होता आणि त्याच्या अनुसार जे नोटीस त्या डिपार्टमेंटनी आम्हाला दिली पोलीस डिपार्टमेंटनी, त्याला नजरेत ठेवताना आणि लोकप्रतिनिधी या कर्तव्यामुळे आम्ही घराच्या बाहेर पाऊल ठेवला नाही.
Surprisingly, the development came hours after the couple cancelled their plan to recite the Hanuman Chalisa outside Maharashtra Chief Minister's private residence Matoshri in Mumbai. The arrest has now led a massive political controversy with more parties speaking up. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Breaking news coming in right now that the Khar police have registered an FIR against Kirit Somaiya's driver under sections 279, 337 of the Indian Penal Code. Former Mumbai Mayor Vishwajit Mahadeshwar is the complainant. Breaking news that Kirit Somaiya's driver, Khar police have registered an FIR against Kirit Somaiya's driver under those sections. Remember, Kirit Somaiya yesterday alleged that he was attacked by Shiv Sena workers when he went to meet Navneet Rana at the Khar police station, after which we had seen a high voltage drama at the Bandra police station when he tried to lodge a complaint. And now we're looking at a complaint being registered against Kirit Somaiya's driver. Joining me on the broadcast is my colleague Ankit, who is tracking all the latest developments on ground there. Ankit, what more are you picking up with regards to this complaint, this FIR against Kirit Somaiya's driver?
Absolutely, Crispino. We had word of this earlier last night, and good morning to our viewers. We were told that the Shiv Sena was considering filing an FIR against Kirit Somaiya as well as his driver for the manner in which they drove out at the Khar police station when they were exiting it while their car was attacked. And in fact, now we can confirm to the viewers that the Khar police has in fact registered an FIR against Kirit Somaiya's driver under sections 279 and 337 of the IPC. And the complainant here is the former mayor of Mumbai, that is Vishwajit Mahadeshwar, and he was there actually last night at the Khar police station. He was on the outside of the gate from the side on which Kirit Somaiya actually drove out. So he would have had a view, but he was there. He would have also seen that there was in fact a lot of police presence there that had escorted all the people outside and shunted them aside so that this car could move out. And while Kirit Somaiya was driving in also, there was a lot of people that was present there that moved all the media persons and the Shiv Sainik to the side so that the car could go inside. There would be plenty of, I'm sure, video evidence to corroborate exactly what had gone on. We had also spoken, Crispino, to the driver, but he wasn't very willing. However, he has now been the subject of an FIR, is the latest.
What are the allegations being levelled by Vishwajit Mahadeshwar against Kirit Somaiya's driver?
The allegations, in fact, Crispino, are that Kirit Somaiya and his driver, and in this case the driver, because that's whom the FIR is lodged against, had both driven into the Khar police station in such a manner that they could have caused grievous harm to about 70-80 Shiv Sainiks who were there, and they had also driven out in a manner in which there was a possibility for harm. They could have come under the car, is what the Shiv Sena is saying. But the reality will be, I'm sure, revealed by the investigation that goes on and some of the visuals that are probably likely to be accessed by the police. But this was an incident that took place at Khar police station alongside that other incident that we saw, which was the attack on his car, in which he sustained an injury also. And there was a completely shattered glass of the window next to his seat. So those are the allegations, and this is the former mayor of Mumbai, Vishwajit Mahadeshwar, who is the complainant here. He was there at the spot, and so he is the person who has now embroiled the driver of Kirit Somaiya in an FIR, Crispino.
We'll be tracking all the latest developments. Ankit, thank you for joining us on the broadcast. Getting you other updates now across the nation. Another incident in the district of Alwar in Coimbatore. On your screens, you can see the visuals of that attack in Jammu and Kashmir, where 2 more terrorists have been neutralized. At least 4 terrorists have been reported in that area. The terrorists are believed to be affiliated to the Pakistan-based Jaish-e-Mohammed. In another incident in the district of Vellore in Coimbatore district of Tamil Nadu, BJP cadres hung a portrait of Prime Minister inside the Vellore Town Panchayat's executive officer's room, and a DMK ward member removed that portrait of the Prime Minister, resulting into a commotion. NCP Chief Sharad Pawar responded to the Jahangirpuri clashes. He blamed the centre for the incident, stating that the police came under the purview of the Home Ministry, adding that as a result, it was the Home Minister who failed to protect the city from communal riots. Following speculations of Chief Minister being changed in Rajasthan, Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot stated that his resignation was permanently present with Congress President Sonia Gandhi, and there was no point in asking if there was any good change going to be done. Doctors were seen treating patients with a gun placed on the table. The video was taken from the OPD department of the Community Health Center in the district of Maharashtra in Uttar Pradesh. The doctor viewed in the video was later transferred to another community health center. The CBI summoned Anubrata Mondal in connection with its probe into the post-poll violence in West Bengal, asking the Birbhum Trinamool president to appear for questioning before it today. Now, the 2 officers of the CIA turned up at Anubrata's Chinar Park apartment in Newtown and served him the notice. Coming up, tracking for you Prime Minister Modi's visit to Jammu. Post abrogation of Article 370, he will launch development projects. And the explosive testimony by Yes Bank co-founder Rana Kapoor reveals he was forced to buy an MF Hussain painting from Priyanka Vadra.
Days after the Russian retreat, you would see these kind of scenes where houses are completely damaged. Most of these places have been attacked by precision missile strike. People are now returning to the villages, trying to ensure that their life comes back to normalcy. If the Ukrainians have been successful, it's not only because of the valor that has been shown by the Ukrainian army, but also civilians who have fought along with their army.
As the Russian air patrols in Ukraine have increased, Ukrainian authorities have informed that Russian missiles aimed for the Ukrainian city of Zaporizhia fell short of their target and landed on the nearby island of Kuritsia. The local resident said that one of the rockets exploded near a bridge. He said another damaged a local health club. No one was reported injured, even though the blast smashed carriage windows. Zaporizhia is a way station for people fleeing the shattered port of Mariupol. As more evacuees arrived, reports emerged which claimed that Russian forces had been stealing their belongings. A witness recollected how Russian troops had been forcefully taking watches, phones and other items of people trying to escape the fighting. Agency report for Republic TV.
terrible. This is the biggest humanitarian catastrophe during this and maybe during last centuries, because many dozens of thousands people, maybe many thousands of people are died in Mariupol, and we will see the terrible atrocities and terrible war crimes in Mariupol when it will be liberated from Russians. So this is the first part. The second part, many ambassadors coming back to Kyiv, because Kyiv now is safety enough, and we are waiting all ambassadors in Kyiv and invite them all coming back. We would like to finish this war. This is our position. We're fighting for our freedom, for democracy and for our territories. But Russia is fighting to conquer us, to make genocide of Ukrainian people. So they should stop, and we agreed, and we won't stop this war.
In the Battle of Kyiv, Russia faced a humiliating defeat, something that appeared to be completely unimaginable in the beginning of this invasion. So what really worked for Ukraine in this biggest battle in Europe since World War II? What a special show, Republic Originals Under Fire, this weekend only on Republic TV.
Now we get you an update right from the war zone in Ukraine. My colleague Shravan Sen had asked pointing questions to the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy. Let's take a look at this entire interview.
You as the president of this country is expecting from the Asian countries,
що ви очікуєте від азіатських країн? І під час першої фази, скажімо так, цієї операції, чи ви відчували, що десь є недоопрацювання, недодопомога з боку країн Азії?
Дякую за ваше запитання. Щодо світової структури або світової інфраструктури безпеки, я не можу, скажу вам, вплинути на альянс. Ми не є членами НАТО, хоча я вважаю, що це велика помилка, що НАТО за всі ці роки не знайшло місця, не знайшло часу, не знайшло можливості Україну прийняти в альянс. І зараз всі бачать, що ми би тільки їх зміцнили. І всі бачать, що це був би високий відсоток, я вважаю, висока вирогідність саме не початку війни з боку Російської Федерації. Я так вважаю. І моя думка не змінилась початку мого президентства. Я про це говорив і з генеральним секретарем, і тоді з керівництвом європейських держав, великих європейських держав. Назову їх великими, не буду говорити поки що назву. Ми ж тільки почали з вами говорити. Відверто, може десь в кінці, але які впливають на членство тієї чи іншої держави, до речі, як в Альянсі, в НАТО, так і в Європейському Союзі. Тому я вважаю, що це стратегічна помилка Альянсу щодо відношення до України. Ніхто не розраховував на міцність нашої держави таку. Ніхто не розраховував, що ми вистоїмо більше 3 днів. Деякі лідери держав НАТО чи європейських держав навіть вголос не хотіли запроваджувати, ви пам'ятаєте, санкційну політику, тому що говорили, що який сенс впроваджувати санкції, якщо через 3 дні вони будуть окуповані. Тому це помилковість на рівні просто відношення до України. Ми змогли змінити своєю єдністю, з міцністю, своєю відсіччю Росії, змогли змінити відношення країн Альянсу, європейських держав і багатьох інших, змінити відношення до нас. Я дуже хочу, щоб країни Азії, я дуже хочу, щоб вони змінили відносини до України також. Чи я відчуваю, що вони змінили? Ні. Чи вони змінили? Думаю, народи так точно. Народи цих держав прекрасно знають нас. Я відчуваю, що лідери цих країн наближаються до цього. Якщо раніше вони були дуже близькі історично до Радянського Союзу, да? І тому історично після розпаду Радянського Союзу вони були близькі до Російської Федерації, як правоприємниці, да? Радянського Союзу і найбільшій державі від Радянського Союзу, тому їх відносини близькі і залишились зараз. Україна похитнула ці відносини, і ми бачимо вже відносини лідерів, вони пом'якшують саме в наш бік. Це велика заслуга нашої держави, але і лідерів, що вони все-таки чують і слухають. Складна задача, дуже складна задача. Історична і африканська культура, і азіатська культура історично близькі були до Радянського Союзу і до Російської Федерації. Але у кожній історії, ви ж знаєте, кожній історії приходить кінець. Я вважаю, що зараз це часткова відповідь на перше ваше питання щодо структури безпеки. Зараз всі лідери і всі держави інших країн, не європейських, да? Азіатських, африканських, вже бачать, що не можна дозволяти тій чи іншій державі порушувати світовий порядок. Не можна порушити, не можна забирати чиюсь територію, запровадити свої правила на інших країнах і на інших континентах. Просто це неможливо, всі бояться. Зараз виклик. Подивіться, який виклик, до речі, і до Азії, до арабської культури, до африканських країн. Виклик блокування, наприклад, постачання наших зернових. Зерно, ячмінь, кукурудза, те, де ми є дійсно передовою державою. 110 мільйонів тонн. 20 мільйонів тонн – це те, що достатньо для того, щоб наситити український ринок, а 90 мільйонів тонн, тобто їх просто не отримують ці держави. І буде ціна, буде дефіцит, в деяких державах буде голод. Ця держава, Російська Федерація, вони це зробили. Ось чому я кажу, що всі бачать, що війна в Україні – це не війна в Україні, і навіть через блокування харчової продукції зараз ми бачимо, що це не війна в Європі, а війна і на інших континентах через такі кроки неповаги до, в принципі, всього живого, неповага до світового закону. Ось і все. Тому ці країни завдяки суспільству, лідери, які починають чути, я впевнений, що і пан прем'єр-міністр Моді, з яким я зустрічався, і ми з ним мали декілька вже бесід, і на екологічному форумі ми з ним зустрічалися в Стокгольмі, мені здається. В Глазго ми зустрічалися з ним, в Глазго, а потім ми говорили по телефону, після цього, двічі. І дійсно, я відчуваю, що люди і лідери, а я вважаю його справжнім лідером, найбільшої демократії у світі, так же ж кажуть. Я вважаю, що вони бачать, що за кожний такий крок треба боротися, треба виборювати ту саму демократію.
Coming up, Prime Minister Modi's maiden visit to Jammu post abrogation of Article 370 to launch development projects. An explosive testimony by Yes Bank co-founder Rana Kapoor reveals he was forced to buy an M.F. Hussain painting from Priyanka Vadra.
What would your opening thoughts first, sir, be on parliamentary democracy?
In the central hall of Bangladesh, where I have been, the two ladies of Bangladesh would not be able to sit together in the central hall. In the Pakistan's Parliament Central Hall, I don't think Nawaz Sharif and Ziaul Haq, or for that matter, Nawaz Sharif and in the earlier days Benazir Bhutto will be able to sit in the central hall. The strength of the Indian Parliament can be seen in Central Hall. Every day I see it. You have cross-party talk, you have off-the-record discussion. Sometimes we tend to look at it only as debate and jhagada. But these are multiple roles of Parliament, and all of them should be understood and given full play in the joint.
The Vice Chairperson of NITI Aayog, Rajiv Kumar, has now stepped down. What we are now given to understand is that the resignation of Rajiv Kumar has been accepted by the government. His tenure will now come to an end on April 30th. The known economist Suman K. Berry is now going to take over as the Vice Chairperson of NITI Aayog on 1st of May. Remember that Rajiv Kumar was appointed as Vice Chairperson of NITI Aayog in August 2017 when the then VC of NITI Aayog, Arvind Panagriya, had stepped down. If we talk about Suman K. Berry, remember that he is a known economist. He has also a degree in economics from Oxford University. He has earlier served as the Director General of National Council of Applied Economic Research. He has also worked for the World Bank during India's economic reforms. With Vivek, I am Piyush Mishra in Delhi for Republic TV.
Ahead of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, the security has been beefed up. Right now we are in Palli, and the area which is near 500 meter encircle has been sealed by the security wing of Jammu and Kashmir Police. Multi-level security has been made throughout. The Special Protection Group of the Prime Minister is holding the first layer of circle. Second layer of circle stands with the district police. High-profile visit of the Prime Minister's coming 2 days after the Sujma terror attack, in which two Fidain attackers have been neutralized by the security forces in the Sunjwan area of Jammu, which is hardly 15 to 20 kilometers from this very spot where the Prime Minister of the country is scheduled to address a rally. And very soon it's expected that some more higher officials from different security forces will be arriving here to take stock of the situation. With Sir Jeevan Kumar, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
Days after the Russian retreat, you would see these kind of scenes where houses are completely damaged. Most of these places have been attacked by precision missile strike. People are now returning to the villages, trying to ensure that they
see in these falsehoods such as Muslim properties targeted, Muslims targeted, bulldozer culture of a majoritarian government. What's the correct counter for that?
If you look at Khargon, just as an example, you'll find that 85% of those who were affected by the demolition happened to be Hindu. It was only 15% who were Muslims. The central issue today has been the attacks on the Ram Navami processions in, as you said, 7 different parts of India. And we've seen very little condemnation of that. So this form of double standard, selective indignation, I think has no place anymore.
Massive political drama in Mumbai after the arrest of the Ranas. BJP leader Kirit Somaiya alleges attack by Shiv Sena workers outside the Khar police station. BJP stages protests outside the Bandra police station seeking action against Shiv Sena workers. BJP leader Kirit Somaiya says a bogus FIR has been filed against him over the attack. Mumbai police produce MP Navneet Rana and MLA Ravi Rana at the Bandra court. Prime Minister Modi's maiden visit to Jammu post-abrogation of Article 370 to launch development projects. And an explosive testimony by Yes Bank co-founder Rana Kapoor reveals he was forced by an MF Hussain painting from Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and paid a ₹2 crore check. Getting for our viewers all the latest developments after the arrest of Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana. We're joined by my colleagues Amit Shah, who's reporting live from the Santa Cruz police station, and my colleague Ankit, who's reporting from the Bandra court as well. Amit Shah, to you first. What we're learning right now is that the Rana couple have been shifted from the Khar police station to the Santa Cruz police station. What more updates can you get us?
Well, absolutely, Crispino. That's a late last night development that we saw when Ravi Rana as well as Navneet Rana, they were brought to the Santa Cruz police station where we are currently right now. In fact, this is the building behind me which shows in which Ravi Rana as well as Navneet Rana are lodged, and now at 11 a.m. in the latest what we are told is that at 11 a.m. they will be produced before the Bandra court. So this is the building on your screens right now where we have the legislators Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana lodged. This after a lot of developments that took place in the last 24 hours after they were arrested on the complaint by the Shiv Sena workers for inciting communal disharmony. Now this, even as they said that they had called off their protest outside Matosri, which is the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray's residence, and also going on to say that they will not be reciting the Hanuman Chalisa, which is where the whole row eventually started. In the latest, what we are told is that in fact Kirit Somaiya, the BJP leader, who alleged that the goons sent by Shiv Sena workers, they attacked him late last night after he went to the Khar police station to meet Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana. He alleged that he was attacked by the Shiv Sena goons, and there was an FIR which was also lodged eventually on the complaint that was filed by Kirit Somaiya, which he said was a bogus FIR that was filed. In fact, now we will have a press conference as well, which will be addressed by Kirit Somaiya at 9:30 a.m. In fact, Sanjay Raut, beg your pardon, Kirit Somaiya will be addressing a press conference at 10 a.m. At 9:30 a.m. we will have Sanjay Raut, who will be addressing a press conference over the whole issue. The slugfest which has also now erupted between the BJP and the Shiv Sena. The BJP now making a big claim that the whole point of really the whole basis of arresting Navneet Rana as well as Ravi Rana is unconstitutional. The duo have been arrested based on the FIR on 153A of the Indian Penal Code, and now the BJP is claiming that the whole arrest is unconstitutional, whereas the Shiv Sena is saying that what was the whole point of even going ahead and saying that they would recite Hanuman Chalisa, which is intended to incite communal disharmony. Back to you.
Samiksha, stay with us in the broadcast. Ankit reporting live from the Bandra court. Ankit, Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana are going to be produced before the Bandra holiday court today. What more details are you picking up? What time are we expecting them to reach the court this morning? Because earlier when we had interviewed their lawyer, he says that the case has to be withdrawn.
Absolutely, Crispino. Good morning to you and Samiksha and to all the viewers as well. We are right now at the Bandra court where about 11 o'clock the Ranas will be presented before the magistrate here. You can see the complex is yet to open, but right now we've just seen the police has turned up here and is increasing the amount of security on show. We also have an update for some of our viewers, which is the representatives of the two sides are now known to us. It will be Pradeep Gharat, the public prosecutor who will represent the Maharashtra government, and it will be Rizwan Merchant, who we spoke to yesterday, who will represent the Ranas, the independent MP Navneet Rana and her husband and independent MLA Ravi Rana. We've been outside the court now for about an hour. There's still an hour and a half to go, but we've seen and taken note of the late night development. Like Samiksha said, the Ranas were moved from the Khar police station where they were going to stay originally to the Santa Cruz police station. They will be brought here in a short while, not long from now. And it's interesting to note that last night while he had spoken to Republic, Rizwan Merchant, the lawyer of the Ranas, had said that they would not seek bail. And in that way, this is a bit of an unusual hearing. He had said that the Maharashtra government, because its arrest was illegal, must withdraw the arrest and cancel it entirely and let them go, because they were arrested without the sanction of the speaker. They were arrested they were not given the 41A notice by the police, and also they were arrested within the 14-day time frame that they had to respond to that notice. Also, he made note of the fact that they had decided that they would no longer go ahead with their plan of going to Matoshi. They had already announced it. So then what was the reason to arrest them in the first place? And also we had seen, because we were reporting outside their homes yesterday afternoon, how the police had originally at least communicated through Ravi Rana that the option was that they would take them to the airport and then they would fly out to Amravati. Instead, they were taken to the Khar police station. So we saw that entire drama unfolding, and there appears to be set to be a lot more coming, because last night we were also live till about 2 a.m. because Kirit Somaiya, who had come to the Khar police station to speak with them, after he spoke, his car was attacked, his window was shattered, and then he sustained an injury to his lip. And then he tried to file an FIR, and the FIR that was lodged eventually he deemed as bogus. So there's a lot happening in this story, Crispino. But at the Bandra Holiday Court, because it's a Sunday, the presentation of the two Ranas will be done at about 10:30, 11 o'clock is when we're looking at that. But before that, we'll be giving the viewers all the details about what is to come, because it's a very interesting legal strategy that they appear to be employing.
Ankit, what we're learning right now is that when they are going to be produced before the court, the police have said that they are collecting all the videos, the press conference footage of the couple for analysis, and they will be producing, evidence before the court. And as you rightly pointed out, they're not going to seek bail, but they want their illegal arrest, the case to be thrown out.
That is true. The police had been saying right from the time of their arrest that they would collect all the video evidence and they would collect their press conferences, because they had made this allegation under section 153A that they would be arrested because of their alleged attempt to incite communal tensions and provoke enmity between religions based on that. So it is definitely a case that the Mumbai police will try and make out and try and establish. But the defense of the Ranas is what is also just as interesting to note. Whether or not they even argue against the demand of the Maharashtra police in this case for whatever custody that the police may seek. It'd be interesting to see what it is that their lawyer presents.
Absolutely, and we'll be tracking for our viewers all the latest developments in the Rana's case as it is likely to come up for hearing at 11 o'clock this morning. Ankit reporting from the Bandra court and Amit Shah reporting from the Santa Cruz police station. Well, Samiksha, if I can go across to you, you have been tracking the latest developments in the Santa Cruz police station right now. Take us through the scenes outside the police station right now, and are there any protests being held at this point in time? What are we expecting in the next couple of hours?
Well, the next few hours can be expected to be very action-packed, Crispino. As of now, there's not much happening outside the police station. There's sort of an uneasy, sort of a calm here. You can see the building just behind me where we have Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana lodged inside. They will be taken out at around 11 a.m. where they will be presented before the Bandra court. Now, a host of developments that have taken over the last 24 hours when we saw that they were initially lodged in the Khar police station, and then they were taken to this, they were asked to come, they were taken to this particular Bandra police station, and now we have the latest development that is coming in, that a host of press conferences are also lined up. We have Kirit Somaiya who will be addressing the press conference at 10 a.m. We'll have Sanjay Raut also addressing a press conference at 9:30 a.m. This after Kirit Somaiya in fact alleged that he was attacked by goons at the behest of the Shiv Sena, and in fact he also, this incident happened when he had went to the car station to meet Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana, where they were lodged inside the police station. And right. after he came outside, we saw the visuals that also surfaced on Twitter that was shared by Kirit Somaiya himself, where we saw the windows of his car that was shattered. There were bruises on his face. There was injury on his face, and what he alleged was that a bogus FIR was also registered, which he said was filed after a lot of pressure that he was mounting on the police to register a complaint after he complained that he was attacked indeed by goons that were sent by the Shiv Sena. So yes, a host of press conferences that have been lined up. Then we have the action that will take place inside the court when both Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana will be represented by Rizwan Merchant. So it remains to be seen what really happens, because what BJP has actually claimed is that the whole FIR under which they've been booked is very unconstitutional. They've been booked under sections including 153A of the IPC, and what the BJP has said, of course, is that the whole ground of their arrest is unconstitutional.
Well, also the latest developments, Samiksha, what we're right now getting is that the Khar police station has registered an FIR against Kirit Somaiya's driver. Ankit, take us through the merits of this case and what are the allegations being leveled here against Kirit Somaiya and his driver in that late night incident that happened yesterday at the Khar police station when they went to meet the Ranas, and now we had seen how they were attacked and an FIR now being filed against his driver. What are the merits of the case?
Absolutely. So this is an incident that was caught on cameras. The allegation is by the former Mumbai mayor, who is a Shiv Sena leader, that is Vishwajit Mahadeshwar, and he has got this FIR filed over the manner in which, when Kirit Somaiya entered the Khar police station when he came to meet the Ranas, the manner in which the car forcefully entered into the police station, posing a threat to the lives of the Shiv Seniks who were standing there. At least that is the original nature of the complaint over which the FIR has been filed. We also know the sections over which it has been filed, and we had also spoken, Crispino, if you remember, and the viewers will remember, late last night we had seen the driver. He had opened the door and he had rolled up one of the windows of the car, which had the shattered glass still on the seat, and he wasn't very forthcoming then. He was clearly not a person who is in politics. He was not someone who was ready to speak at the time, but we had got him on the Republic camera and posed questions to him. Now he is also the subject of an FIR. Earlier, in fact, when the former Mumbai mayor Vishwajit Mahadeshwar had told us that he would file the complaint, he had also intended to file it against Kirit Somaiya, but Kirit Somaiya has not had another FIR lodged against him. It is the driver in this case that has been accused of driving in forcefully to the Khar police station in such a manner that he posed a threat to the lives of the Shiv Seniks that were there. We were also there at that time, right at that very spot. I'm sure a lot of what went on was captured on the cameras as well, Crispino.
All right, we'll be tracking all the latest developments there. Ankit and Samiksha, thank you for joining us on the broadcast. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates on the Rana's address as they are produced before the Bandra court this morning.
'98 के अंदर तब से मैंने सोनिया गांधी को, उन्होंने मुझे चांस दिया चीफ मिनिस्टर बनने का, पहली बार, दूसरी बार, जो भी था, तीसरी बार, तो मैंने उनको उस वक्त से अधिगत कर रखा है। मेरा इस्तीफा तो परमानेंट उनके पास में है, आप समझे? तो मेरा इस्तीफा परमानेंट उनके पास में है, तो आप सोच सकते हो कि बार बार ये आना नहीं चाहिए कि मुख्यमंत्री बदलना क्या हो रहा है। जब मुख्यमंत्री बदलना होगा तो कानों कान किसी को मालूम नहीं पड़ेगी, क्या कहने नहीं। इसलिए मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि आप निश्चिंत रहें। आप जो है ये अफवाह में नहीं आया, अभी मैं 2-3 दिन अफवाह सुन रहा हूँ कि फला ये हो गया, फला वो हो गया, पता नहीं क्या करते रहते हैं। तो मैं सोचता हूँ बिना मतलब का लोग कन्फ्यूजन हो जाते थे तो गवर्नेंस पे भी फर्क पड़ जाता है।
And getting you all the latest updates across the nation. Getting you an update right now is that as per latest reports, 2 more terrorists were killed in an ongoing encounter in the district of Kulgam in Jammu and Kashmir. At least 4 terrorists were reported in the area. Terrorists are believed to be affiliated to the Pak-based Jaish-e-Mohammed. In another incident in the district of Vellore and Coimbatore district of Tamil Nadu, BJP cadres hung a portrait of Prime Minister Modi, but a DMK ward member removed the portrait of Prime Minister Modi from the executive officer's room, triggering a massive row. NCP Chief Sharad Pawar responded to Jahangirpuri violence. He blamed the centre for the incident, stating that the police came under the purview of the Union Home Ministry. He added that as a result, it was the Home Minister who failed to protect Delhi from communal riots. Following speculations of the Rajasthan Chief Minister being changed, Ashok Gehlot stated that his resignation was permanently present with the Congress interim president Sonia Gandhi and there was no point in asking if the Chief Minister was going to change. Doctors were seen treating patients with a gun placed on the table. The video was taken from the OPT department of the Community Health Center in the district of Mahilabad in Uttar Pradesh. The doctor in the video was later transferred to another community health center. As per the latest reports, one more terrorist was killed in an ongoing encounter in the Kulgam district in Jammu and Kashmir. 4 terrorists had been reported. But we're getting you another update that the CBI has now also summoned Anubrata Mondal in connection with its probe into the post-poll violence in West Bengal and asked the Trinamool president to appear for questioning on Sunday. 2 officers of the CIA turned up at Anubrata's Chinar Park apartment in Newtown and served him the notice. And coming up after a very short break after the arrest of the Ranas, massive late-night political drama in Mumbai. Explosive testimony by Yes Bank co-founder Rana Kapoor reveals he was forced to buy an MF Hussain painting from Priyanka Vadra.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for 9 years by India Today Universities rankings, a testimony to Amity's world-class quality.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a packed news week, from the riots in Jahangirpuri to the politics over demolitions, from Toki Raza's comments over threats about breaking India and creating a communal divide to the bulldozing of the temple in Alwar, which we reported in great detail. Through this month, we saw clashes from Karoli to Khargon to Khambat to Hubballi in Karnataka. But for the lobby, one theme has been consistent through it all. They've gone on like a broken record once again about how India is a majoritarian country. They don't see the reality. They don't see the visuals coming in. They don't see the way Hindus have been made victims, but they've gone on and rambled about it at their protests. They have written about it in their Lutyens portals. They have fear-mongered about majoritarianism for decades in the Western media, and they have made it a perpetual PR campaign against the nation. There is, however, just one small glitch. This entire narrative about majoritarianism is one complete lie. Majoritarianism, ladies and gentlemen, in India is a myth. There is majoritarianism in Pakistan, but in India, it is a myth. In our secular nation, this hoax of majoritarianism is created to peddle insecurity, fuel paranoia, and fund riots. So in today's edition of Ornab Live, I shall be busting this myth, the myth of majoritarianism. And the question is simple: can the lobby continue to push the majoritarian myth? If India was majoritarian, would a 300-year-old Shiva temple be demolished like it has been in Congress-ruled Alwar?
India is secular because we Hindus are secular. And parties like the Congress, what they have done in Rajasthan today is shocking. They want to equate. First they run a narrative that Jahangirpuri is an anti-Muslim drive, and to appease them further and to consolidate Muslim vote bank, they will break down a 300-year-old Shiva temple in Rajasthan.
कांग्रेस ने हमारा बुरा हाल किया है, समाजवादी ने हमें तकलीफ में पहुंचाया है, तृणमूल हमारे साथ इस्तेसाल करती है, ये बात बिल्कुल दुरुस्त है। लेकिन उन 2% लोगों का क्या कहेंगे जिसके अंदर में तशद्दुद बढ़ता है, जिसके सीने में नफरतें उड़ती है।
We've seen these falsehoods such as Muslim properties targeted, Muslims targeted, bulldozer culture of a majoritarian government. What's the correct counter for that?
If you look at Khargon, just as an example, you'll find that 85% of those who were affected by the demolition happened to be Hindu. It was only 15% who were Muslims. The central issue today has been the attacks on the Ram Navami processions in, as you said, 7 different parts of India. we've seen very little condemnation of that. So this form of double standard, selective indignation, I think has no place anymore.
Getting an update from the Russian invasion in Ukraine amid the deepening crisis in the besieged city of Mariupol. What we know now, there is a fresh face-off in that particular region. The Ukrainian forces alleging that Russia is trying to completely suppress the resistance of the defenders of Mariupol in Azovstal. Now, Russia has denied the claim, saying that the situation is normal in Mariupol and that they have taken complete control over it. Here's more on what's happening.
As the crisis looms large in the besieged city of Mariupol, the claim versus counterclaim between Russia and Ukraine escalates. On one hand, Ukraine continues to claim that its forces are resisting Russian offensive.
Ворог намагається придушити остаточний спротив захисників Маріуполя в районі Азовсталі, поновив авіаційні удари по території заводу, по району оборони наших військ і спробує проводити штурмові дії. В меншості наші захисники тримаються, незважаючи на дуже складну обстановку, і навіть роблять контрвилазки. Що стосується Харківщини, наші війська доповідають про те, що звільнили 3 населених пункти після вдалого контрнаступу з нашого боку.
On the other hand, Russia hails Mariupol's successful liberation.
В Мариуполе обстановка нормализовалась. Жители города получили в США и европейских стран надежно заблокированы на территории комбината «Азовсталь».
Russian Defense Ministry chief spokesman claimed that Ukrainian forces of the Azovstal steel mill, the last pocket of Ukrainian resistance in the strategic port city, are hopeless terrorists and are holding hostages there.
Властями Донецкой Народной Республики организуется расчистка улиц от завалов и вывоз пораженной украинской военной техники. Все остатки украинских нацистов Азова вместе с иностранными наемниками из США и европейских стран надежно заблокированы на территории комбината «Азовсталь».
He further alleged Ukraine government of spreading misinformation as well.
Удержание нацистами Азова и иностранными наемниками заложников из числа гражданских лиц, если они там есть, доказывает, что они не защитники, а конченые террористы. В этой связи натужные попытки спикера Госдепартамента США привычно врать о якобы сохранении нацистским отребьям контроля над Мариуполем, фейк и прямое пособничество террористам на высоком государственном уровне.
Meanwhile, Ukrainian authorities, as they put out their stiff resistance, said that Russia has renewed attack on Mariupol.
Ворог продовжує зосереджувати основні зусилля на напрямку Слов'янськ-Краматорськ та намагається розвивати наступ в напрямку міста Гуляй-Поле. Проводить активні штурмові пошукові дії, шукає слабкі місця в нашій обороні, щоб зосередити на них основний удар. Але поки йому це не вдається, вже 6-ту добу поспіль.
As the fight continues to rage on between the two nations in conflict, it's the civilians who bear the brunt as they struggle with an unprecedented humanitarian crisis. Agency report, Republic TV.
Coming up, BJP leader Kirit Somaiya says bogus FIR filed against him over the attack. And Mumbai police to produce MP Navneet Rana and MLA Ravi Rana before the Bandra holiday court.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for 9 years by India Today University's rankings, a testimony to Amity's world-class quality.
As the Russian air patrols in Ukraine have increased, Ukrainian authorities have informed that Russian missiles aimed for the Ukrainian city of Zaporizhia fell short of their target and landed on the nearby island of Kirit. A local resident said that one of the rockets exploded near a bridge. He said another damaged a local health club. No one was reported injured, even though the blast smashed carriage windows. Zaporizhia is a way station for people fleeing the shattered port of Mariupol. As more evacuees arrived, reports emerged which claimed that Russian forces had been stealing their belongings. A witness recollected how Russian troops had been forcefully taking watches, phones and other items of people trying to escape the fighting. Agency report for Republic TV.
Terrible. This is the biggest humanitarian catastrophe during this and maybe during last centuries, because many dozens of thousands people, maybe many thousands of people are died in Mariupol, and we will see the terrible atrocities and terrible war crimes in Mariupol when it will be liberated from Russians. So this is the first part. The second part, many ambassadors coming back to Kyiv, because Kyiv now is safety enough, and we are waiting all ambassadors in Kyiv and invite them all coming back. We would like to finish this war. This is our position. We're fighting for our freedom, for democracy and for our territories. But Russia is fighting to conquer us, to make genocide of Ukrainian people. So they should stop, and we agreed, and we won't stop this war.
In the Battle of Kyiv, Russia faced a humiliating defeat, something that appeared to be completely unimaginable in the beginning of this invasion. So what really worked for Ukraine in this biggest battle in Europe since World War II? What a special show, Republic Originals Under Fire, this weekend only on Republic TV.
If India was majoritarian, would a 300-year-old Shiva temple be demolished like it has been in Congress-ruled Alwar?
India is secular because we Hindus are secular. And parties like the Congress, what they have done in Rajasthan today is shocking. They want to equate. First they run a narrative that Jahangir Puri is an anti-Muslim drive, and to appease them further and to consolidate Muslim vote bank, they will break down a 300-year-old Shiva temple in Rajasthan.
कांग्रेस ने हमारा बुरा हाल किया है, समाजवादी ने हमें तकलीफ.
After the arrest of the Ranas, massive late-night political drama in Mumbai, which continues. BJP leader Kirit Somaiya alleges attack by Shiv Sena workers outside the Khar police station. BJP stages protests outside the Bandra police station seeking action against the Shiv Sena workers. BJP leader Kirit Somaiya says a bogus FIR has been filed against him. Mumbai police to produce MP Navneet Rana and MLA Ravi Rana at the Bandra court. Prime Minister Modi's maiden visit to Jammu post abrogation of Article 370 to launch development projects. Explosive testimony by Yes Bank co-founder Rana Kapoor reveals he was forced to buy an MF Hussain painting from Priyanka Vadra. Can you an update now? Union Minister Rao Sahib Danve has slammed the Maharashtra government over the Hanuman Chalisa face-off in Mumbai. Now, the Union Minister Danve has said that the law and order situation in Maharashtra is out of control. Let's listen into what he had to say.
राज्यातली कायदा सुव्यवस्था पूर्णपणानं बिघडलेली आहे. आमच्या अतुल भातकाळकरांनी पोलखोल नावाची एक कार्यक्रम मुंबईमध्ये घेतला. त्या कार्यक्रमात त्यांच्या गाडीच्या काचा फोडल्या गेल्या. काल मोहित कुंभोजवर रस्त्यांना चालताना हल्ला झाला. तामिल सेल्वन आमचे आमदार त्यांच्या गाडीवर हल्ला झाला. हल्लेखोर कोण हे राज्य सरकारला माहिती आहे आणि त्यामुळं या राज्यातली कायदा व्यवस्था पूर्णपणानं ढासळलेली आहे. राणा दाम्पत्याबद्दल जर बोलायचं असेल तर त्यांचं एवढंच म्हणणं आहे की हनुमान चालिसा ही सगळ्यांनी म्हणली पाहिजे, त्याच्यावर ऑब्जेक्शन असण्याचं काही कारण नाही. पण आत्ता राणा दाम्पत्याच्या घरासमोर आज सगळे कार्यकर्ते जमलेले आहेत, गोंधळ घालतायत, पोलीस चारी बाजूनं उभे आहेत, मूकदर्शक म्हणून ते सध्या पाहतायत आणि कुठलीही कारवाई करत नाही. एका नेत्याच्या घरावर एक मोर्चा गेला तर त्या मोर्चाला पिटळून लावलं आणि लोकांना अटक केलं, पण दुसऱ्या नेत्याच्या घरासमोर बसलेत त्याला मात्र कोणी हात लावायला तयार नाही. ही राज्यातली स्थिती आहे. याच्यावर मला एक आठवण झाली की 1975-76ला या देशामध्ये आणीबाणी होती. आज आणीबाणी म्हणता येणार नाही, पण या राज्यामध्ये आणीबाणी सदृश्य परिस्थिती आज तरी निर्माण झाल्याचं जाणवतं आहे.
I'm joined on the story by my colleagues Ankit reporting live outside the Bandra court and Barkha reporting outside the Santa Cruz police station. Ankit, we've just heard a couple of reactions here and the Union Minister Rao Sahib Danve slamming the Maharashtra government. Now there has been a huge face-off over the Hanuman Chalisa row in Mumbai, and the Ranas will be produced before the Bandra court later this morning. What more are you picking up?
We just heard the view of the second union minister to comment on this. Yesterday, of course, we had heard Narayan Rane answer the Rana couple's call, and now we have the union MOS for railways, mines and coal, that is Rao Sahib Danve, who has accused the Maharashtra government in the matter over the state of the law and order situation in Maharashtra. He has cited a number of examples which were also cited by Devendra Fadnavis yesterday. One is that there is a situation in the state where there appears to be a breakdown in law and order, is what the allegation is. There was a poll call yatra, Crispino, if you'll remember, of the BJPs that had come under attack. There was also the case of Mohit Kamboj, who was attacked just 24 hours before Kirit Somaiya himself was attacked. And the other is that Rao Sahib Danve says that the Rana couple, that is Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana, they were not treated well by the police. And we have seen exactly what had gone on with regards to the Rana couple and the police. But one person who also knows a lot more about what the allegations made by the BJP is Barkha, who is with us. I want to go across to our Barkha. Yesterday you had spoken to Mohit Kamboj. He had given Republic a long bite on the specific allegation. His FIR was also not filed, and until that point neither was Kirit Somaiya. Barkha, I'd like to come across to you. Just explain to the viewers what it was that Mohit Kamboj had told Republic last night and what the BJP had been telling you.
Yeah, we had a word with Mohit Kamboj yesterday, Ankit, and what he told was that he was waiting for around more than 27 hours, and the FIR was not registered. Why is police not registering the FIR? That was the question which is being asked by the BJP leaders again and again. Right now, I am present at the Santa Cruz police station, Ankit, and these are the visuals which we are showing to our viewers. Right now, the security has been beefed up here, and Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana were brought here midnight after the medical was done, and now around 11 they will be produced before the court. Now we'll have to see what kind of directions are given from the court, because the entire issue is literally becoming really difficult right now. In Maharashtra, the situation seems really difficult, and the BJP-led leaders are continuously targeting the Shiv Sainik, the Shiv Sena, all the party workers who were present there at Navneet Rana's residence, and then at Matoshri, who were trying to say that we are, in a sense, covering this entire area from Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana. Now we have to see what is going to happen in the court, but the situation right now is literally tense. We have to see what more is going to come into light when the Ranas will be produced in the court, when the BJP workers are supposed to be protesting today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on a visit to Mumbai, and because of this visit only the Ranas cancelled their protest, and after that they were arrested. And we have the situation right now. The the Santa Cruz police station. These are the pictures which we are showing from the Santa Cruz police station. Earlier, if we talk about yesterday, the Ranas were kept in Khar police station. They were arrested there, and after that, Kirit Somaiya reaches there, and when Kirit Somaiya reaches there, he was also attacked by Shiv Sainiks outside the Khar police station. He has sustained injuries also. He was saying that if a person with Z plus security is not safe, then what about the common people? It is completely a breakdown in the law and order situation in the city. And if we talk about Santa Cruz police station, SRPF has also been deployed here. We have seen the personnel since morning only here. They are present here because in a while, after almost 1.5 hours, the Ranas will be produced before the Bandra court.
Absolutely, Barka. Thank you for that. And in relation to that, we have a breaking story right now with regards to Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana. Now, viewers, you'll remember that they had filed a complaint at the Khar police station for the incident at their house where day-long protests were undertaken by the Shiv Sainiks. Now we can confirm to you that at the Khar police station, an FIR has been filed based on the Rana couple's complaint over the assembly in front of their house, the protest by the Shiv Sainiks. It has been registered against unknown people by the police at the Khar police station. They had submitted a complaint. We had accessed that complaint and the photo of them handing over the complaint copy to the police in Khar. In that complaint, I remember seeing that they had accused the Chief Minister, the Sanjay Raut and Anil Parab, but they have not been named in this FIR. But they had also accused 400 to 600 Shiv Sena workers unnamed, and it appears that the Mumbai police has acted at least partially on that complaint, and now this FIR has been lodged against unknown people for the assembly in front of the Rana residence yesterday. We had covered it live the entire day, how there was sloganeering conducted, how there was at least the Ranas allege that there was a atmosphere of intimidation and also there was abuse hurled at them that was unparliamentary. And so these are some of the sections that they had alleged in their complaint copy. It remains to be seen what are the sections under which the FIR has been filed. But for the moment, viewers, we can tell you that a big development before their presentation in the court at Bandra, where we are currently standing, an FIR has been lodged at their request also by the police at Khar, viewers. And at this point, I'd also like to go across to Barka again, who is at the Santa Cruz police station. Barka, the Ranas at least may be partially satisfied to know that the police has acted on their complaint. What are you picking up? What is currently happening at the Santa Cruz police station?
Yeah, Ankit, we would like to show the visuals from the Santa Cruz police station. The SRPF is here getting ready because in a while the Rana couple would be taken from here to the Bandra court and they will be produced there, waiting for all the directions. We are waiting for all the directions which will be given by the court because this entire matter is really, really crucial right now. As we can tell, what happened yesterday, Ankit, what we saw yesterday was if you can hear me, Ankit, whatever happened yesterday, Republic TV was on the news since morning. We showed all the visuals, all the latest updates and everything. Right now, we are in Santa Cruz police station, and in a while, the Rana couple would be taken out from here. We really have to see what happens there because the BJP the leaders are criticizing the Maharashtra government on the law and order situation. They are saying that this is not supposed to happen. If somebody is trying to recite Hanuman Chalisa, that should not be such a big deal. And the way the government has handled it could have been handled.
Barka reporting live there from the Santa Cruz police station. Ankit also reporting from the Bandra court. In any moment from now, we are expecting some action to take place at the Santa Cruz police station when the Ranas will be taken to the Bandra court. We'll be tracking for our viewers all the latest developments on ground. And on to other news now. The Chandigarh police have cordoned off the area behind the Burel jail following suspicious material being found. A bomb squad reached the spot and found burnt codex wire and a detonator. Meanwhile, fire engines and ambulances have been kept on standby in case of any emergency. Navneet and Rana's lawyer said that the arrest of the couple was illegal. Senior lawyer Rizwan Merchant said that the offence is there's no offence and the arrest is illegal and unconstitutional as both of them are public servants. As per the Supreme Court, a notice of Section 41A should be given within 14 days prior to the institution of the case. Former Maharashtra Chief Minister and Leader of Opposition Devendra Fadnavis has defended BJP leader Kirit Somaiya, who was attacked in front of the Khar police station hours after a high-voltage drama which saw Navneet Rana and her husband getting arrested over the Hanuman Chalisa row. Now, Devendra Fadnavis shared a video showing an injured Somaiya sitting inside his car, which was attacked by unidentified goons. On the occasion of National Panchayati Raj Day, Prime Minister Modi will visit Jammu and Kashmir today and address Gram Sabhas across the country. He will inaugurate and lay foundation stone of multiple development initiatives worth over rupees 20,000 crore. And coming up on the other side, Prime Minister Modi's maiden visit to Jammu post abrogation of Article 370 to launch development projects. An explosive testimony by Yes Bank co-founder Rana Kapoor reveals he was forced to buy an M.F. Hussain painting from Priyanka Vadra.
Days after the Russian retreat, you would see these kind of scenes where houses are completely damaged. Most of these places have been attacked by precision missile strike. People are now returning to the villages, trying to ensure that their life comes back to normalcy. If the Ukrainians have been successful, it's not only because of the valor that has been shown by the Ukrainian army, but also civilians who have fought along with their army.
As the Russian air patrols in Ukraine have increased, Ukrainian authorities have informed that Russian missiles aimed for the Ukrainian city of Zaporizhia fell short of their target and landed on the nearby island of Kurtsia. A local resident said that one of the rockets exploded near a bridge. He said another damaged a local health club. No one was reported injured, even though the blast smashed carriage windows. Zaporizhia is a way station for people fleeing the shattered port of Mariupol. As more evacuees arrived, reports emerged which claimed that Russian forces had been stealing their belongings. A witness recollected how Russian troops had been forcefully taking watches, phones and other items of people trying to escape the fighting. Agency report for Republic TV.
Terrible. This is the biggest humanitarian catastrophe during this and maybe during last centuries, because many dozens of thousands people, maybe many thousands of people are died in Mariupol, and we will see the terrible atrocities and terrible war crimes in Mariupol when it will be liberated from Russians. So this is the first part. The second part, many ambassadors coming back to Kiev, because Kiev now is safety enough, and we are waiting all ambassadors in Kiev and invite them all coming back. We would like to finish this war. This is our position. We're fighting for our freedom, for democracy and for our territories. But Russia is fighting to conquer us, to make genocide of Ukrainian people. So they should stop and we agreed and we won't stop this war.
In the Battle of Kiev, Russia faced a humiliating defeat, something that appeared to be completely unimaginable in the beginning of this invasion. So what really worked for Ukraine in this biggest battle in Europe since World War II? What a special show, Republic Originals Under Fire, this weekend only on Republic TV.
If India was majoritarian, would a 300-year-old Shiva temple be demolished like it has been in Congress-ruled Alwar?
India is secular because we Hindus are secular. And parties like the Congress, what they have done in Rajasthan today is shocking. They want to equate. First they run a narrative that Jahangir Puri is an anti-Muslim drive, and to appease them further and to consolidate Muslim vote bank, they will break down a 300-year-old Shiva temple in Rajasthan.
कांग्रेस ने हमारा बुरा हाल किया है, समाजवादी ने हमें तकलीफ पे पहुंचाया है, तृणमूल हमारे साथ इस्तेसाल करती है, ये बात बिल्कुल दुरुस्त है। लेकिन उन 2% लोगों का क्या कहेंगे जिसके अंदर में तशद्दुद बढ़ता है, जिसके सीने में नफरतें उड़ती है।
We've seen these falsehoods such as Muslim properties targeted, Muslims targeted, bulldozer culture of a majoritarian government. What's the correct counter for that?
If you look at Khargon, just as an example, you'll find that 85% of those who were affected by the demolition.
If India was majoritarian, would a 300-year-old Shiva temple be demolished like it has been in Congress-ruled Alwar?
India is secular because we Hindus are secular. And parties like the Congress, what they have done in Rajasthan today is shocking. They want to equate. First they run a narrative that Jahangir Puri is an anti-Muslim drive, and to appease them further and to consolidate Muslim vote bank, they will break down a 300-year-old Shiva temple in Rajasthan.
कांग्रेस ने हमारा बुरा हाल किया है, समाजवादी ने हमें तकलीफ पे पहुंचाया है, तृणमूल हमारे साथ इस्तेसाल करती है, ये बात बिल्कुल दुरुस्त है। लेकिन उन 2% लोगों का क्या कहेंगे जिसके अंदर में तशद्दुद बढ़ता है, जिसके सीने में नफरतें उड़ती है।
My colleague Shravan Sen, who is reporting from Ukraine, has asked pointed questions to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy. Here's a full sequence. Let's take a quick look.
Що ви очікуєте від азіатських країн? І під час першої фази, скажімо так, цієї операції, чи ви відчували, що десь є недоопрацювання, недодопомога з боку України Азії?
Дякую за ваше запитання. Щодо світової структури або світової інфраструктури безпеки, я не можу, скажу вам, вплинути на альянс. Ми не є членами НАТО, хоча я вважаю, що це велика помилка, що НАТО за всі ці роки не знайшло місця, не знайшло часу, не знайшло можливості Україну прийняти в альянс. І зараз всі бачать, що ми би тільки їх зміцнили. І всі бачать, що це був би високий відсоток, я вважаю, висока вирогідність саме не початку війни з боку Російської Федерації. Я так вважаю. І моя думка не змінилась початку мого президентства. Я про це говорив і з генеральним секретарем, і тоді з керівництвом європейських держав, великих європейських держав. Назову їх великими, не буду говорити поки що назву. Ми ж тільки почали з вами говорити. Відверто, може десь в кінці. Але які впливають на членство тієї чи іншої держави, до речі, як в Альянсі, в НАТО, так і в Європейському Союзі. Тому я вважаю, що це стратегічна помилка Альянсу щодо відношення до України. Ніхто не розраховував на міцність нашої держави таку. Ніхто не розраховував, що ми вистоїмо більше 3 днів. Деякі лідери держав НАТО чи європейських держав навіть вголос не хотіли запроваджувати, ви пам'ятаєте, санкційну політику, тому що говорили, що який сенс впроваджувати санкції, якщо через 3 дні вони будуть окуповані. Тому це помилковість на рівні просто відношення до України. Ми змогли змінити своєю єдністю, з міцністю, своєю відсіччю Росії, змогли змінити відношення країн Альянсу, європейських держав і багатьох інших, змінити відношення до нас. Я дуже хочу, щоб країни Азії, я дуже хочу, щоб вони змінили відносини до України також. Чи я відчуваю, що вони змінили? Ні. Чи вони змінили? Думаю, народи так точно. Народи цих держав прекрасно знають нас. Я відчуваю, що лідери цих країн наближаються до цього. Якщо раніше вони були дуже близькі історично до Радянського Союзу, да? І тому історично після розпаду Радянського Союзу вони були близькі до Російської Федерації, як правоприємниці, да? Радянського Союзу і найбільшій державі від Радянського Союзу, тому їх відносини близькі і залишились зараз. Україна похитнула ці відносини, і ми бачимо вже відносини лідерів, вони пом'якшують саме в наш бік. Це велика заслуга нашої держави, але і лідерів, що вони все-таки чують і слухають. Складна задача, дуже складна задача. Історична і африканська культура, і азіатська культура історично близькі були до Радянського Союзу і до Російської Федерації. Але у кожній історії, ви ж знаєте, кожній історії приходить кінець. І я вважаю, що зараз це часткова відповідь на перше ваше питання щодо структури безпеки. Зараз всі лідери і всі держави інших країн, не європейських, да? Азіатських, африканських, вже бачать, що не можна дозволяти тій чи іншій державі порушувати світовий порядок. Не можна порушити, не можна забирати чиюсь територію, запровадити свої правила на інших країнах і на інших континентах. Просто це неможливо, всі бояться. Зараз виклик. Подивіться, який виклик, до речі, і до Азії, до арабської культури, до африканських країн. Виклик блокування, наприклад, постачання наших зернових. Зерно, ячмінь, кукурудза, те, де ми є дійсно передовою державою. 110 мільйонів тонн. 20 мільйонів тонн – це те, що достатньо для того, щоб наситити український ринок, а 90 мільйонів тонн, тобто їх просто не отримують ці держави. І буде ціна, буде дефіцит, в деяких державах буде голод. Ця держава, Російська Федерація, вони це зробили. Ось чому я кажу, що всі бачать, що війна в Україні – це не війна в Україні, і навіть через блокування харчової продукції зараз ми бачимо, що це не війна в Європі, а війна і на інших континентах через такі кроки неповаги до, в принципі, всього живого, неповага до світового закону. Ось і все. Тому ці країни завдяки суспільству, лідери, які починають чути, я впевнений, що і пан прем'єр-міністр Моді, з яким я зустрічався, і ми з ним мали з ним декілька вже бесід, і на екологічному форумі ми з ним зустрічалися в Стокгольмі, мені здається. В Глазго ми зустрічалися з ним, в Глазго, а потім ми говорили по телефону, да, після цього, да, двічі. І дійсно, я відчуваю, що люди і лідери, а я вважаю його справжнім лідером, найбільшої демократії у світі, так же ж кажуть. Я вважаю, що вони бачать, що за кожний такий крок треба боротися, треба виборювати ту саму демократію.
In the Battle of Kiev, Russia faced a humiliating defeat, something that appeared to be completely unimaginable in the beginning of this invasion. So what really worked for Ukraine in this biggest battle in Europe since World War II? Watch our special show, Republic Originals Under Fire, this weekend only on Republic TV.
Coming up next, BJP leader Kirit Somaiya says bogus FIR was filed against him of the attack. And Mumbai police to produce MP Navneet Rana and MLA Ravi Rana before the Bandra holiday court.
What would your opening thoughts first, sir, be on parliamentary democracy?
In the central hall of Bangladesh, where I have been, the two ladies of Bangladesh would not be able to sit together in the central hall. In the Pakistan's Parliament Central Hall, I don't think Nawaz Sharif and Ziaul Haq, or for that matter, Nawaz Sharif and in the earlier days Benazir Bhutto will be able to sit in the central hall. The strength of the Indian Parliament can be seen in central hall. Every day I see it. You have cross-party talk, you have off-the-record discussion. Sometimes we tend to look at it only as debate and jhagda. But these are multiple roles of Parliament and all of them should be understood and given full play in the joint.
The Vice Chairperson of NITI Aayog, Rajiv Kumar, has now stepped down. What we are now given to understand is that the resignation of Rajiv Kumar has been accepted by the government. His tenure will now come to an end on April 30th. The known economist Suman K. Berry is now going to take over as the Vice Chairperson of NITI Aayog on 1st of May. Remember that Rajiv Kumar was appointed as Vice Chairperson of NITI Aayog in August 2017 when the then VC of NITI Aayog, Arvind Panagriya, had stepped down. If we talk about Suman K. Berry, remember that he is a known economist. He has also a degree in economics from Oxford University. He has earlier served as the Director General of National Council of Applied Economic Research. He has also worked for the World Bank during India's economic reforms. With Vivek, I am Piyush Mishra in Delhi for Republic TV.
Ahead of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, the security has been beefed up. Right now we are in Palli and the area which is near 500 meter encircle has been sealed by the security wing of Jammu and Kashmir Police. Multi-level security has been made throughout. The Special Protection Group of the Prime Minister is holding the first layer of circle. Second layer of circle stands with the district police. High-profile visit of the Prime Minister's coming 2 days after the Sujma terror attack, in which two Fidain attackers have been neutralized by the security forces in the Sunjwan area of Jammu, which is hardly 15 to 20 kilometers from this very spot where the...
Why are people not asking questions about the attacks, on the desecration of temples, on the breaking of idols?
They will stone policemen, they will stone processions. They say we believe in Constitution, but they believe in Constitution only as long as it serves their purpose.
Any indication of Hindu pride is immediately met with suspicion, immediately met with a concerted effort to denigrate Hindu pride.
Almost every instance of hate that you have cited is one way or another rooted in religion. And unless and until we face this problem up front, there will be no peace in this country.
मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का हो, नेशनल हेराल्ड जो कांड हुआ है इसमें इस प्रकार से 400 करोड़ के ट्रांजैक्शन हुए और उसमें भी यही नंद किशोर चतुर्वेदी और उदय शंकर माहवार, जो उदय शंकर माहवार ठाकरे सरकार के परिवार के नेताओं को भी एंट्री देता है, गांधी परिवार को भी देता है और इसमें ऐसे अनेक ऐसे एकोमोडेशन ट्रांजैक्शन धीरे धीरे बाहर आएंगे।
राणा कपूर को वादा किया गया था कि पद्म भूषण भी मिलेगा उनको इसके बदले में, पर उन्होंने कहा कि ये वादा पूरा नहीं किया। मुरली देवड़ा ने किया था वादा।
क्या था कि इन सालों तक गांधी परिवार ने हिंदुस्तान में राज करने के कारण उनको लगता है हम कैसे भी करके लूट सकते हैं। जो आज ठाकरे परिवार महाराष्ट्र में कर रहा है, अब हिसाब तो देना पड़ेगा।
सर, राणा कपूर has purchased 2 crore rupees MF spending from Priyanka Gandhi because he was forced to do so and he was promised that he will be given Padma Bhushan, but he was not given, he says in a statement to ED.
It is nothing but in a way giving bribe. This is accommodation. One can say accommodation transaction. Rana Kapoor was in a way directly, indirectly, in cash or kind giving the bribe. तो ठाकरे सरकारने स्पॉन्सर केलेला हल्ला होता. मी पोचण्याआधीच मी संध्याकाळी कळवलं होतं पोलीस स्टेशनला मी रात्री 9:30ला येणार आणि म्हणून मी पोचण्यापूर्वीच 70-80 शिवसैनिकांनी खार पोलीस स्टेशननी व्यवस्था केली होती. पोलीस स्टेशनच्या आवारात पोलीस स्टेशनच्या दारापाशी जमले होते. येताना मला शिवीगाळ, गाडी थांबवण्याचा प्रयत्न आणि परत जाताना ज्यावेळी पोलिसांना सांगितलं हल्ला करणार आहे त्यांनी व्यक्तिगत जबाबदारी घेतली. आम्ही आहोत, आम्ही सगळी व्यवस्था केली आहे. आणि पोलीस स्टेशनचा गेट उघडल्याबरोबर ते 70-80 गुंडांचा हवाली माझ्या गाड्यांना करण्याचं पाप उद्धव ठाकरेंचा पोलिसांनी केलं. आणि यासाठी संपूर्णपणे पोलीस कमिशनर संजय पांडे जबाबदार आहे. पोलिसांनी सांगितलं सगळ्यांना हलवलंय. पोलीसच्या दारात कसे काय 70 गुंड जमू शकतात.
So yesterday, this is a Kirit Somaiya BJP leader who was taking a press conference and saying that yesterday when I went to meet Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana in Khar police station, but Shivsena told to attack me and this is a complete failure of Mumbai police.
मॅन्युपुलेशन फक्त उद्धव ठाकरे सरकारच करू शकते.
There were police officials who were deployed outside Khar police station in large number, but no one took action against the goons. And only Uddhav Thackeray, Chief Minister of Maharashtra, is responsible for this.
पांडेनी डिक्टेट केलं. माझ्या गाडीवर फक्त एकच दगड लांबून आला. हे माझ्या नावाने स्टेटमेंट संजय पांडेनी लिहिलं. FIR किरीट सोमय्याच्या नावाने रजिस्टर्ड केली आहे मुंबई पोलिसांनी.
Mumbai police has registered a case against me and not the stone pelting which happened on me. Stone pelted me on my car.
FIR मी साइन नाही करणार.
But there were no case registered.
धमकी
And this has been done by Mumbai
रजिस्टर्ड ऑनलाइन गेली. तुम्ही सही केली नाही तरी ही FIR धरली जाणार.
An FIR, but in fact he registered a case against me.
ठाकरे सरकार की माफिया पुलिस कर सकती है. जिस प्रकार से कल रात को 10:30 बजे स्टेट स्पॉन्सर्ड पुलिस की मदद से 70-80 शिवसेना के गुंडा ने मेरे पे हमला किया. वो पुलिस की मिलीभगत से हुआ. 70-80 लोग वहां इकट्ठे कैसे हुए? मुझे तो केंद्र सरकार ने Z कैटेगरी सिक्योरिटी दिए. कमांडो ने चिंता व्यक्त की. ये जानकारी है. 5 ऑफिसर ने कहा हम आपकी व्यवस्था कर रहे हैं, आप जाइए. दरवाजा खोल दिया. 70-80 लोगों ने हमला किया. पत्थर, कांच की बाटलियां, जूते, ऑल विजुअल्स आर अवेलेबल. और उसके बाद में फर्जी FIR किरीट सोमैया के नाम से पुलिस ने फाइल कर दी. इस FIR में लिखा है कि शिवसेना के लोग 3 किलोमीटर दूर खड़े थे. दूसरा लिखा है दूर से एक पत्थर आया और मेरी गाड़ी पे लगा. ये किरीट सोमैया के नाम से फर्जी FIR. मेरे पास ये FIR सिग्नेचर करने लेके आए. मैंने साइन नहीं किया. और उसी समय हमने वांद्रा पुलिस स्टेशन से डिप्टी कमिश्नर को यह प्रोटेस्ट लेटर दिया कि मेरी जान लेने का प्रयास खार पुलिस के अधिकारियों के साथ में मिलकर 70-80 शिवसेना के गुंडों ने किया है. मेरे बाया हाथ पे कांच पर 2 पत्थर मारे गए. कांच टूट गया. मुझे थोड़ी सी यहां पर लगी. अगर ये 4 इंच ऊपर लगती तो शायद आज मैं अंधा होता, जो उद्धव ठाकरे करवाना चाहते थे. कालचा जो हल्ला होता तो उद्धव ठाकरेचा डिरेक्शन मध्ये पोलीस कमिशनर संजय पांडेनी घडवून आणलेला होता. 70-80 पोलीस घुसतात कसे कंपाऊंड मध्ये. आज सकाळी मी भारत सरकारचे कॅबिनेट सेक्रेटरी राजीव कुमार गौबा यांच्याशी या विषयावर चर्चा केली आहे. त्यांनी गृह सचिव अजय कुमार भल्ला यांना या विषयाची चौकशी करायला सांगितली आहे. उद्या भारतीय जनता पक्षाची एक शिष्टमंडळ दिल्लीत जाणार आहे. होम सेक्रेटरी इतरांची भेट घेणार. माफिया पोलीस सारखा उपयोग मनसुख हिरण नंतर किरीट सोमय्या करायचा संजय पांडे आणि उद्धव ठाकरेंनी केला आहे. आज सुबह में मेरी कैबिनेट सेक्रेटरी केंद्र सरकार के राजीव कुमार गौबा जी से चर्चा हुई. उन्होंने भी चिंता व्यक्त की है. उन्होंने गृह सचिव अजय कुमार भल्ला जी को इस विषय पे ध्यान देने के लिए कहा है. कल भारतीय जनता पार्टी मुंबई का प्रदेश का महाराष्ट्र का एक प्रतिनिधि मंडल दिल्ली जाके केंद्र सरकार के गृह सचिव से मुलाकात करेगा और इस प्रकार के पुलिस की मदद से किरीट सोमैया का मनसुख हिरण करने का जो दाव उद्धव ठाकरे और संजय पांडे ने किया है उस संबंध में बात करेगा.
किरीट जी, ज्या प्रकारे हल्ला झालेला आहे त्यावेळेची नेमकी परिस्थिती कशी होती? तुमच्या FIR वर तुम्ही सही केलेली नाहीये, मात्र तुमच्या ड्रायव्हरवरती गुन्हा दाखल झालेला आहे, याबद्दल काय सांगा?
उद्धव ठाकरे हेच करू शकतात पोलिसांचा माफिया म्हणून उपयोग. वाशिमला ज्यावेळी माझ्या गाडीवर हल्ला झाला अशाच पद्धतीने पोलिसांनी त्या गावाजवळ गाड्या थांबवल्या जिथे 70-80 शिवसैनिक जमले होते. अशाच प्रकाराने माझा गाडीला घेरण्याचा प्रयत्न वाशिमला झाला होता. त्यावेळी पण माझा कमांडोनी मला वाचवलं होतं. पुणे महापालिकेच्या बिल्डिंग मध्ये एक पण पोलीस आणि माफिया सरदारचे गुंडे त्याने अशाच प्रकाराने एवढा मोठा दगड माझा गाडीवर मारला होता. आजपर्यंत काही कारवाई नाही. हा तिसरा मनसुख हिरण करण्याचा काल संध्याकाळी माझा पोलिसनी खार पोलीस स्टेशनला लिखित कार्यक्रम पाठवला. फोन पण केला की माझी
even yesterday when I went to Khar police
धारावीला माझा कार्यक्रम आहे.
police
अभियान
come when the time I reached my mobile
9:50 ला खार पोलीस स्टेशन पोहोचलो. मीडियाच्या अनेक
I
प्रतिनिधी
was in
होते.
Dharavi and then I reached the Khar police station by 9:30 PM.
पोलीस स्टेशनच्या दारात गाडी घेतली. त्यानंतर 20-25 मिनिटं 5 सिनियर ऑफिसर माझ्यात एक गप्पा मारला. नवनीत राणा रवी राणा याविषयी मी चिंता व्यक्त केली. मी त्यांना सांगितलं मला जीवे मारण्याचा कट कारस्थान आहे आणि त्यामुळे
I went to Khar station. I talked to the officials. There were 5 to 6 officials whom I was talking to, and I was showing my concern towards Navneet and Ravi Rana. But later the time my car was parked inside the Khar police station premises, which was attacked by.
व्यवस्थित मी सांगितलं. CISFचा कमांडो ते जो सुप्रिटेंडेंट होता त्यांनी सांगितलं सर आप व्यवस्था करिए. ये 70-80 लोग यहाँ तक आपके गेट तक आए कैसे? एवढं स्पष्ट सांगितल्यानंतर त्या 5 अधिकारी खाली गेले, परत वर आले. कुणाची बोलले माहित नाही. म्हणाले सगळं क्लिअर केलेलं आहे, काहीच अडचण नाही आहे. खाली उतरले, दरवाजे उघडले, माझी गाडी जती फुटपाथवर गेली. हे सगळे 5 पळून गेले आणि 80
I was there standing out there at the Khar police station talking to the police officer, and later the time I saw that my car has been vandalized. And there were shooting who were attacking my car with a stone.
किरीट आज तुमच्या समोर जिवंत
But there were police officials who did not save me.
जनता ऐसे गुनहगारों को माफ नहीं करेगी, मैं आपको बताता हूं. दूसरी बात, INS विक्रांत घोटाला करने वाला जो आरोपी है, आपको मैं बताना चाहता हूं, उसका जो कोई युवक प्रतिष्ठान है, युवक प्रतिष्ठान के पूरे अकाउंट्स चेक करने चाहिए. चैरिटी कमिश्नर के पास जो हिसाब किताब दिया है ना, उनके डोनर्स कौन है, इसने उनको पैसा अब तक दिया है और वो डोनर्स का कैरेक्टर क्या है, उसमें से बहुत से डोनर्स, मैं आपको लिस्ट दे रहा हूं अभी जल्दी ही, बहुत से डोनर्स ऐसे हैं जिसके ऊपर ईडी की कार्रवाई चल रही है। उनके पास से युवक प्रतिष्ठान के लिए लाखों करोड़ों रुपए लिया गया है किरीट सोमैया की ट्रस्ट को। आप किरीट सोमैया पूछेगा कागज कहां है, तो कागज तो आपके पास ही है। मैं आपको 10 नाम बताऊंगा कि ये कंपनी से आपने पैसा लिया है और आपने उससे धमकाकर पैसा लिया है ईडी एक्शन के नाम पर, जो कि जितू नवलानी का है, जो ईओडब्ल्यू जांच कर रहे, वही केस युवक प्रतिष्ठान के बारे में किरीट सोमैया की है। और किरीट सोमैया अगर ज्यादा बोलेगा तो उनके मुंह में मैं कागज डाल दूंगा।
सर, किरीट सोमैया को Z+,
अरे छोड़ दीजिए
सर, हर जगह
नहीं, वो सेंट्रल का Z+ सिक्योरिटी, ये भी एक घोटाला है। सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट जिसको Z+ सिक्योरिटी या Y+ सिक्योरिटी दे रही है ना, वो तो इस देश का सबसे बड़ा सिक्योरिटी घोटाला है। जैसे हाईकोर्ट में मैंने कहा ना दिलासा घोटाला चल रहा है, वैसे ये सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का पूरे देश में एक सिक्योरिटी घोटाला चल रहा है। जो भी व्यक्ति ममता बनर्जी के खिलाफ बात करेगा, वहां के सरकार के खिलाफ बात करेगा, महाराष्ट्र में उद्धव ठाकरे जी हो, शिवसेना हो, हम सब हो, हमारे खिलाफ कोई झूठी मूठी बातें करेगा, तो उनको तुरंत Z+ सिक्योरिटी, Y+ सिक्योरिटी देने का एक लगता है जार निकल दिया है। और यही क्वालिफिकेशन है। झारखंड में कोई बात करेगा, केरल में कोई बात करेगा, तो उनको तुरंत, ये तो बहुत बड़ा घोटाला है। और देखो जो करना है कर दीजिए, जनता देख रही है।
सर, देवेंद्र फडणवीसचं म्हणणं आहे की होम सेक्रेटरीने होम मिनिस्टरकडे ते जाणारे, पत्र लिहिणारे पोलीस एका पक्षासाठी काम करतात, कुठेतरी काम
मग केंद्रीय तपास यंत्रणा कोणासाठी काम करतायत, न्यायालय कोणासाठी काम करतायत, या देशातल्या केंद्रीय तपास यंत्रणा कोणासाठी काम करतायत, कोणाच्या इशाऱ्यावर काम करतायत, न्यायालय कोणाच्या इशाऱ्यावरती दिलासे घोटाळे करतायत। आजच मुख्य न्यायाधीश रामण्णा यांचे वृत्तपत्रामध्ये आलेलं आहे, आपण पहा, न्यायालयाचा विश्वास गमावत चाललेला आहोत आणि देशापुढला सगळ्यात मोठं आव्हान आहे। असं बोलत असतील तर वकिलीची परीक्षा पास झालेले देवेंद्र फडणवीस यांनी हे गांभीर्य समजून घेतलं पाहिजे। पण सध्या हे कोणतेही गांभीर्य समजून घ्यायच्या मनस्थितीत दिसत नाही, सत्ता गमावल्यामुळे।
This is a situation where Devendra Fadnavis, who should understand the situation, but he has already lost his control. The time he lost Maharashtra, he is no in power in Maharashtra, and from the time he has lost all his senses and not able to understand the situation that is happening around the
अपोजिशन के मन में, तो ये परंपरा और प्रथा रही है कि लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन अपने डेलीगेशन के साथ राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री, राज्य के गृहमंत्री से मिलते हैं, वो अपनी बात रखते हैं, मुख्यमंत्री उनकी बात सुन लेते हैं। बाद में अगर आपको राष्ट्रपति के पास जाना है, यूनाइटेड नेशन में जाना है, सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल में जाना है अंतर्राष्ट्रीय, तो आप जा सकते हो। लेकिन जो भी कुछ हो गया तो दिल्ली में भागते हैं, वहां के होम मिनिस्टर से मिलेंगे, वहां के होम सेक्रेटरी से मिलेंगे। ये क्या तमाशा लगाया है लोगों ने। महाराष्ट्र में एक चुनी हुई सरकार है और पूरी बहुमत वाली सरकार है, ये उनको समझ में नहीं आ रहा है। ये कौन सी डेमोक्रेसी की बात करते हो? डेमोक्रेसी खतरे में है, लोकशाही धोक्यात आहे म्हणतात। लोकशाही धोक्यामध्ये या महाराष्ट्रातली लोकशाही, या महाराष्ट्रातली कायदा आणि सुव्यवस्था, या महाराष्ट्रातली शांतता जर धोक्यात कोणी आणली असेल, त्याला सर्वस्वी जबाबदार या महाराष्ट्रातला अपरिपक्व विरोधी पक्ष।
Whatever happens in Maharashtra, only the opposition party, that is BJP, will be held responsible, because it's clearly been stated that the democracy in the state of Maharashtra is in danger. The words this has been used by Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut in a press conference. He's clearly stating that Devendra Fadnavis, who is a leader of opposition party, has lost all his senses after losing Maharashtra, after losing the power in Maharashtra. And this is the reason why they have been not maintaining the law and order of the state. And whatever happens in Maharashtra, only opposition party, that is BJP, will be held responsible.
आधारे निवडून आले असले तरी ते आरोपीच आहेत। हायकोर्टानं त्या संदर्भातला एक निर्णय दिलेला आहे. मुंबई पोलिसांचा एक अहवाल आहे की हे आरोपीच आहेत. त्यांनी खोटी प्रमाणपत्र तयार केली असे आरोपी मातोश्रीवरती येऊन हनुमान चालीसा पठण्याच्या निमित्तानं लॉ अँड ऑर्डर.
Sanjay Raut has been now talking about independent MP Navneet Rana and MLA Ravi Rana, saying that there has been case registered against the both. And even High Court has clearly stated, even granting the interim relief, High Court has clearly stated that they both are the accused. And these people are coming to Matushri to chant Hanuman Chalisa.
तो हम कैसे चुप बैठेंगे? हमारे शिवसैनिक है, बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के शिवसैनिक है. आपने देखा होगा
Shiv will not bear all this things that is happening.
और बूढ़ी एक आपने देखी होगी हमारी अजीबाई, हाँ 80 साल की, हाँ चंद्रकांता अजी, चंद्रभागा. तो ये सब लोग सड़क पर उतरे थे ना. और देखो मैंने कल भी कहा था और ये उद्धव जी की भी राय है, ये सत्ता बित्ता हमारे लिए कुछ नहीं है. आज है कल नहीं रहेगी, लेकिन शिवसेना रहेगी. तो ये धमकियां देना, देख लेंगे, दिल्ली में जाएंगे, होम सेक्रेटरी को मिलेंगे, राष्ट्रपति जी को मिलेंगे. हाँ मिल लीजिए भाई, मिल लीजिए, जो करना हो कर लीजिए.
तशाच तसं उत्तर देणार असं फडणवीस म्हणतात. पोलिसांना देखील आणि तशाच तसं शिवसेना देखील.
ठीक आहे, त्यांना गांभीर्याने घेऊ नका. त्यांना फार गांभीर्याने घेऊ नका. वैफल्यग्रस्त माणूस अशा प्रकारची व्यर्थ बडबड करतो. हातामध्ये 2 केंद्रीय तपास यंत्रणांची म्होरक्या असल्यावरती, बाहुले असल्यावरती त्यांना हे सगळं सुचत आहे. सुचू द्या. पण महाराष्ट्रातली परिस्थिती काय आहे ही जनता आणि देश पाहतोय.
In Maharashtra,
अशा प्रकारे बेकायदेशीरपणे
we don't give that weightage to the word used by BJP because they have the central agency in their hand and they've been misusing the central agency. But we are not afraid of that. We are not scared.
बीजेपी ने शिवसेना की तुलना औरंगजेब से की है. इसलिए आप MIM के साथ और हिंदू ओबीसी के साथ अलायंस कर रहे हो, छुपा अलायंस. मैंने कहा ना, उनको इतना सीरियस लेने की जरूरत नहीं है. ये उनकी निराशा है, फ्रस्ट्रेशन है. 2.5 साल से वो सब लोग फ्रस्ट्रेशन में है और 25 साल फ्रस्ट्रेशन में रहेंगे महाराष्ट्र में. आप देख लीजिए.
सर, संजय पांडे यांनी जी FIR दाखल केली आहे ती त्यांना बदलावीच लागेल असं किरीट सोमय्या यांचं म्हणणं आहे. त्यांचं म्हणणं आहे की
हे कोण आहे आरोपी? हे एक आरोपी सांगतोय. हा एक आरोपी सांगतोय. काल
Well, asked for Kirit Somaiya stating that Sanjay Pandey is not registering a case against Shiv Sena. Sanjay Raut is giving an answer stating that the claim has been made by an accused. There is an FIR which is registered against Kirit Somaiya and they are be claiming such things.
त्यांना वकील सुद्धा असेच मिळावे. आरोपी आहेत ते. आरोपीने आरोपीसारखं बोला.
All these BJP leaders who are claiming that there was not a proper investigation in the case or a complaint that has been registered by them, these all are accused. There are cases which is registered against them.
आता या बंटी बबलीच्या संदर्भात सांगितलं, हे बोगस जात प्रमाणपत्र वापरून निवडून आलेले.
Now Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut has been talking about Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana, stating that these are Bunty Babli who has given a protection from the central government by the BJP.
लक्षात घ्या. मुंबई हायकोर्ट
taking a bogus certificate, taking a bogus religion certificate, caste certificate. They have been doing all this drama just because they have been provided security from the central agency. But these are all accused. The case has been registered against them. And I don't think I should speak more on these people who are the accused. There are serious allegations registered against them. And I don't give more weightage to those who are the accused.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी में अगर हिम्मत है तो सामने आकर लड़े हमसे. ये बाहर के जो तट्टू है ना, भाड़े के, उनको सामने लेकर हमसे मत लड़िए. ये छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की भूमि है. ये महाराष्ट्र है, इसी महाराष्ट्र ने जिस औरंगजेब का नाम जो ले रहे हैं ना, ये इसी महाराष्ट्र में 20 फुट नीचे इस जमीन में औरंगजेब को आपने गाड़ा है। तो उनको मालूम है, तो हमें मत सिखाए। हमें मालूम है क्या करना और क्या नहीं करना है। सामने आकर लड़िए, किसी के शिखंडी के आड़ में आकर हम पर वार मत कीजिए। वो शिखंडी भी जाएगा और आप भी जाएंगे। ये महाभारत का युद्ध का इतिहास पढ़ लीजिए आप। चलिए, और मैं फिर एक बार बोलता हूं, ये जो किरीट सोमैया है उसका तो टॉयलेट घोटाला तो चल रहा है, आ जाएगा अभी। लेकिन युवक प्रतिष्ठान जो एक एनजीओ चला रहे हैं और एनजीओ के आड़ में जो डोनर्स हैं उनके, जो पैसा जमा कर रहा हो करोड़ों रुपया, उसके डोनर्स की लिस्ट जल्दी ही मैं जारी करूंगा। उसने धमकियां देकर, ईडी की धमकियां देकर, सीबीआई की धमकियां देकर कैसे कैसे लोगों से पैसा जमा किया है बड़ी मात्रा में, वो भी सामने आ जाएगा। अब वहां से बोलेगा कागज किधर है, आप अपने कागज खुद देख लीजिए भाई डोनर्स के। और जो लिस्ट आपने चैरिटी कमिश्नर को दे दिया है ना डोनर्स की, वो भी एक बार उसके ऊपर नजर डालिए, तो आपको पता चलेगा आपने किसी किसी लोगों से एक्सटॉर्शन किया है ईडी का धमकियां देकर। आ जाएगा।
प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ मुंबई में है, आ रहे हैं।
प्रधानमंत्री जी का स्वागत है। प्रधानमंत्री हमारे हैं। लता मंगेशकर पुरस्कार सम्मान उनको मिला है। हम बहुत खुश है, आनंद है। देश के प्रधानमंत्री है, उनका स्वागत होना चाहिए मुंबई में। तो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी मुंबई में आएंगे।
सर, प्रोटोकॉलनुसार मुख्यमंत्री त्यांच्यासोबत उपस्थित राहतील का? कारण हा महत्त्वाचा पुरस्कार.
मुख्यमंत्री नेहमी प्रधानमंत्र्यांची प्रतिष्ठा सांभाळत असतात आणि त्यांना सन्मान देत असतात.
From Mumbai now, we're staying live, and joining us on the broadcast this morning, MR Venkatesh, political analyst, lawyer, live from Chennai, PKD Nambiar, political analyst, joining us live from Delhi. We've been reporting live, and it's getting more and more bizarre. The sequence of events started with the protest last morning, MR, and it's unprecedented drama. I haven't seen so much of not just drama but violence in the last 24 hours. What do you think is going on, and where do you think it's going to go, MR?
The way it's going on from a distant Chennai, it looks like we are witnessing something in interior Bihar or UP of yesteryears. It's something new to Maharashtra and definitely new to Mumbai, that we are seeing so much of violence, so much of hatred, so much of street level politics. And this is what it is. Shiv Sena has now become Jinnah Sena. Shiv Sena has become completely transformed. It has undergone genetic mutation. It will be known by the company it keeps. It will be now be called henceforth Jinnah Sena, where the great Baba Saheb Thackeray's legacy do not allow Hanuman Chalisa to be recited. Whether it is on the road, whether it is on the footpath, whether it is on the house, that is entirely different. But here comes a party that does not allow Hanuman Chalisa to be recited. But if it were so secular a government, that it should also ensure that equal treatment is given to all denominations, all religious denominations, and nobody must take to any religious practices on the road, footpath, or the public spaces. Now, what do you expect of a sarkar which is a combination of lassi, whiskey and gomutra? This is what is that government come to, that it has no other development agenda. It has nothing to focus on. It has nothing to give the people. It is nitpicking on something absolutely to polarize people. Its entire energies are frittered on something nonsense or nonsensical, and unfortunately there is no development. What has happened to my great Bombay, where I used to live? I blossomed as a professional in Bombay. What I see out of Bombay today is nothing but crass communalism and street level politics. And unfortunately this is going to be the city, and this is not a property only of Mumbaikars or Maharashtrians. Mumbai belongs to all Indians. We see Mumbai as the gateway to global finance, and global investment files its destination India through Mumbai. And this window has become completely corroded from within. The Maharashtra government is solely responsible, and I am seeing a huge loss for India as an investment destination thanks to the Maharashtrian politicians and the level of gutter politics that is being played out in the streets. So this has got multi-dimensional ramifications. This cannot be looked only at merely Shiv Sena versus BJP. This has got extraordinary ramification for India and India as an investment destination. Our finance minister is in US talking about India as an investment destination, calling for investments from across the globe. But here in Mumbai, you see the rampant violence, the type of lawlessness that is prevalent in the streets, and we have brought it down to this level that Hanuman Chalisa cannot be recited in this country. And I think it is a shameful on part of the Shiv Sena government to let things drift. If they cannot administer the state, if they are finding it too hot under the collar, I think they may call the governor and submit the resignation, and that's the best way out. I think it's completely slipped out of their hands. It is now no more in their control. Maharashtra's law and order is no longer in their control. It has become an extraordinarily coercive police state, and I think I will hold Uddhav Thackeray personally responsible for this mess.
PKD Nambiar as well. PKD, could this have been stopped from coming to this? Because the genesis of this was the protest outside the Chief Minister's residence over Hanuman Chalisa. That protest was called off, in fact, yesterday. And after that, there was an escalation with the arrest. And then the attack on Kirit Somaiya and his car. A day before yesterday, there was an attack on another leader called Mohit Kamboj. So situation, has escalated. It could have been prevented. But I think the chosen path is to escalate whatever's going on here. PKD.
See, you need to understand that when a government itself or the ruling government or the ruling party itself is on the street in creating a street fight, who can help you? Nobody can help. Nobody can. The law and order, the people who are supposed to protect the law and order of the state is taken the law in their own hands. They are behaving like a goons and on the street. And if the Hanuman Chalisa is not being allowed to perform, and please note that this is not the first time in the history of India that there are protests which is taking place in front of the Chief Minister's house or the Rashtrapati Bhavan, not the Rashtrapati Bhavan, the governor's houses. These are Raj Bhavans. These are very, very common practice in a democracy like in India. And please understand that in Mumbai, as Mr. Venkatesh said, that it belongs to every Indian. And I think the way Uddhav Thackeray and his family is behaving, that it belongs to only that particular family, other than the Shiv Sena and Shiv Sainiks, nobody have the right to live a normal life. I think this is very, very unacceptable situation. And Mumbai, and especially Maharashtra, has got it's a very, very progressive state. It has got a very, very important state. And if things are working like this, a Khichdi government, and I also feel that Uddhav Thackeray is not in his control when it comes to the Maharashtra government today. The problem is...
पुलिस का क्या रवैया था और आपकी गाड़ी पर कितने लोगों ने हमला किया?
शिवसेना के 70-80 लोग मेरा जान लेने वाले, ऐसी जानकारी मुझे मिली। मैंने खार पुलिस स्टेशन में जब मैं बैठा था तब पुलिस अधिकारी को कहा, उन्होंने कहा हमने सब व्यवस्था कर दी है, कुछ नहीं होगा। और पुलिस स्टेशन के बाहर ले जाके दरवाजा खोला और वो 70-80 के लोगों के बीच में मुझे डाल दिया। तो ये जो हमला था मेरी जान लेने का, मनसुख हिरण करने का प्रयास पुलिसों के सहयोग से। दूसरी बात यह है कि मुझे थोड़ी फोड़ लगी, कांच फूट गए, यानी कार टूटी, अनेक बाटली, चप्पल, जूते, पत्थर। मैं नजदीक के बांद्रा पुलिस स्टेशन पहुंचने के बाद वहां पर डिप्टी कमिश्नर ने हमके 2.5 घंटा बिठा के रखा और उसके बाद में मेरे नाम से एक फेक FIR दर्ज कर दी, एक कॉपी मुझे दे दी कि इसके साइन कर दो। और उस FIR में लिखा है कि शिवसैनिक 100-200 किलोमीटर, 100 मीटर 200 मीटर दूर थे, दूसरी ओर 3 किलोमीटर दूर थे, सिर्फ लंबे से एक पत्थर आया। मैंने कहा ये फेक FIR है, मैंने साइन नहीं की, प्रोटेस्ट लेटर दिया है। तो इसका अर्थ ऐसा है कि उद्धव ठाकरे और मुंबई के पुलिस कमिश्नर संजय पांडे जी की गाइडेंस में ये हुआ।
सर ये बताइए, क्योंकि कई तरीके की वीडियोस निकलकर सामने आ रही हैं जिसमें हम साफ तौर पर देख रहे हैं कि कुछ लोग जो हैं आपकी गाड़ी के आसपास मौजूद हैं, हमला करने की कोशिश करें, लेकिन पुलिस की तरफ से साफ तौर पर कहा गया कि देखिए आप जो FIR करने पहुंचे थे वो भी गलत है और इतना ही नहीं, आपके ड्राइवर के ऊपर भी जो है FIR की गई है।
उद्धव ठाकरे सरकार यही कर सकती है। मेरी एफआईआर नहीं ली, मेरे नाम से फेक एफआईआर रजिस्टर्ड की, साइन नहीं है, और दूसरी ओर ड्राइवर मुझे नहीं निकालेंगे तो किसको निकालेगा? वो गुंडा लोगों को। और कुछ भी नहीं है, गाड़ी के सामने कुछ भी नहीं है, लेकिन फेक एफआईआर लेना ये तो उद्धव ठाकरे का धंधा है, काम है उद्धव ठाकरे सरकार का। इसी प्रकार से फेक एफआईआर अनेक लोगों में विषयों में लिए, लेकिन हम झुकने वाले नहीं है।
सर, संजय राउत ने अभी पीसी की है जिसमें उन्होंने साफ तौर पर कहा कि देखिए आपने मीडिया एक्शन के नाम पर पैसा लिया और किस कंपनी से किरीट सोमैया पैसा कलेक्ट करते हैं वो मैं जानता हूं।
मैडम, ये बहुत पुरानी बात है, 5 महीने हो गए, संजय राउत एक दमड़ी का कागज दे नहीं पाए हैं। अब तो हाई कोर्ट ने भी पुलिस को कहा है संजय राउत के स्टेटमेंट के आधार पर एफआईआर दर्ज करते हो, वो तो आ जाएगा सामने। मुझे गिरफ्तार करने से रोक दिया कोर्ट ने, इसलिए वो तो कोर्ट में चल रहा है। उसके पहले 10 घोटाले के आरोप संजय राउत ने लगाए। हाई कोर्ट ने, सेशंस कोर्ट ने कह दिया ये फेक है, सब एक भी कागज नहीं देता है। तो इनका तो ये काम है कि शिवसेना तकलीफ में ठाकरे सरकार आई कि कोई भी एक घोटाले के नाम पे बोल देना।
जिस तरीके से कानून व्यवस्था को लेकर आपने सवाल उठाया, संजय राउत ने सीधे तौर पर कहा कि देखिए अगर देवेंद्र फडणवीस के पास कानून और मेरा एक सवाल सर,
1 मिनट, हम कल की एफआईआर में बात करेंगे, कल की घटना नहीं, कल की घटना पे मैंने आपको बता दिया। धन्यवाद।
नहीं, बस उनका ये सवाल है कि अगर आपको कानून व्यवस्था, सर एक सवाल मेरा, एक सेकंड, मेरा एक सवाल बस कि अगर आपको कानून व्यवस्था से दिक्कत थी तो आपको जो है सीएम के पास या एचएम के पास जाना चाहिए था महाराष्ट्र के, ना कि सीधा दिल्ली जाना चाहिए था। उनका ये आरोप है आपके ऊपर। ये आखिरी सवाल है।
मैं खार पुलिस स्टेशन गया था, वो कोई पंजाब में नहीं है खार, और खार पुलिस स्टेशन में पहले ही 3 घंटे पहले इंटीमेट किया था। कोई सांसद या विधायक को पकड़ा जाता है तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता पुलिस स्टेशन नहीं जा सकता। और पुलिस स्टेशन में पुलिस ने कहा नहीं, हमने सब बंदोबस्त कर दिया है। और बंदोबस्त क्या था? उन 80 गुंडों के बीच में मुझे झोंक दिया। तो ये उद्धव ठाकरे तय करेंगे कि किसने किसको जाके मिलना है, कौन पुलिस स्टेशन पे आएगा। उद्धव ठाकरे सरकार की इस प्रकार की माफियागिरी नहीं चलेगी।
आपको लगता है कि ये जो पूरा बवाल है वो सच में सिर्फ हनुमान चालीसा को लेकर ही था या इसके पीछे कोई और भी वजह है?
कल तो मनसुख हिरण जैसा किरीट सोमैया को मारने का प्रयास था। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सो मच। तो किरीट सोमैया को आप सुन रहे, तो देखिए उन्होंने साफ तौर पर कहा है कि जिस तरीके से ये पूरी स्ट्रैटेजी की जा रही है उसके बारे में सोचना होगा। कल जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक बड़ा प्रतिनिधिमंडल जो है वो दिल्ली जाकर मुलाकात करेगा। हालांकि अब देखने वाली बात होगी कि ये बवाल जो है कहां जाकर थमता है। वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट पंकज के साथ अनुपमा झा, मुंबई।
Going across to PKD, you heard what he said. They're going to Delhi. How do you think things could move politically now?
See, I think the government has become very desperate in Maharashtra. You know that I generally feel that Uddhav Thackeray is not in his fully in power. The real power lies with NCP Sharad Pawar and his team, and he is more of like a Katputali. I mean, he's not. He don't know how to run this government. He is just becoming more of like a shadow chief minister, and the chief minister is someone else. I believe that the Shiv Sena was always the great Balasaheb Thackeray. We all used to be proud of all those people, nationalistic people used to be proud of it. I think we are not even able to see a shadow of that Shiv Sena today in under Uddhav Thackeray and his son. I think it's becoming like a more of like a family party and only just trying to be in power. I don't know how a Thackeray family or a Thackeray man can become so much for power. I mean, this is something like, I don't know, even the history will not forgive him for this. Another thing which you need to understand that the way things are happening there, and that too happening from Shiv Sena. Once upon a time, it used to be considered as the Hindutva, the sole party or ideologically fully connected to the Hindutva. Today is completely away. It cannot even tolerate Hanuman Chalisa. What are you even talking about? I think it's the right of an MLA or a political party leader to go and meet anybody, whether to the Rashtrapati or to the Prime Minister, whomsoever. Nobody can stop them. If they are not getting the nyay, if they are not getting the kind of response what they are supposed to get from the law enforcement agencies, agencies within the Maharashtra, they may go to Delhi or wherever it may be. I think it is the duty of the government, Maharashtra government, Uddhav Thackeray government, to ensure that all these, even an MLA or an MP is not safe, or a political leader is not safe. How can a common man be safe in Maharashtra? Please note, two ministers, one minister has resigned and in the jail, and the other minister is already in jail. This is the kind of cabinet which Uddhav Thackeray has been heading, and he is talking about the other people and their corruption. I think it's only God can help Maharashtra, and God can help Uddhav Thackeray and his government if this is the way he wanted to run the government in Maharashtra.
Okay, I'm going across to Ankit, Prasad and Samiksha, my colleagues joining us live from the field, because there is some action expected at the court. There's some legal developments also expected. Let me go across to Ankit. Ankit, what's the development at your end? Anytime now they could be produced in court. Ankit.
Absolutely, any time now, Niranjan, we are expecting that the Ranas will be taken out of the Santa Cruz police station, where they were shifted overnight from the Khar police station, where we initially thought they would be lodged, to the Bandra court, where we are now waiting. It's the holiday court because it's Sunday, Niranjan, but we can tell our viewers that we are here and we're going to give them all the details from what happens when they are presented before the magistrate. We can also tell them that we know the identities of the lawyers that will be taking part in this presentation. There will be Pradeep Gharat, the public prosecutor, who will represent the Maharashtra government in this matter, and for the Ranas, there will of course be Rizwan Merchant, who also spoke to us. And this hearing is important because it's unusual in the sense that, from what we are given to understand, the legal strategy of the Ranas, Niranjan, is that they will not be seeking bail. They had given their conditions based on which, if at all, they would seek for bail, but their priority right now is to force the Maharashtra government to revoke the arrest entirely, because they believe that it was unconstitutional on multiple grounds, one of which was that an MP was arrested without the sanction of the speaker, which is required. Another was that the section 41A notice wasn't served to them, and the other is when their protest was in fact called off, then what was the need to arrest them when they had already said that they would not be going to Matoshri to recite the Hanuman Chalisa, and Matoshri not being a place of religious worship. So those are the contentions that at least Rizwan Merchant told us about when he spoke to Republic and when he spoke to you yesterday, and that is something that we are waiting and watching out for, because it appears to be grounds for something unusual to happen. So let's see. But we are told, Niranjan, that the Mumbai police, or the police there, will seek custody of the couple.
Okay. Stay with me before I go across to Samiksha on the legal question. MR, legally, there's so many, questions and loopholes also in the charges that have been, leveled. For example, in the case of Ranas, promoting enmity, being contested by legal experts, lawyers, and you have this situation where those who have been attacked claim there is no FIR on the attackers, and instead they face FIRs. In Kirit Somaiya's case, especially, what's happening is that he claims that his driver has been booked instead. So legally, do you see loopholes, and do you think this will play out differently in courts now?
Yes, I was listening to Mr. Rizwan Merchant last evening. I think you were having an interview with him. And he rightly pointed out that Section 41 capital A of the CRPC has not been brought to play. And I think the Arnesh Kumar judgment will come into play, and I think the Ranas are going to the court tomorrow challenging the entire FIR under 482 of the CRPC, Section 482 of the CRPC. Invoking 153 capital A, I think is going to be very funny in this case, because if you are going to say that reciting Hanuman Chalisa will create enmity, then I think that is the end of India as a secular nation, India as a Hindutva nation, India as a nation itself. Because the moment you are going to say that the soul of India is going to create enmity, namely Hanuman Chalisa is going to create enmity among groups, I think then we are done in as a nation. This is a very serious charge, and I think somebody completely out of his mind has made it, and I think the courts will see through it. The third limb of your question was whether the attackers were to be charged with an FIR. Obviously, you don't, as Mr. Nambiar rightly pointed out, it is the Shiv Sainiks who are running riot in the whole streets of Maharashtra and especially Bombay. And it is the Shiv Sena who are to be charged, and whether it is Kirit Somaiya's driver or whosoever who protected have been charged. This shows the extent of law and order breakdown. See, it is not only the breakdown of law, it is the order. The order is when I can throw a stone on a bus, that is breakdown of law. But when an FIR is not registered against me, then it is breakdown of law and order. Unfortunately, Article 356 now an ornamental piece in the Constitution. I think time has come for Supreme Court to have a complete relook at 356 itself. After the Mumbai judgment, we have reduced it to nothing. We may have to, perhaps this is a right occasion for Supreme Court to suo moto take it, refer it to a larger bench and see how it can be also revived. Last but not the least, Mr. Nambiar rightly pointed out that Uddhav Thackeray is a Katputli in the hands of NCP. I would only say he is now a Putli who has been cut to size by the NCP. He is now no more the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. He is at best some sort of a councillor or an age-old patriarch who is unable to control the family, people from squabbling. I think there is a complete meltdown in Maharashtra. It's also a serious law and order situation. The central government cannot be looking at it with glee. It also has a role to play. It has to perhaps start looking at it afresh. It may have to think about ways and means of imposing 356. We have to definitely talk about what is life after this government, because this government cannot continue the way it is running. It is creating a tax on the entire nation by its lawlessness. This is something very serious. It is not mere lawlessness in 2 or 3 streets of Maharashtra. The way they are projecting, the way they are fighting, the way they are complete meltdown and breakdown of law and order is a cause of serious worry for all right-thinking citizens of this country.
Yeah, there is some action where my colleague Ankit is. I think the lawyer of Rizwan, a lawyer of the Ranas, that's Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana, has arrived there at the police station. I'll go across to Ankit and in a few seconds, I'm just connecting his phone line. Samiksha is also live. Samiksha, what's your location and what's happening at your end there?
Well, Niranjan, I'm outside the Santa Cruz police station, and this is the police station where Navneet Rana and her husband Ravi Rana were brought late last night. In fact, if my camera person can show you the building where Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana were lodged late last night, this is the building, a close-up shot of this building where Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana were brought. And in fact, behind me is the security that has been beefed up as well. Also, this comes in the backdrop of all the showdown we've seen in the last 24 hours. And now we have, a lot of action that will take place in the court as well, Bandra court, where they will be produced at 11 a.m. very, very shortly.
Going across to Ankit in just a bit. Staying with those pictures full frame. They're staying with the pictures full frame as we are expecting some action anytime now. They're at the Santa Cruz police station. Another development as we speak, the lawyer of Navneet and Ravi Rana has arrived. That's Rizwan Merchant. And there is no clarity on whether Navneet Rana and her husband will be seeking bail. In fact, Rizwan Merchant, speaking to Republic TV last evening, said that he may not be applying for bail and that his clients will continue to remain in jail and fight out the charges and hope that the Maharashtra government and the police pull back the charges. He called the charges a fraud. Let me go across to Ankit now. Ankit, do we have any updates on whether they will be rethinking on this bail question?
From what I witnessed right in front of me right now, just about 2 minutes ago, Rizwan Merchant, the lawyer for Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana, entered the Bandra Holiday Court complex. He was dressed all in black in his lawyer's attire, and we asked him as he went past us whether he will be seeking bail or not, because that is the crucial question. And he heard our question. He didn't answer at that spot because he was trying to enter the gate. He had already crossed us by that time, but he did motion to us something along the lines of wait, that we'll find out. So that was this very short interaction that we had with Rizwan Merchant just now, just about 3 minutes back now, as he walked into the court complex. So the lawyer for the Rana couple is here, so I can presume that they will also be brought here very shortly. We are also on standby, Niranjan, for the Maharashtra government's representation also to come here. That's Pradeep Gharat, who is the public prosecutor, who should be also on his way here shortly. And we are standing by for their presentation before the magistrate now for whatever remand or whatever custody the government chooses fit to seek. Niranjan.
Okay, staying with the breaking news updates now. Anytime now, Navneet Rana, MP from Maharashtra, and also her husband Ravi Rana, who's an MLA from Amravati, who were arrested last evening on charges of promoting enmity for planning to chant the Hanuman Chalisa outside the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, his residence, and these are pictures now coming in. They will be produced to the court any time now. That's the Santa Cruz police station on the right of your screens. Republic is live from Mumbai, where all the action has been taking place for the last 24 hours. Any time now, Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana will be brought to the court. The lawyers for the couple saying that they may not be seeking bail. They claim the charges are a fraud and they want the charges to be dropped. There is no clarity on whether they will be moving for bail today. In a related development last evening, you had Kirit Somaiya, BJP leader, who rushed to the police station. That's the car police station where all the action was happening, and he too was attacked. He claimed an attack on his car. We saw the pictures of him also injured in one of those videos that came in. And we were the only channel live from Mumbai last evening. We were live until 2:30 a.m. And that's just a trailer of what has really happened so far in Mumbai, because Shiv Sena has been protesting since last morning outside the residence of Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana, trying to stop the couple who decided to call off their protest, but things taking a violent turn. Let me go back to Ankit. Ankit, if you can speak over the pictures of what you saw last evening. Let's show also the pictures on the screen of what happened last evening. The drama outside the police station as Kirit Somaiya was attacked. Ankit, if you can speak over those pictures on what you saw firsthand. You've been reporting there since last evening.
Absolutely, Niranjan. It was about 9:50 p.m. when Kirit Somaiya had posted that he would be arriving at the Khar police station because he wanted to speak to Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana. And so his arrival there was forewarning of that. And so while he made his way there, about 100 meters from the Khar police station, he came to be surrounded by a group of Shiv Sainiks who had just come there after hearing that he would be arriving, and they had already started their sloganeering against him. When he drove towards the Khar police station, you remember, you were there was not much space for a car to even stand, and he made his way straight for the police station. So like he said, he had already spoken to the officials inside, and the plan was that he would park his car inside. So the gate opened and he went inside, and at that time there was some amount of commotion, because as soon as they saw Kirit Somaiya arriving, the Shiv Sena group there started their sloganeering at a higher decibel. He went inside, he was there for about 45 minutes, and when he completed speaking with the Ranas, we presumed that he would speak to the media, but because of the level of sloganeering that was going on there, and a lot of it was very abusive, it was not the ideal conducive condition for him to speak to anyone. So inside the compound itself, he got into his car, the gate was open, the police came out, they moved everyone aside, Shiv Sainiks, media persons, everyone, and created a space for the car to move out. The car drove out, and in the next 50 meters, it was chased by a number of protesters. There were also one or two that were standing on the scaffolding that was put up there to build the metro, and as the car passed under them, in our camera we got the act of one of the protesters there hitting the car very hard on top of its roof. And at the same time, around about the same place is when the stone was lobbed on the left side rear window where Kirit Somaiya himself was seated. We saw later the glass fragments on the road, Niranjan, and also later when we went to the Bandra police station immediately afterwards, we saw the copious amounts of glass from that shattered window pane on both seats. Not only Kirit Somaiya's seat, there was a lot of glass, but also on the seat across from him. So that just tells you that whatever it was that caused that glass to shatter had some amount of force behind it, because it caused the glass to shatter all over the car. And he was sitting there with his bloodied lip, and he was refusing at that time to come out until Sanjay Pandey, the police commissioner of Mumbai, personally comes down to the Bandra police station. While Sanjay Pandey did not come, a number of other police officials did, and more than that, the BJP activists and leaders from the nearby vicinities also came. We saw a number of senior leaders. We saw Ashish Shelar also there, the MLA for Bandra, and they tried to register an FIR, which ultimately they failed in doing, because the FIR was registered against Kirit Somaiya, naming him instead of on his allegation that 50 to 70 Shiv Sainiks were standing there with an intent to kill him, is what he says. That was the third attempt that they have made on his life. And so that was the chaotic scenes right at that time, from Khar police station to Bandra police station. Complete chaos right in the middle of the night at 2 o'clock in the morning in the heart of Mumbai. Niranjan.
Okay, need to take a short break. Stay with us. Live coverage continues from Mumbai anytime now. Navneet Rana Okay, there are live pictures coming in. Live pictures. Let's cut across to the live pictures. On live view 3, there are live shots that are coming in. I'm staying with those pictures, live pictures now coming in. And those are pictures of the Rana couple there. They are being taken to court. Staying with these pictures for a few seconds. Let's stay with the pictures. And we'll stay with these pictures of them leaving for court, being taken out of the police station, leaving for court. Not sure whether they will apply for bail. They were arrested, picked up from their home. They were supposed to leave for Amravati when they were taken by the police to the police station in Khar, Mumbai. And these are live pictures now coming in. Live pictures now coming in from Mumbai as the Rana couple are taken to court, will be produced in court any time now. Staying with these pictures. And let's go across to Ankit. Ankit, are you there? Okay, let's go across to Samiksha. Samiksha.
Yes. Niranjan, if you can hear me, we are just trying to chase Navneet Rani and Ravi Rani as well. They are being taken to the court right now. We're just following them.
We'll stay with the pictures. Let's stay with the pictures now. Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana are being taken to the court right now in Mumbai.
Santa Cruz Police
live shot. It's a live shot of them being escorted by the Mumbai police to. Okay, let's go across. Yeah, let's go across and get the live report from the public.
कोर्ट है, वहां पर ले जाया जाएगा, पेशी यहां पर की जाएगी हॉलिडे कोर्ट के सामने। और आप यहां से देखिए, ये तस्वीरें इस वक्त की हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। सिक्योरिटी पूरी तरह से कड़ी यहां पर कर दी गई थी और अब आप यहां पर देख सकते हैं। देखिए, अब बांद्रा कोर्ट में यहां पर ले जाया जाएगा नवनीत राणा और साथ ही साथ में रवि राणा को। अब देखना होगा किस तरह के निर्देश वहां से आते हैं। गिरफ्तारी हुई थी खार पुलिस स्टेशन पर, पहले लेकर जाया गया था। ये देखिए, नवनीत राणा और साथ ही साथ में रवि राणा जो है वो यहाँ से लेकर जाए गए हैं, कोर्ट पर इन्हें ले जाया गया है। और अब देखना होगा, देखिए कुछ ही देर में किस बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, देखिए सुनवाई आज जो बांद्रा कोर्ट में होने जा रही है। ये सीधी तस्वीरें जो देखिए, सीधी तस्वीरें इस वक्त की हमने आपको यहाँ पर सांता क्रूज पुलिस स्टेशन से दिखाई हैं, जहां पर दोनों गाड़ियों में 2 गाड़ियां थी, जिसमें एक में नवनीत राणा और एक में रवि राणा को यहाँ पर ले जाया गया है। देखिए, अभी बहुत ज्यादा मूवमेंट यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहा है, बहुत ज्यादा हलचल जो है वो सांता क्रूज पुलिस स्टेशन के सामने तेज हो गई है। और एक अपडेट, एक तस्वीर लगातार हम रिपब्लिक भारत को पहुंचाएंगे। अब सांता क्रूज से निकलकर यहाँ पर पुलिस जो है नवनीत राणा और रवि राणा को लेकर गई है बांद्रा कोर्ट में। और देखिए, लगातार एक तस्वीर आप तक पहुंचाएंगे। क्या कुछ आगे हलचल होने वाली है, एक खबर देंगे आपको। आप देखते रहिए रिपब्लिक भारत।
Okay, staying with these pictures as the Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana are taken to the court. We're staying with the live pictures. We should be able to get a live report from the Bandra court where Ankit is also reporting live. Ankit, are you there? Ankit, what's the latest? Have you been able to gather?
I am Niranjan.
Yeah, what are the latest details that you have? Will they be moving for bail?
We are on standby, Niranjan, because they have left the Santa Cruz police station, as you saw, and we have our cameras pointed in the direction in which they will be arriving, and when they come, we'll be the first to get them on our cameras. At this point, we still do not know whether or not they will move for bail. It was conditional. The last we had heard from Rizwan Merchant was if their own FIR is lodged, then they would move for bail. But their FIR was only partially lodged. It was only lodged against the Shiv Sainiks, the hundreds of them whom they said that they were in the process of inciting tensions outside their house and protesting outside their house, but it wasn't registered against Uddhav Thackeray, Sanjay Raut and Anil Parab, who were also named. So it remains to be seen whether or not they will be moving for bail. But we are here at the Bandra police station, and there is a lot of police deployment here, Niranjan. There is barricading that has been put up on both sides, because they are aware, even on this holiday, at the holiday court, that there is an important hearing to take place right now, an important presentation of 2 people that were arrested before the magistrate. And we are hearing that right now, at any time, we are likely to see the pilot vehicle of the convoy of the police, which is escorting the Ranas to the Bandra court complex. And we are going to get you the first visuals of that. as soon as they come. This is at the Kalanagar junction at Bandra. It's very close to the main Western Express Highway thoroughfare that connects a number of places in Mumbai, and we are on standby, Niranjan, for the arrival of independent MP Navneet Rana and independent MLA Ravi Rana, her husband, both from Amravati, who have landed in this controversy because they have been arrested after their effort and plan to recite the Hanuman Chalisa at Matoshri. The Thackeray residence took many unexpected twists and led to an entire day of drama yesterday. You can see the police are also on your frames because there is a lot of media presence here and they're trying to clear the area to some extent as we speak, but we'll get you the visuals. There is some amount of presence here and there is a lot of barricading, but when they come we'll try and get you the visuals and also see if we can ask them itself if they will be seeking bail or not, viewers. Niranjan, we are on standby at the Bandra police station, Bandra court complex rather.
That they face, what are the charges that they face in this particular case, and what are the lawyers telling you about whether these charges will hold?
From the one thing that we know, Niranjan, is section 153A of the IPC has been invoked against them for trying to incite disharmony between communities on grounds of religion, race, ethnicity or others, in this case religion, because they had planned to recite the Hanuman Chalisa. Now what Rizwan Merchant said when he came out of the Khar police station last night was that this offence is not valid for a 5-year term as some claims are being made, because the place where they intended to do whatever they were going to do, which is protest with chanting the Hanuman Chalisa, was not a religious place. Matoshri is not a religious place. So 5 years of jail, which is a punishment, is not valid. Rather, it's 3 years. And we see a police car also driving towards, but it doesn't appear to be them just yet. We are being moved from this spot, but we continue to give you visuals. That is the general direction in which we are expecting the Ranas to arrive from. There is one police vehicle that has just parked itself under the bridge, but very shortly from the Santa Cruz police station, they are likely to be brought here. So 153A is one of the sections under which they have been arrested, and there are others also. 135 is another one. But at this point, what we can tell you is the last we heard from Rizwan Merchant, we were being told that it is not the appropriate section for this offence. Also, there was no clash that actually went on. There was no outcome of this protest that they were attempting to do. There was no religious clash that was sparked. And so Swapnil Kothari, when he spoke to you last evening, also said about the same thing. So that's what we can tell you right now from the Bandra court complex about what the legal angles are in this matter.
News now. Breaking news that the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar, has just responded. Ajit Pawar has just responded to the arrest of Ranas. In fact, he's just issued a statement saying no one has the right to take law into their hands, adding that no one should instigate anybody. If one wants to recite the Hanuman Chalisa, one can go to the temple or can recite it at their residence. Attempts were being made to understand Ranas, but they were stubborn with their decision. Police should investigate according to the law and not under pressure. Surprising to see that the Deputy Chief Minister says they were stubborn with their decision, because the Rana couple, that's Navneet Rana and also her husband Ravi Rana, made an announcement publicly that they were calling off their protest and that they were returning to Amravati. So if they were doing that, then does that amount to them being stubborn? Not so sure. Not so sure. Let me get okay. Let me go back and okay. Ankit is live with me. Ankit, the Deputy Chief Minister says attempts were being made to understand the Ranas, but says that police will investigate. Not sure. Ashwini Dubey is also joining us on the phone. And Ashwini Dubey, your response to the developments here in Mumbai and the legal position on that.
Is illegal. The offence is available, but the arrest is illegal and unconstitutional, as both of them are public servants, MP and MLA. The Speaker's permission should have been taken before arresting them, but no permission was taken. And a Supreme Court says that the notice of section 41A should be given within 14 days prior to the institution of the case, as per the Arnesh Kumar's judgment, which was not given. Even the Maharashtra government did not release Navneet Rana, and at a case because the maximum punishment is 7 years, and where there is maximum punishment of 7 years, the law is very much clear. So certainly there is no rule of law left in Maharashtra, and law of ruler, of course. Vendetta politics is at peak. State-sponsored cases are being registered against the political opponents. Government machineries are being used to curtail the voice of political opponents. Indian Penal Code being misused to suppress the voice of people who are raising constitutional voice. There's a complete constitutional breakdown in the state, and real victims not getting justice. And you see, the irony is, why it is a constitutional breakdown? The minister, despite facing serious charges, has not resigned. He is in jail for last more than 30 days, but still the government has not asked him to resign. So it is not the constitutional breakdown. Of course, it's a constitutional breakdown. And let me tell you, Article 19(1)(a) of the Constitution of India gives freedom of speech and expression. So I don't find that these Ranas, whatever they were asking, that they will chant Hanuman Chalisa outside the mosque, this is completely given a freedom. They have a right to express their views. They have a right to express their opinion. And criminals enjoying the state patronage. That's the irony. So I think that the arrest is illegal, and that the court must take into account that the state government is violating the law of land and suppressing the voice of the political opponents. So no law and order is left in the state. Yes, over to you.
Stay with me. Stay with me. I'm going. Patikrit is joining us on the phone, on the broadcast. Patikrit. The Ranas are being taken to court. Kirit Somaiya has been attacked. Politically, do you think it's taking a very dangerous turn now? Patikrit. Patikrit, can you hear me? Okay, I'll reconnect with Patikrit there. Let me go across to Ankit again. Ankit, if you can hear me, what's the update at your end? Have they reached the court?
Now there is a deployment on both sides. We're just going to show you how on both sides of the road there is heavy police deployment. You can see the vans on both sides as well, and there is the barricading that has been put up. So there is definitely an anticipation here that they could arrive any minute. We are presuming they will arrive from a direction that we'll show you right now. Here under the bridge is where we presume that they will come from. However, we know for a fact that they have a pilot car with them, and so we will be forewarned. And so every time there is a police vehicle coming this way, there is a rush of anticipation and a rush of excitement. But as you can see, Niranjan, there is a lot of police here. Right from the morning when we got here at 7:30, they had started clearing some of the vehicles that are parked here away, and they had been setting up. And now, as we reach the point in time when they are likely to arrive here, when they are to be presented at the Bandra Court Complex, there are all kinds of barricading being put up. There's another barricade being moved right in front of our cameras across the road right now by 2 police personnel. So they're bringing them in. They're rolling them in right now, the barricades from different directions, which we are showing to you. And so it could be any moment now that they are bought. Also, there's a convoy coming. There is a convoy coming right now as we speak. We are showing it to you on our cameras. It's just come here. And the reason we think it's them is because the sirens are blaring. There is the lights are on. Niranjan, if you can see this right now, this appears that these are the Rana couple, the independent MP and MLA from Amravati. We're trying to get them on our camera, if this is indeed them. And they went straight inside. This set of vehicles went straight inside.
We'll know a bit if it was them, we'll know in a bit if it was them who were brought here at the court, but they should be produced in court any time now. So these are live pictures coming in. Let me see if Patikrit is back with me. If Patikrit, if you're getting my voice, what do you make of the developments in the last 24 hours? The last 24 hours, the developments in Mumbai, do you think it's taking a very dangerous turn now?
Niranjan, for any political party, whether it is in power or in its opposition, what one thing they tend to keep in mind is how their action will impact their political coalition vote bank. So by that standard, I don't know how the actions of this government, especially of Shiv Sena, is going to, boost the morale of their own core vote bank and supporters, because the core vote bank of Shiv Sena is the same as that of BJP. And arresting somebody for chanting Hanuman Chalisa, especially under Section 153A of IPC, which is about creating communal disharmony, I think in the court of law it will not stand a chance. But in the court of say the people's mandate, especially when the BMC election is going to happen in the next few months, I think the biggest loser, unfortunately, right now will be Shiv Sena, because the flack is being they are the ones who are getting the flack. It's not the NCP or the INC or the Congress. They seem to be conspicuously silent on the whole issue. And if you look at the core vote bank, if the objective of Shiv Sena is to say appease other sections of the vote bank or other sections of the community, other communities rather, I don't think those communities actually are core vote bank of Shiv Sena. So in a way, I think they've fallen in a trap. I don't know how they will come out of it. First in the case of Raj Thackeray and MNS, and now in this case, sometimes I think ignoring certain things are better than actually reacting. I think Shiv Sena government in this case, by reacting, have fallen in a trap. How they get out of it, I don't know. And the fact that the Rana couple have not taken bail or not sought bail is going to make things complicated even more further for the Shiv Sena government. Yeah, it is something where it's only the political quotient of one political party which is going down, which I think in this case is Shiv Sena. Let's see what else happens, but this is a very dangerous trend as to, you just chant something religious, especially if you are from the majority community, and you are put behind bars. If this is followed by other political parties in other governments in other states, then it's not going to help anybody. It is a very, very dangerous trend that has been put. I think in certain way, and I hope the Maharashtra government will not run after me now for saying this. I think it's a brazen misuse of power. It should have been avoided. Niranjan.
With me, Padikrit, getting in a breaking news update now. The Maharashtra Home Minister Dilip Valse Patil has also issued a statement putting out the details of the Maharashtra Home Minister. He says police will investigate. According to the information provided, the BJP is playing games since the time they lost power in Maharashtra. So the first response of the Maharashtra Home Minister is that BJP is playing games since they lost power in Maharashtra, and they're calling whatever's happening in Mumbai as part of the BJP strategy. Home Minister of Maharashtra saying that the developments are part of BJP's strategy. The Maharashtra Home Minister also speaking about Kirit Somaiya, saying Kirit Somaiya should not have gone to the police station. He says Kirit Somaiya should not have gone to the police station. Only lawyers and family members have the right to meet the accused. This is a purposeful act done by Somaiya. We have to think on what basis Kirit Somaiya has been provided with Z security. Kirit Somaiya has the right to go to the police station as a representative, but there is no sense in meeting the accused. No mention of the attack or condemnation of the attackers, but the Maharashtra Home Minister says Kirit Somaiya should not have gone to the police station, saying only lawyers and family members have the right to meet the accused, saying that this is a purpose, this was done purposely to instigate, and saying that we have to think on what basis Kirit Somaiya has been provided with Z security. He has the right to go to the police station, and there is no sense in meeting the accused. Rather bizarre, I would say, if if you have to look at it, because the Home Minister, we expected him to sort of condemn the attack or mention the steps being taken, but that's not there in this. But let me go across to Ankit. That's the police deployment outside the Bandra court. I believe they've also Samiksha is also joining me live. Samiksha, what's the update? Are they inside the court now?
Niranjan, Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana will be arriving at the Bandra court any moment from now. They are just a few minutes away, and you're just outside the Bandra court right now. They'll be arriving at any moment. In fact, what we know right now is that the Maharashtra government will be represented by Pradeep Gharat, and Rizwan Merchant will be representing Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana. So that's the latest that we are learning right now. Any moment from now, they'll be arriving here at the Bandra court where we are right now. In fact, it's just arriving. We are just showing you the live shots here. That's a lawyer that's arrived. The live visuals on our screens, on Republic screens right now. The lawyer arriving at the court. And Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana will be arriving any moment from now. Security is very heightened here. It's been beefed up. In fact, we were reporting early this morning from the Santa Cruz police station where they were brought. Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana were brought to the Santa Cruz police station late last night. From the Khar police station, a lot of developments that have taken place over the last 24 hours, and the latest being they'll be presented before the court, Bandra court, after a police case was registered against them and they were booked under sections including 153A of the IPC. Now, essentially what the arguments are going to be made by Rizwan Merchant is one, the sections under which they've been booked really do not tantamount to inciting of religious sentiments, because what we know so far is that the Hanuman Chalisa was not recited at all. In fact, there were protests that were held by the Shiv Sena outside their residence in Khar. Even after they called off their protest and they said they would not be reciting the Hanuman Chalisa outside the residence of Uddhav Thackeray, which is the Matoshri, and even then there were protests that were held. The Shiv Sena workers, they broke through the barricades, and there was a lot of chaos that also resulted in all of this. And after which they were taken to the Khar police station. In fact, the duo, they refused to take down they could have filed for a bail, but they refused to do so. They wanted the Maharashtra government to withdraw the charges against them, but that has not really happened. And now we are outside the Bandra court. They will be presented before the court any moment from now. They will be represented by Rizwan Merchant. In fact, we exclusively spoke with Rizwan Merchant late last evening as well, and he said that the arguments, he basically listed down the arguments that will be made on his side in the court today, because the sections under which they've been booked, which includes section 153A of the IPC, it essentially says that they have incited the communal disharmony, but that has not happened. They did not recite any Hanuman Chalisa. They did not hold any protest outside Matoshri. So the whole point of filing of booking them under 153A do not hold ground. So this is one argument. Another argument that is also being made by several BJP leaders is that Navneet Rana, who is an MP herself, she has been arrested without any warrant of sorts, without any proper, because remember, there needs to be a 40-day cooling off period if a person wants to, if an MP needs to be arrested, there has to be a 40-day cooling period after the session of the parliament, which is not the case. So yes, those are some of the very solid arguments that are going to be made by Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana's lawyer today.
Yes, going across to Ankit as well. Stay with me, Samiksha. Ankit is joining me live from the court. Ankit, any update from your end there?
Yes, Niranjan, just about 5 minutes ago, Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana were brought in here. They were in that 4-car convoy that we were tracking from Santa Cruz police station. They drove straight in. The gate opened up as they drove in. All 4 cars went in as one. And then we got a glimpse of Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana, both dressed in the same garb they were wearing yesterday, and they both stuck out their fists in a show of defiance, just as they had done while leaving their residence yesterday evening at their Khar apartment complex. And so they have both gone inside the court. We are not allowed to go in and be a part of the hearing right now, but we are awaiting word of what results inside, Niranjan. That is the latest update. The Rana couple are in fact inside the Bandra court complex. Just a short while before them, Rizwan Merchant had also gone in. We did not quite catch if Pradeep Gharat went in. He is the representative of the Maharashtra government, the public prosecutor who is going to argue the Maharashtra government's point of view, and we are awaiting word on what is going on inside the court, because we have to wait for that, because no reporter is allowed inside at the moment. It's a holiday court. That is what we are given to believe is the reason for why no one is being allowed inside. The police is telling us the court is closed. The court is closed. and not letting people go inside. But the Rana couple have gone inside. It's been about 7 minutes now, and I can presume that their hearing is now on, and at some level the police has requested for its custody or remand, but we'll await for the final word on that. Maybe perhaps only when the advocates come out is when we'll find out what is the eventual reality, but we may find out what the magistrate grants or doesn't grant very shortly. Niranjan from the Bandra Court complex.
Yeah, stay with me. In fact, what we'll also show you is what's been happening in the last couple of hours. You had Kirit Somaiya hold a news conference. You had the Shiv Sena hold a news conference. You had Sanjay Raut responding to Kirit Somaiya. And there have been developments coming in. Kirit Somaiya said that a BJP delegation will be going to Delhi to apprise the Home Minister about the law and order situation and what's going on vis-a-vis politically here in Maharashtra. And the Shiv Sena responded to that. Let's listen in to what Kirit Somaiya said. Kirit Somaiya spoke this morning also to Republic TV, and you heard Sanjay Raut. Let's show you the pictures of the attack that took place as well on Kirit's car. Kirit Somaiya, let's listen in to what he said and show you the pictures of what happened last night when there were people, over 50 of them, reportedly from the Shiv Sena, who attacked Kirit Somaiya. Take a look at this.
इस प्रकार की गुंडागिरी एक ठाकरे सरकार की माफिया पुलिस कर सकती है। जिस प्रकार से कल रात को 10:30 बजे स्टेट स्पॉन्सर्ड पुलिस की मदद से 70-80 शिवसेना के गुंडा ने मेरे पे हमला किया, वो पुलिस की मिलीभगत से हुआ। 70-80 लोग वहां इकट्ठे कैसे हुए? मुझे तो केंद्र सरकार ने जेड कैटेगरी सिक्योरिटी दिए, कमांडो ने चिंता व्यक्त की, ये जानकारी है। 5 ऑफिसर ने कहा हम आपकी व्यवस्था कर रहे हैं, आप जाइए। दरवाजा खोल दिया, 70-80 लोगों ने हमला किया। पत्थर, कांच की बाटलियां, जूते, ऑल विजुअल्स आर अवेलेबल। फर्जी एफआईआर किरीट सोमैया के नाम से पुलिस ने फाइल कर दी। इस एफआईआर में लिखा है कि शिवसेना के लोग 3 किलोमीटर दूर खड़े थे। दूसरा लिखा है दूर से एक पत्थर आया और मेरी गाड़ी पे लगा। ये किरीट सोमैया के नाम से फर्जी एफआईआर। मेरे पास ये एफआईआर सिग्नेचर करने लेके आए, मैंने साइन नहीं किया। और उसी समय हमने वांद्रा पुलिस स्टेशन से डिप्टी कमिश्नर को ये प्रोटेस्ट लेटर दिया कि मेरी जान लेने का प्रयास खार पुलिस के अधिकारियों के साथ में मिलकर 70-80 शिवसेना के गुंडों ने किया है। मेरे बाया हाथ पे कांच पर 2 पत्थर मारे गए, कांच टूट गया। मुझे थोड़ी सी यहां पर लगी, अगर ये 4 इंच ऊपर लगती तो शायद आज मैं अंधा होता, जो उद्धव ठाकरे करवाना चाहते थे।
Okay, so we'll take a short break at this point. You also had another reaction coming in from the NCP on the surface, the tweet by Majid Memon. That's the tweet by Majid Memon. Okay, we'll take a short break now. We'll come back with the live coverage from Mumbai and the latest developments as Navneet Rana and her husband Ravi Rana, the politician couple, one is an MP, one is an MLA, both have been produced in court. That's the heavy police presence outside the court. Republic TV is live. We continue to roll live from Mumbai. It's been over 24 hours now. Stay tuned. Hey, ये क्या है अलका?
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a packed news week, from the riots in Jahangirpuri to the politics over demolitions, from Toki Raza's comments over threats about breaking India and creating a communal divide to the bulldozing of the temple in Alwar, which we reported in great detail. Through this month, we saw clashes from Karoli to Khargon to Khambat to Hubballi in Karnataka. But for the lobby, one theme has been consistent through it all. They've gone on like a broken record once again about how India is a majoritarian country. They don't see the reality. They don't see the visuals coming in. They don't see the way Hindus have been made victims, but they've gone on and rambled about it at their protests. They have written about it in their Lutyens portals. They have fear-mongered about majoritarianism for decades in the Western media. And they have made it a perpetual PR campaign against the nation. There is, however, just one small glitch. This entire narrative about majoritarianism is one complete lie. Majoritarianism, ladies and gentlemen, in India is a myth. There is majoritarianism in Pakistan, but in India, it is a myth. In our secular nation, this hoax of majoritarianism is created to peddle insecurity, fuel paranoia, and fund riots. So in today's edition of Ornab Live, I shall be busting this myth, the myth of majoritarianism. And the question is simple. Can the lobby continue to push the majoritarian myth? If India was majoritarian, would a 300-year-old Shiva temple be demolished like it has been in Congress-ruled Alwar?
India is secular because we Hindus are secular. And parties like the Congress, what they have done in Rajasthan today is shocking. They want to equate. First they run a narrative that Jahangir Puri is an anti-Muslim drive, and to appease them further and to consolidate Muslim vote bank, they will break down a 300-year-old Shiva temple in Rajasthan.
कांग्रेस ने हमारा बुरा हाल किया है, समाजवादी ने हमें तकलीफ पे पहुंचाया है, तृणमूल हमारे साथ इस्तेसाल करती है, ये बात बिल्कुल दुरुस्त है। लेकिन उन 2% लोगों का क्या कहेंगे जिसके अंदर में तशद्दुद बढ़ता है, जिसके सीने में नफरतें उड़ती है।
We've seen these falsehoods such as Muslim properties targeted, Muslims targeted, bulldozer culture of a majoritarian government. What's the correct counter for that?
If you look at Khargone, just as an example, you'll find that 85% of those who were affected by the demolition happened to be Hindu. It was only 15% who were Muslims. The central issue today has been the attacks on the Ram Navami processions in, as you said, 7 different parts of India. And we've seen very little condemnation of that. So this form of double standard, selective indignation, I think has no place anymore.
What was your opening thought? Going back to the live pictures from Mumbai, the coverage continues. In fact, we're expecting some developments. The Maharashtra Home Minister spoke a few minutes back. The Maharashtra Home Minister Dilip Walse Patil spoke a few minutes back, getting the soundbite any time now. Meanwhile, here's what the Shiv Sena said a few minutes back. Shiv Sena responding to Kirit Somaiya and the attack on Kirit Somaiya. Those are pictures coming in from Mumbai of the vehicle, the convoy rather, that was accompanying Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana. Let's listen into what the Shiv Sena said. Shiv Sena questioned Kirit Somaiya, questioned BJP, called it a strategy of the BJP to try and unsettle. They call it unsettle the Maharashtra government.
अगर कोई ऐसा गुनाह किया है जिसके बारे में लोगों के मन में एक चीज है, एक संताप, रोष है, INS विक्रांत का घोटाला इन लोगों को बहुत ही डिस्टर्ब करने वाला घोटाला है। लोगों से पैसा जमा किया INS विक्रांत के नाम पर, लोगों से पैसा जमा किया INS विक्रांत सेव के नाम पर, देश को गुमराह किया, जनता को गुमराह किया। ऐसे व्यक्ति के बारे में अगर जनता सड़क पर उतरी है और 2 पत्थर मारे हैं, तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इतना दर्द होने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है ना। ऐसे गुनहगारों के बारे में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की भी यही राय रही हमेशा। जो देशद्रोही है, जो गुनहगार है, जनता उसको माफ नहीं करेगी। फिर भी पुलिस ने कल कंट्रोल किया है ठीक तरह से। महाराष्ट्र की जनता ऐसे गुनहगारों को माफ नहीं करेगी, मैं आपको बताता हूं। दूसरी बात, INS विक्रांत घोटाला करने वाला जो आरोपी है, आपको मैं बताना चाहता हूं, उसका जो कोई युवक प्रतिष्ठान है, युवक प्रतिष्ठान के पूरे अकाउंट्स चेक करने चाहिए। चैरिटी कमिश्नर के पास जो हिसाब किताब दिया है ना, उनके डोनर्स कौन है, इसने उनको पैसा अब तक दिया है और वो डोनर्स का कैरेक्टर क्या है। उसमें से बहुत से डोनर्स, मैं आपको लिस्ट दे रहा हूं अभी जल्दी ही, बहुत से डोनर्स ऐसे हैं जिसके ऊपर ईडी की कार्रवाई चल रही है। उनके पास से युवक प्रतिष्ठान के लिए लाखों करोड़ रुपए लिया गया है किरीट सोमैया की ट्रस्ट को। आप किरीट सोमैया पूछेगा कागज कहां है, तो कागज तो आपके पास ही है। मैं आपको 10 नाम बताऊंगा कि ये कंपनी से आपने पैसा लिया है और आपने उससे धमकाकर पैसा लिया है ईडी एक्शन के नाम पर, जो केस जितू नवलानी का है, जो ईओडब्ल्यू जांच कर रहे, वही केस युवक प्रतिष्ठान के बारे में किरीट सोमैया की है। और किरीट सोमैया अगर ज्यादा बोलेगा तो उनके मुंह में मैं कागज डाल दूंगा। वो सेंट्रल का Z+ सिक्योरिटी, ये भी एक घोटाला है। सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट जिसको Z+ सिक्योरिटी या Y+ सिक्योरिटी दे रही है ना, वो तो इस देश का सबसे बड़ा सिक्योरिटी घोटाला है। जैसे हाईकोर्ट में मैंने कहा ना दिलासा घोटाला चल रहा है, वैसे ये सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का पूरे देश में एक सिक्योरिटी घोटाला चल रहा है। जो भी व्यक्ति ममता बनर्जी के खिलाफ बात करेगा, वहां के सरकार के खिलाफ बात करेगा, महाराष्ट्र में उद्धव ठाकरे जी हो, शिवसेना हो, हम सब हो, हमारे खिलाफ कोई झूठी मूठी बातें करेगा, तो उनको तुरंत Z+ सिक्योरिटी, Y+ सिक्योरिटी देने का एक लगता है जार निकल दिया है। और यही क्वालिफिकेशन है। झारखंड में कोई बात करेगा, केरल में कोई बात करेगा, तो उनको तुरंत, ये तो बहुत बड़ा घोटाला है। और देखो जो करना है कर लीजिए, जनता देख रही है।
Okay, let's listen to what the Maharashtra Home Minister said. He responded a few minutes back. Here's the first response coming in from Dilip Walse Patel, the Maharashtra Home Minister.
काल घडलेले आहेत। गेले 2 दिवस सतत हनुमान चालीसाच्या नावाने जो एक दंगा करण्यात आला आणि त्याच्यानंतर पोलिसांनी ॲप्रोप्रिएट ॲक्शन म्हणून त्यांना अटक केलेली आहे। कालसुद्धा रात्री जी घटना घडली त्याच्या संदर्भात पोलिसांनी गुन्हा दाखल केलेला आहे आणि पोलीस आपली कारवाई त्या पद्धतीने करतील।
पण ज्या पद्धतीने काल दिवसभर मुंबईमध्ये हाय व्होल्टेज ड्रामा सुरू होता, तणाव निर्माण झालेला होता आणि रात्री परत दगडफेक झाली।
हां, ही दुर्दैवाने अशी घटना घडली आहे, परंतु त्याच्यामध्ये सगळ्यांनीच समजून घ्यायला पाहिजे। सगळ्यांनी समजूतदारीने सहकार्य केलं पाहिजे।
सर, साधारणतः एकंदरीत आता हे सगळं जे काही 2 दिवसापासून राज्यामध्ये सुरू आहे, आपण काय आदेश द्याल पोलिसांना? कारण शिवसेना सत्तेत आहे, शिवसैनिक रस्त्यावर उतरत आहेत आणि फडणवीस यांनी पण आरोप केलेले आहेत का पोलीस त्यांचं काम करत
नाही। पोलिसांना वेगळे आदेश देण्याची गरज नाही। पोलिसांना त्यांचा जॉब काय आहे ते माहिती आहे आणि त्या पद्धतीने त्यांनी त्यांचं कर्तव्य पार पाडलं पाहिजे।
सर, भाजपकडून राष्ट्रपती राजवटीची मागणी केली जाते या सगळ्या पार्श्वभूमीवर।
तशी मागणी कोणी केली दिसत नाही आहे, परंतु तशा पद्धतीचं वातावरण निर्माण करण्याचा प्रयत्न होतो।
तर किरीट सोमय्यांना त्यांच्या गाडीवर काय हल्ला झाला त्यांना
झालं, मी त्याचं उत्तर दिलं त्याचं मी।
पण सर, एकूणच बंदोबस्तामध्ये शिवसैनिकांकडून अशी दगडफेक होते।
असं आहे, आता दगडफेक झाली आहे खरं आहे, आता ते कोणाकडून झाली काय झाली हा तपासाचा भाग आहे। त्याच्यामध्ये गुन्हा दाखल झालेला आहे, त्याचा तपास करून पोलीस योग्य ती कारवाई करते।
राणा यांनी मुख्यमंत्री आणि संजय राऊत यांच्या विरोधात देखील तक्रार केलेली आहे।
हां, त्याची सुद्धा पोलीस चौकशी करतील आणि कारवाई करतील।
उसमें उन्होंने 16 सूत्र दिए थे, जिसमें गणित बहुत ही सरल और बहुत ही तेज हो जाता था। जब मैंने वो पढ़ा तो मुझे बहुत प्रेरणा मिली और फिर मेरी रुचि जागृत हुई मैथमेटिक्स में। मुझे समझ में आया कि ये सब्जेक्ट जो भारत की देन है, जो हमारी धरोहर है, उसको विश्व के कोने कोने में पहुंचाया जा सकता है। तब से मैंने इसको एक मिशन बनाया कि वैदिक गणित को विश्व के कोने कोने में पहुंचाया जाए, क्योंकि गणित की डर सब हर जन को सताती है और वैदिक गणित से सरल और क्या हो सकता है।
गौरव जी, कितने सालों से आप इसमें काम कर रहे हैं?
मुझे आज हो गए करीबन 20 साल सर, मैं उसमें ही लगा हुआ हूँ।
और अवेयरनेस के लिए क्या करते हैं, क्या क्या प्रयोग करते हैं, कैसे जाते हैं लोगों के पास?
हम लोग स्कूल्स में जाते हैं, हम लोग ऑनलाइन शिक्षा देते हैं। हमारी संस्था का नाम है वैदिक मैथ्स फोरम इंडिया। उस संस्था के तहत हम लोग इंटरनेट के माध्यम से 24 घंटे वैदिक मैथ्स पढ़ाते हैं सर।
गौरव जी, आप तो जानते हैं मैं लगातार बच्चों के साथ बातचीत करना पसंद भी करता हूं और मैं अवसर ढूंढता रहता हूं, और एग्जाम वॉरियर से तो मैं बिल्कुल एक प्रकार से मैंने उसको इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज कर दिया है। और मेरा भी अनुभव है कि ज़्यादातर जब बच्चों से बात करता हूं तो गणित का नाम सुनते ही वो भाग जाते हैं। और तो मेरी कोशिश यही है कि ये बिना कारण जो एक हाव पैदा हुआ है उसको निकाला जाए, ये डर निकाला जाए। और छोटी छोटी टेक्निक जो परंपरा से है, क्योंकि भारत गणित के विषय में कोई नया नहीं है, शायद दुनिया में पुरातन परंपराओं में भारत के पास गणित की परंपरा रही है। तो एग्जाम वॉरियर को डर निकालना है तो आप क्या कहेंगे उनको?
सर, ये तो सबसे ज्यादा उपयोगी है बच्चों के लिए, क्योंकि एग्जाम का जो डर होता है, जो हवा हो गया है हर घर में, एग्जाम के लिए बच्चे ट्यूशन लेते हैं, पेरेंट्स परेशान रहते हैं, टीचर्स भी बहुत परेशान होते हैं। तो वैदिक गणित से ये सब छू मंतर हो जाता है। इस साधारण गणित की अपेक्षा में वैदिक गणित 1500% तेज है और इससे बच्चों में बहुत कॉन्फिडेंस आता है और दिमाग भी तेजी से चलता है। जैसे हम लोग वैदिक गणित के साथ योग भी इंट्रोड्यूस किए हैं, जिससे कि बच्चे अगर चाहे तो आंख बंद कर भी कैलकुलेशन कर सकते हैं वैदिक गणित पद्धति के द्वारा।
वैसे ध्यान की जो परंपराएं हैं उसमें भी इस प्रकार से गणित करना, वो भी ध्यान का एक प्राइमरी कोर्स भी होता है।
राइट सर।
चलिए गौरव जी, बहुत अच्छा लगा मुझे, और आपने मिशन मोड में इस काम को उठाया है, और विशेष करके आपकी माताजी ने एक अच्छे गुरु के रूप में आपको ये रास्ते पर ले गई और आज आप लाखों बच्चों को उस रास्ते पर ले जा रहे हैं। मेरी तरफ से आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
शुक्रिया सर, मैं आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं सर कि वैदिक गणित को आपने महत्व दिया और मुझे चुना सर, तो वी आर वेरी थैंकफुल।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
नमस्ते सर।
साथियों, गौरव जी ने बड़े अच्छे तरीके से बताया कि वैदिक गणित कैसे गणित को मुश्किल से मजेदार बना सकता है। यही नहीं, वैदिक गणित से आप बड़ी बड़ी साइंटिफिक प्रॉब्लम्स भी सॉल्व कर सकते हैं। मैं चाहूंगा सभी माता पिता अपने बच्चों को वैदिक गणित जरूर सिखाएं। इससे उनका कॉन्फिडेंस तो बढ़ेगा ही, उनके ब्रेन की एनालिटिकल पावर भी बढ़ेगी। और हाँ, गणित को लेकर कुछ बच्चों में जो भी थोड़ा बहुत डर होता है, वो डर भी पूरी तरह समाप्त हो जाएगा। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, मन की बात में आज म्यूजियम से लेकर मैथ तक कई ज्ञानवर्धक विषयों पर चर्चा हुई। ये सब विषय आप लोगों के सुझावों से ही मन की बात का हिस्सा बन जाते हैं। मुझे आप इसी तरह आगे भी अपने सुझाव नमो ऐप और माय गॉव के जरिए भेजते रहिए। आने वाले दिनों में देश में ईद का त्योहार भी आने वाला है। 3 मई को अक्षय तृतीया और भगवान परशुराम की जयंती भी मनाई जाएगी। कुछ दिन बाद ही वैशाख बुद्ध पूर्णिमा का पर्व भी आएगा। ये सभी त्योहार संयम, पवित्रता, दान और सौहार्द के पर्व हैं। आप सभी को इन पर्वों की अग्रिम शुभकामनाएं। इन पर्वों को खूब उल्लास और सौहार्द के साथ मनाइए। इन सब के बीच आपको कोरोना से भी सतर्क रहना है। मास्क लगाना, नियमित अंतराल पर हाथ धुलते रहना, बचाव के लिए जो भी जरूरी उपाय है आप उनका पालन करते रहें। अगली बार मन की बात में हम फिर मिलेंगे और आपके भेजे गए कुछ और नए विषयों पर चर्चा करेंगे। तब तक के लिए विदा लेते हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
Viewers, we are live at the Bandra court complex where just moments earlier Pradeep Gharat, the lawyer for the Maharashtra government, drove in his car. So now all the parties are in. Rizwan Merchant, Navneet Rana, Ravi Rana, who are the defendants in this case, and the prosecutor, that is Pradeep Gharat, and we'll be getting you the breaking updates from the Bandra court complex as soon as we hear what the judge grants. Viewers, stay with Republic. We are live and rolling.
As the Russian air patrols in Ukraine have increased, Ukrainian authorities have informed that Russian missiles aimed for the Ukrainian city of Zaporizhia fell short of their target and landed on the nearby island of Kirit. The local resident said that one of the rockets exploded near a bridge. He said another damaged a local health club. No one was reported injured, even though the blast smashed carriage windows. Zaporizhia is a way station for people fleeing the shattered port of Mariupol. As more evacuees arrived, reports emerged which claimed that Russian forces had been stealing their belongings. A witness recollected how Russian troops had been forcefully taking watches, phones and other items of people trying to escape the fighting. Agency report for Republic TV.
Terrible. This is the biggest humanitarian catastrophe during this and maybe during last centuries, because many dozens of thousands people, maybe many thousands of people are died in Mariupol, and we will see the terrible atrocities and terrible war crimes in Mariupol when it will be liberated from Russians. So this is the first part. The second part, many ambassadors coming back to Kyiv, because Kyiv now is safety enough, and we are waiting all ambassadors in Kyiv and invite them all coming back. We would like to finish this war. This is our position. We're fighting for our freedom, for democracy and for our territories. But Russia is fighting to conquer us, to make genocide of Ukrainian people. So they should stop, and we agreed, and we won't stop this war.
In the Battle of Kyiv, Russia faced a humiliating defeat, something that appeared to be completely unimaginable in the beginning of this invasion. So what really worked for Ukraine in this biggest battle in Europe since World War II? Watch our special show, Republic Originals Under Fire, this weekend only on Republic TV.
If India was majoritarian, would a 300-year-old Shiva temple be demolished like it has been in Congress-ruled Alwar?
India is secular because
Okay, getting in some breaking news updates now on the Prime Minister's visit. The Prime Minister has landed in Jammu, has a series of events lined up in Jammu. The focus, however, is on the big projects that he will be unveiling. The Prime Minister is in Jammu and Kashmir for the first time after the abrogation of Article 370. Some of the big projects in focus: the Banihal-Kazigund tunnel, built at a cost of over 3,000 crore. 8.5-kilometer tunnel will bring regions of Jammu and Kashmir closer. Now, these are some of the focus areas for the Prime Minister. There are also hydroelectric projects, a power plant, a solar power plant that will be unveiled. And we are getting in the live pictures in a short while from now. The Prime Minister will be speaking anytime now in Jammu. Stay tuned to live coverage.
Viewers, we are at the Bandra court complex. We can presume that the hearing has begun because Pradeep Gharat, who is the lawyer for the Maharashtra government, has gone inside, and before that Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana, the two people, the couple, the MP and MLA who were arrested yesterday from their car residence, have gone inside, and the first one to go inside was of course their lawyer Rizwan Merchant, and so we can expect any time now a verdict to be pronounced on what will happen next in this saga. Viewers, stand by with Republic. We are reporting live from the Bandra police station. Be back after a short break.
Days after the Russian retreat, you would see these kind of scenes where houses are completely damaged. Most of these places have been attacked by precision missile strike. People are now returning to the villages, trying to ensure that their life comes back to normalcy. If the Ukrainians have been successful, it's not only because of the valor that has been shown by the Ukrainian army, but also civilians who have fought along with their army.
As the Russian air patrols in Ukraine have increased, Ukrainian authorities have informed that Russian missiles aimed for the Ukrainian city of Zaporizhia fell short of their target and landed on the nearby island of Kirit. The local resident said that one of the rockets exploded near a bridge. He said another damaged a local health club. No one was reported injured, even though the blast smashed carriage windows. Zaporizhia is a way station for people fleeing the shattered port of Mariupol. As more evacuees arrived, reports emerged which claimed that Russian forces had been stealing their belongings. A witness recollected how Russian troops had been forcefully taking watches, phones and other items of people trying to escape the fighting. Agency report for Republic TV.
Terrible. This is the biggest humanitarian catastrophe during this and maybe during last centuries, because many dozens of thousands people, maybe many thousands of people are died in Mariupol, and we will see the terrible atrocities and terrible war crimes in Mariupol when it will be liberated from Russians. So this is the first part. The second part, many ambassadors coming back to Kyiv, because Kyiv now is safety enough, and we are waiting all ambassadors in Kyiv and invite them all coming back. We would like to finish this war. This is our position. We're fighting for our freedom, for democracy and for our territories. But Russia is fighting to conquer us, to make genocide of Ukrainian people. So they should stop, and we agreed and we won't stop this war.
In the Battle of Kyiv, Russia faced a humiliating defeat, something that appeared to be completely unimaginable in the beginning of this invasion. So what really worked for Ukraine in this biggest battle in Europe since World War II? What a special show, Republic Originals Under Fire, this weekend only on Republic TV.
If India was majoritarian, would a 300-year-old Shiva temple be demolished like it has been in Congress-ruled Alwar?
India is secular because we Hindus are secular. And parties like the Congress, what they have done in Rajasthan today is shocking. They want to equate. First they run a narrative that Jahangir Puri is an anti-Muslim drive, and to appease them further and to consolidate Muslim vote bank, they will break down a 300-year-old Shiva temple in Rajasthan.
कांग्रेस ने हमारा बुरा हाल किया है, समाजवादी ने हमें तकलीफ पे पहुंचाया है, तृणमूल हमारे साथ इस्तेसाल करती है, ये बात बिल्कुल दुरुस्त है। लेकिन उन 2% लोगों का क्या कहेंगे जिसके अंदर में तशद्दुद बढ़ता है, जिसके सीने में नफरतें उड़ती है।
We've seen these falsehoods such as Muslim properties targeted, Muslims targeted, bulldozer culture of a majoritarian government. What's the correct counter for that?
If you look at Khargon, just as an example, you will find that 85% of those who were affected by the demolition happened to be Hindu. It was only 15% who were Muslims. The central issue today has been the attacks on the Ram Navami processions in, as you said, 7 different parts of India. And we've seen
First pictures coming in of the Prime Minister Modi landing in Jammu, and it's a significant visit, his first after his first after the abrogation of Article 370. The Prime Minister there being welcomed in Jammu as he lands, and he will be unveiling a series of projects today in Jammu and Kashmir. It's a significant visit. The Prime Minister sending a message that the centre is going all out to ensure that they will do everything to ensure there is development in Jammu and Kashmir. There's a tunnel project, there is a hydroelectric project, a solar project. It's a visit that will last a few hours, but he's tried to pack in as much as he can to ensure that these projects send the right message in Jammu and Kashmir. So we'll take a short break. We're coming back with the live coverage. The Prime Minister is there already. His first engagement in a few minutes from now. Stay tuned.
What would your opening thoughts first, sir, be on parliamentary democracy?
In the central hall of Bangladesh, where I have been, the two ladies of Bangladesh would not be able to sit together in the central hall. In the Pakistan's parliament central hall, I don't think Nawaz Sharif and Ziaul Haq, or for that matter, Nawaz Sharif and in the earlier days Benazir Bhutto will be able to sit in the central hall. The strength of the Indian parliament can be seen in central hall. Every day I see it. You have cross-party talk, you have off-the-record discussion. Sometimes we tend to look at it only as debate and jhagada. But these are multiple roles of parliament, and all of them should be understood and given full play in the joint.
The Vice Chairperson of NITI Aayog, Rajiv Kumar, has now stepped down. What we are now given to understand is that the resignation of Rajiv Kumar has been accepted by the government. His tenure will now come to an end on April 30th. The known economist Suman K. Berry is now going to take over as the Vice Chairperson of NITI Aayog on 1st of May. Remember that Rajiv Kumar was appointed as Vice Chairperson of NITI Aayog in August 2017 when the then VC of NITI Aayog, Arvind Panagriya, had stepped down. If we talk about Suman K. Berry, remember that he is a known economist. He has also a degree in economics from Oxford University. He has earlier served as the Director General of National Council of Applied Economic Research. He has also worked for the World Bank during India's economic reforms. With Vivek, I am Piyush Delhi for Republic TV.
Ahead of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, the security has been beefed up. Right now we are in Palli, and the area which is near 500 meter encircle has been sealed by the security wing of Jammu and Kashmir Police. Multi-level security has been made throughout the special protection.
These falsehoods such as Muslim properties targeted, Muslims targeted, bulldozer culture of a majoritarian government. What's the correct counter for that?
If you look at Khargon, just as an example, you will find that 85% of those who were affected by the demolition happened to be Hindu. It was only 15% who were Muslims. The central issue today has been the attacks on the Ram Navami processions in, as you said, 7 different parts of India. And we've seen very little condemnation of that. So this form of double standard, selective indignation, I think has no place anymore.
Getting in some breaking news updates from inside the courtroom in Mumbai on the hearing on Navneet Rana and her husband Ravi Rana. The latest update being that the bench is going to assemble in a few minutes from now. Advocate Rizwan Merchant representing Navneet Rana, the parliamentarian, and her husband Ravi Rana, who were arrested on charges of promoting enmity. Advocate Rizwan Merchant, Advocate Vaibhav Krishna, appearing for Navneet and Ravi Rana respectively, are present inside the courtroom as we speak, and we're getting in more details now that the bench is yet to assemble. The court will start hearing by around 12, between 12 and 12:30. It's the holiday court, and we're getting in a breaking news update from inside the courtroom. Let me see if I can go across to Ankit or Samiksha joining us on the broadcast for a quick for a quick news update. Before that, just getting in okay, Ankit is live. Let me go across to Ankit. Ankit.
Niranjan, what we can tell the viewers right now is that the bench is set to assemble in the next few minutes. Between 12:30 is around the time when we can expect the judges to convene and for this hearing to begin. We can also, like you said, reiterate to the viewers that apart from Rizwan Merchant, there is also Advocate Vaibhav Krishna who will appear for Navneet and Ravi Rana. We can also tell them that inside the court, Navneet and Ravi Rana and their lawyers are ready, and also we saw Pradeep Gharat, the Maharashtra government advocate, the public prosecutor, also heading into the courtroom. So the stage is set, Niranjan, for this hearing to begin. In just a couple of minutes, we'll start hearing the reality of what is now next going to happen with regards to the arrest of the Rana couple, the MP and the MLA independent from Amravati. Very shortly, Niranjan, from the Bandra court, the hearing is set to begin.
Thank you for that update, Ankit. That's a live shot from outside the court in Mumbai, where the couple will be are already present, and the hearing will begin in a few minutes from now. The judges are yet to assemble. Taking a short break on Republic TV, the live coverage continues. Stay tuned.
If India was majoritarian, would a 300-year-old Shiva temple be demolished like it has been in Congress-ruled Alwar?
India is secular because we Hindus are secular. And parties like the Congress, what they have done in Rajasthan today is shocking. They want to equate. First they run a narrative that Jahangir Puri is an anti-Muslim drive, and to appease them further and to consolidate Muslim vote bank, they will break down a 300-year-old Shiva temple in Rajasthan.
कांग्रेस ने हमारा बुरा हाल किया है, समाजवादी ने हमें तकलीफ में पहुंचाया है, तृणमूल हमारे साथ इस्तेसाल करती है, ये बात बिल्कुल दुरुस्त है, लेकिन उन 2% लोगों का क्या कहेंगे जिसके अंदर में तशद्दुद बढ़ता है, जिसके सीने में नफरतें उड़ती है।
We've seen these falsehoods such as Muslim properties targeted, Muslims targeted, bulldozer culture of a majoritarian government. What's the correct counter for that?
If you look at Khargone, just as an example, you'll find that 85% of those who were affected by the demolition happened to be Hindu. It was only 15% who were Muslims. The central issue today has been the attacks on the Ram Navami processions in, as you said, 7 different parts of India. And we've seen very little condemnation of that. So this form of double standard, selective indignation, I think has no place anymore.
What would your opening thoughts first, sir, be on parliamentary democracy?
In the central hall of Bangladesh, where I have been, the two ladies of Bangladesh would not be able to sit together in the central hall. In the Pakistan's Parliament Central Hall, I don't think Nawaz Sharif and Ziaul Haq, or for that matter, Nawaz Sharif and in the earlier days Benazir Bhutto will be able to sit in the central hall. The strength of the Indian Parliament can be seen in central hall. Every day I see it. You have cross-party talk, you have off-the-record discussion. Sometimes we tend to look at it only as debate and jhagara. Yes. But these are multiple roles of Parliament, and all of them should be understood and given full play in the joint.
The Vice Chairperson of NITI Aayog, Rajiv Kumar, has now stepped down. What we are now given to understand is that the resignation of Rajiv Kumar has been accepted by the government. His tenure will now come to an end on April 30th. The known economist Suman K. Berry is now going to take over as the Vice Chairperson of NITI Aayog on 1st of May. Remember that Rajiv Kumar was appointed as Vice Chairperson of NITI Aayog in August 2017 when the then VC of NITI Aayog, Arvind Panagriya, had stepped down. If we talk about Suman K. Berry, remember that he is a known economist. He has also a degree in economics from Oxford University. He has earlier served as the Director General of National Council of Applied Economic Research. He has also worked for the World Bank during India's economic reforms. With Vivek, I'm Piyush Mishra in Delhi for Republic TV.
Ahead of Prime
फर्जी एफआईआर किरीट सोमैया के नाम से पुलिस ने फाइल कर दी। इस एफआईआर में लिखा है कि शिवसेना के लोग 3 किलोमीटर दूर खड़े थे। दूसरा लिखा है दूर से एक पत्थर आया और मेरी गाड़ी पे लगा। ये किरीट सोमैया के नाम से फर्जी एफआईआर। मेरे पास ये एफआईआर सिग्नेचर करने लेके आए, मैंने साइन नहीं किया और उसी समय हमने वांद्रा पुलिस स्टेशन से डिप्टी कमिश्नर को यह प्रोटेस्ट लेटर दिया कि मेरी जान लेने का प्रयास खार पुलिस के अधिकारियों के साथ में मिलकर 70-80 शिवसेना के गुंडों ने किया है। मेरे बाया हाथ पे कांच पर 2 पत्थर मारे गए, कांच टूट गया, मुझे थोड़ी सी यहां पर लगी। अगर ये 4 इंच ऊपर लगती तो शायद आज मैं अंधा होता, जो उद्धव ठाकरे करवाना चाहते थे।
If India was majoritarian, would a 300-year-old Shiva temple be demolished like it has been in Congress-ruled Alwar?
India is secular because we Hindus are secular. And parties like the Congress, what they have done in Rajasthan today is shocking. They want to equate. First they run a narrative that Jahangir Puri is an anti-Muslim drive, and to appease them further and to consolidate Muslim vote bank, they will break down a 300-year-old Shiva temple in Rajasthan.
कांग्रेस ने हमारा बुरा हाल किया है, समाजवादी ने हमें तकलीफ पे पहुंचाया है, तृणमूल हमारे साथ इस्तेसाल करती है, ये बात बिल्कुल दुरुस्त है। लेकिन उन 2% लोगों का क्या कहेंगे जिसके अंदर में तशद्दुद बढ़ता है, जिसके सीने में नफरतें उड़ती है।
As the Russian air patrols in Ukraine have increased, Ukrainian authorities have informed that Russian missiles aimed for the Ukrainian city of Zaporizhia fell short of their target and landed on the nearby island of Kirit. The local resident said that one of the rockets exploded near a bridge. He said another damaged a local health club. No one was reported injured, even though the blast smashed carriage windows. Zaporizhia is a way station for people fleeing the shattered port of Mariupol. As more evacuees arrived, reports emerged which claimed that Russian forces had been stealing their belongings. A witness recollected how Russian troops had been forcefully taking watches, phones and other items of people trying to escape the fighting. Agency report for Republic TV.
Terrible. This is the biggest humanitarian catastrophe during this and maybe during last centuries, because many dozens of thousands people, maybe many thousands of people are died in Mariupol, and we will see the terrible atrocities and terrible war crimes in Mariupol when it will be liberated from Russians. So this is the first part. The second part, many ambassadors coming back to Kyiv, because Kyiv now is safety enough, and we are waiting all ambassadors in Kyiv and invite them all coming back. We would like to finish this war. This is our position. We're fighting for our freedom, for democracy and for our territories. But Russia is fighting to conquer us, to make genocide of Ukrainian people. So they should stop, and we agreed and we won't stop this war.
In the Battle of Kyiv, Russia faced a humiliating defeat, something that appeared to be completely unimaginable in the beginning of this invasion. So what really worked for Ukraine in this biggest battle in Europe since World War II? Watch our special show, Republic Originals Under Fire, this weekend only on Republic TV.
If India was majoritarian, would a 300-year-old Shiva temple be demolished like it has been in Congress-ruled Alwar?
India is secular because we Hindus are secular. And parties like the Congress, what they have done in Rajasthan today is shocking. They want to equate. First they run a narrative that Jahangir Puri is an anti-Muslim drive, and to appease them further and to consolidate Muslim vote bank, They will break down a 300-year-old Shiva temple in Rajasthan.
कांग्रेस ने हमारा बुरा हाल किया है, समाजवादी ने हमें तकलीफ में पहुंचाया है, तृणमूल हमारे साथ इस्तेसाल करती है, ये बात बिल्कुल दुरुस्त है। लेकिन उन 2% लोगों का क्या कहेंगे जिसके अंदर में तशद्दुद बढ़ता है, जिसके सीने में नफरतें उड़ती है।
गरीबी तौर पर नजर वैज्ञानिक तरीके से नजर और आम लोगों की बात सुनते समझते हुए आज गवर्नेंस हमने देखा कि किस तरह से जो सरकारी अधिकारियों को गांव में जाकर भेजा गया, वो गांव पहुंचे, गांव के लोगों की उन्होंने समस्या सुनी, उन समस्याओं को सॉल्व किया गया और इसको एक गवर्नेंस का प्रैक्टिस के रूप में वहां स्थापित किया गया है। तो ये जो एक नई सोच के साथ काम हो रहा है, उस सोच की वजह से ये पूरा बदलाव नजर आ रहा है।
बिल्कुल सोच के साथ ये बदलाव नजर आ रहा है। जिस तरह से आपने कहा कि लोगों के अंदर मन में ये विश्वास आया है कि वो बदलाव कर सकते हैं और यही वजह है कि जब नई तकनीक की बात करते हैं और नए नए डेवलपमेंट के तरीकों की बात करते हैं तो वो अब शायद ये पंचायती राज के सशक्तिकरण का ही एक वजह है कि गांव में ये जो नया डेवलपमेंट कंप्लीटली डिजिटल होना, नई नई तकनीक अपनाना और खुद अपने आप को मजबूत करना, ये एक वानगी अब जम्मू कश्मीर के गांवों में देखने को मिल रही है। सुधाकर
बिल्कुल, देखिए और खास तौर से जम्मू कश्मीर के गांवों को देखिए, एक प्रोजेक्ट है CCTNS। तो इस प्रोजेक्ट का मकसद ये है कि देश के सभी थानों को एक नेटवर्किंग सिस्टम से जोड़ना और जम्मू कश्मीर में पहाड़ी इलाका ज्योग्राफी की वजह से कई थानों में दिक्कत आ रही थी, तो उस नेटवर्किंग की समस्या को दूर किया गया। लगभग 100% जम्मू कश्मीर के थाने नेटवर्क।
किरीट सोमैया कह रहे हैं कि हम वहाँ, लेकिन सबने देखा सिख सेना का भी आरोप है कि बीजेपी जो घटनाक्रम चल रहा है हनुमान से, इसके पीछे बीजेपी
नहीं। मैं फिर बता रहा हूँ,
जानबूझ के उकसा रही है।
अरे भाई, बीजेपी अपना प्रोग्राम जो कर रही है पोल खोल, उसके रथ को तोड़ दिया। जो बीजेपी के एक नेता है, हमारे प्रदेश पदाधिकारी है, उनको उनका FIR नहीं ले रहे, उनके गाड़ी पर हमला किया गया। किरीट सोमैया का तो सबने कल देखा है, टीवी पर लाइव था, वो हमला हुआ, कैसे जख्मी हुए, उनका FIR नहीं ले रहे। यानी जो कानूनी प्रक्रिया है उसका भी पालन नहीं करेंगे, गैर कानूनी तरीके से गिरफ्तार करेंगे और गैर कानूनी जो काम कर रहे हैं उनको संरक्षण देंगे। ये महाराष्ट्र में चल रहा है।
लेकिन ये पूरी घटनाक्रम पर जो राजनीति हो, बीजेपी का लगातार शिवसेना करेगी, बीजेपी राजनीति करे, ये राजनीति पर आप
देखो, ये राजनीति नहीं हो रही है बीजेपी की तरफ से। सरकार बौखला गई है, महाराष्ट्र की राज्य सरकार, ये समझना चाहिए। क्यों है? क्योंकि ये एक अनैतिक सरकार है। महाराष्ट्र में चुनाव में 19 में कौन जीता? बीजेपी शिवसेना अलायंस था, वो जीता। मोदी का फोटो लगाकर कौन जीते? शिवसेना के आज जो विधायक है सबने मोदी के फोटो लगाए थे। उन्होंने मोदी विरोधकों से हाथ मिलाया। ये गद्दारी है जो महाराष्ट्र ने आज तक कभी नहीं देखी। तो चुनाव चुन के आए एक अलायंस में और सीधा दूसरा अलायंस बनाया, यह अनैतिक सरकार है। और इसलिए अब इसके खिलाफ जनता का भी मत है। क्या हमने आदेश क्यों दिया था? ये तो मतदाताओं के साथ गद्दारी है। उन्होंने वोट मोदी के सुशासन के लिए दिया और उन्होंने मोदी विरोधियों से जाकर मिले। और महाराष्ट्र में क्या चल रहा है? यानी 2 मंत्री जेल में है और बिना वजह तो जेल में नहीं है। 5-5 हज़ार पेजेस का चार्जशीट लगा है, गंभीर आरोप है और सारे कोर्ट ने उनको जमानत देने से भी मना किया है। तो ये 2 मंत्री है, फिर भी एक मंत्री कायम है अपने पद पर। एक पुलिस अधिकारी जो क्राइम यूनिट का जो चीफ था, उसी को एक उद्योगपति के घर के सामने बम रखने के आरोप में जिलेटिन, और एक मर्डर में उनको और उनके साथियों को, अनेक पुलिस अधिकारियों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है। क्या चल रहा है महाराष्ट्र में? पुलिस ही मर्डर में आरोपी, पुलिस ही बम रखने में काम करेगी, तो कैसा राज्य चलेगा? और मंत्री ही जेल में जाएंगे और किस कारण? ये और पुलिस कमिश्नर ये रहते थे, फ्यूजिटिव बने थे। क्यों? क्योंकि उगाही का मुद्दा है। तो ये सरकार ही उगाही की सरकार है और ये उगाही की सरकार होने के कारण ये हुआ है। तो ये मेरा इतना ही कहना है कि कानून की प्रक्रिया चले, लोकतंत्र में विरोध करने का अधिकार है, लोकतंत्र तरीके से होना चाहिए, हिंसा नहीं होनी चाहिए। लेकिन जो हिंसा करेगा वो चलेगा और जो अहिंसा से आंदोलन करेगा उसको बिल्कुल नहीं सुनेंगे। ये पुलिस है, ये क्या है? ये सरकार की बौखलाहट है, ये मेरी स्पष्ट राय है।
अमित शाह दिल्ली में जो वायलेंस हुआ उस पर कंट्रोल करने में विफल रहे बतौर गृहमंत्री।
दिल्ली में हो या खरगोन में हो या जगह जगह देश भर में, झारखंड में, बंगाल में,
Giving please on your grid.
फोटो गैलरी लगाई है और इसका प्रधानमंत्री ने दौरा किया। उनको विस्तार से इन तस्वीरों के विषय में समझाया गया, इसके महत्व के बारे में बताया गया। जिस तरह से तमाम मंदिरों, सांस्कृतिक धरोहरों को दर्शाती हुई ये तस्वीरें हैं। इस गैलरी में इस इलाके की ग्रामीण विरासत को दर्शाया गया है, जिसमें तमाम जो धरोहर हैं ग्रामीण इलाकों में, जम्मू कश्मीर में, उससे जुड़ी हुई ये तस्वीरें हैं और प्रधानमंत्री को इसके बारे में विस्तार से बताया गया। हम देख रहे हैं कि उनके साथ में जम्मू कश्मीर के उपराज्यपाल मनोज सिन्हा और साथ में पंचायती राज मंत्री गिरिराज सिंह भी मौजूद हैं। हम देख रहे हैं कि उनके साथ में जम्मू कश्मीर के उपराज्यपाल मनोज सिन्हा और साथ में पंचायती राज मंत्री गिरिराज सिंह भी मौजूद हैं। इसके साथ में पीएमओ में मिनिस्टर जितेंद्र सिंह भी उनके साथ में मौजूद हैं और भी गणमान्य व्यक्ति उनके साथ में हैं। सुधाकर, हम देख रहे हैं इन तस्वीरों के जरिए कि प्रधानमंत्री ने यहां पर भारतीय राष्ट्रीय कला एवं सांस्कृतिक विरासत न्यास यानी इंटेक के द्वारा लगाई गई जो फोटो गैलरी है उसका दौरा किया और इस गैलरी में इस इलाके की ग्रामीण विरासत को दर्शाया गया है। तो कहीं ना कहीं एक तरह से जब हम पंचायती राज की बात करते हैं तो ग्रामीण विरासत उसका एक बड़ा हिस्सा है। जब पंचायतों को सशक्त करेंगे तो बात इसकी भी होती है कि जो पंचायतों की सांस्कृतिक विरासत है, जो उनकी परंपराएं हैं, उसको अक्षुण्ण रखते हुए, सामाजिक परंपराओं को अक्षुण्ण रखते हुए उनका विकास सुनिश्चित किया जा सकेगा। कहीं ना कहीं ये कनेक्टेड तस्वीरें हैं उसके साथ।
और जी बिल्कुल, देखिए, और खासतौर से ये इंटैक्ट संस्था जो है, जो हमारा वर्धन हो सके, देखिए यही सोच है निखिल। अब ऐसे हमारे जो प्रतीक स्थल है, हमारे जो सांस्कृतिक धरोहर है, सबसे पहले उनकी तो अब चर्चा ही नहीं होती थी, लेकिन उनको खोज के निकालना अब उसके
going across to Abhishek as we stay on the live coverage here from Jammu and Kashmir. The Prime Minister landed in Jammu. It's a big day in Jammu. Projects valued at over 20,000 crore being unveiled by the Prime Minister. Abhishek is live with me, joining us with the full details of the Prime Minister's plan and the message he's sending here. Abhishek, over to you.
And Prime Minister marking it in Samba, where he would be awarding some panchayats, not just in Jammu and Kashmir, but across the country. But also what is important is the second part of it, which is that this is the first time that the Prime Minister is in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir after the reorganization and bifurcation of the state and abrogation of Article 370 and Section 35A. That's the more significant aspect. All the changes that have taken place over the last 2 years in governance, the manner in which the former state and now the Union Territory has got integrated, and the manner in which events have really panned out over the last few months around the delimitation exercise, and the possibility of elections, infusion of democracy at the grassroots. I think this is also symbolic that the Prime Minister is choosing Panchayati Raj Day. Panchayats happen to be the grassroots of democracy in the electoral pyramid of the country. And
देवी और सज्जनों, अभिनंदन कीजिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी।
चाहे वाराणसी हो की बात हो, रामायण सर्किट की बात हो, तमाम अन्य जगहों की बात हो, तो हमारे सांस्कृतिक आध्यात्मिक प्रतीकों को जैसे आगे बढ़ाया जा रहा है, उसकी तस्वीर
सभा में पहुंच चुके हैं, जहां पल्ली पंचायत ग्राम पंचायत वो देश की सभी ग्राम पंचायतों को संबोधित करेंगे राष्ट्रीय पंचायती राज दिवस। और यहाँ पर प्रधानमंत्री सभा में
माननीय उपराज्यपाल जम्मू कश्मीर श्री मनोज सिन्हा जी से कि वो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को स्नेह और सम्मान का प्रतीक शॉल भेंट करें। माननीय उपराज्यपाल महोदय जम्मू कश्मीर। दुनिया भर में प्रसिद्ध है बसोली चित्रकला। पुनः निवेदन है माननीय उपराज्यपाल श्री मनोज सिन्हा जी से कि वो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को विश्व विख्यात बसोली पेंटिंग भेंट करें। माननीय उपराज्यपाल महोदय।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपका डुग्गर धरती पर हार्दिक अभिनंदन। हम आपका सहृदय स्वागत करते हैं। सशक्त भारत, स्वाभिमानी भारत के प्रतीक माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, सहृदय अभिनंदन।
मंच पर विराजमान हमारे देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, माननीय केंद्रीय ग्रामीण विकास और पंचायती राज मंत्री श्री गिरिराज सिंह जी, केंद्रीय मंत्री डॉक्टर जितेंद्र सिंह जी, केंद्रीय मंत्री कपिल पाटिल जी, हमारे सांसद जुगल किशोर शर्मा जी, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन और प्रेरणा को प्राप्त करने यहाँ उपस्थित पंचायती राज संस्थाओं के चुने हुए जनप्रतिनिधि, देश और विदेश से आए हुए इन्वेस्टर्स, सम्मानित अतिथिगण, प्यारे भाइयों और बहनों, जम्मू कश्मीर की सांस्कृतिक धरोहर और आधुनिकता को समेटे देश के सर्वप्रथम कार्बन न्यूट्रल तथा डिजिटल लैंड गवर्नेंस आइकॉनिक विलेज पल्ली में मैं अपनी ओर से और आप सबकी ओर से आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी का हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। माता वैष्णो देवी, बाबा अमरनाथ, शंकराचार्य और सूफी संतों के आशीर्वाद से पुष्पित पल्लवित जम्मू कश्मीर 70 वर्षों से एक विधान एक निशान का स्वप्न देख रहा था, जिसे युग प्रवर्तक भारत के आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पूरा किया और 1 करोड़ 30 लाख नागरिकों को प्रगति का वास्तविक भागीदार बनाया। 7 दशकों का फासला महज 30-32 महीनों में कम करने का जो काम हुआ है, निश्चित रूप से वो प्रधानमंत्री जी का मार्गदर्शन ही रहा है। जम्मू कश्मीर आज एक नए युग की दहलीज पर खड़ा है और उसके पीछे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की राष्ट्र के मुकुटमणि को नई ऊंचाइयों पर ले जाने की तपस्या एवं प्रतिबद्धता है। त्रिस्तरीय पंचायती राज व्यवस्था को पहली बार जम्मू कश्मीर में लागू कर प्रधानमंत्री जी ने समावेशी विकास की जमीन तैयार करने में हम सबकी मदद की है। सभी पंचायतों को 29 विभागीय कार्य तथा शहरी निकायों के 7 विभागों के कार्य हमने स्थानांतरित कर दिए हैं, जैसा प्रधानमंत्री जी का निर्देश था। जन भागीदारी ही हमारी ताकत है। 2020-21 में डिस्ट्रिक्ट कैपेक्स जो 5,136 करोड़ रुपए था, पिछले वर्ष बढ़कर के 12,600 करोड़ रुपए हो गया। सभी चुने हुए प्रतिनिधियों से बातचीत के माध्यम से हमने डिस्ट्रिक्ट कैपेक्स बनाया था और मुझे बताते हुए खुशी है कि कल 23 अप्रैल को जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट कैपेक्स डीडीसी चेयरमैन की उपस्थिति में पंचायती राज संस्थाओं के प्रतिनिधियों से सलाह करके जो बना है, वो 22,146 26 करोड़ रुपए हुआ है और ये इसका श्रेय भारत के सम्मानीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को जाता है। मित्रों, आप सबको पता है उद्योग धंधों से दशकों तक वंचित जम्मू कश्मीर में इंडस्ट्रियल डेवलपमेंट का स्वर्णिम युग भी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के कारण आया, जब उन्होंने नई इंडस्ट्रियल स्कीम जम्मू कश्मीर को दी, जिसमें 28,200 करोड़ रुपए का इंसेंटिव भारत सरकार ने देने का वायदा किया। मुझे बताते हुए हर्ष हो रहा है कि आजादी से लेकर और आज के 1 वर्ष पहले तक कुल 15,000 करोड़ रुपए का इन्वेस्टमेंट यहाँ आया था और आज 52,155 करोड़ रुपए के निवेश के प्रस्ताव हमारे पास हैं, जिसमें आज 38,000 करोड़ की ग्राउंड ब्रेकिंग सेरेमनी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी आपके सम्मुख करने वाले हैं। मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि आने वाले 6 महीनों में यह आंकड़ा 70,000 करोड़ के पार जाएगा और जम्मू कश्मीर के 7-8 लाख युवाओं को रोजगार देने में हम समर्थ होंगे। मैं ये भी कहना चाहता हूं कि ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस, जिस पर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का सदैव जोर रहता है, 235 सर्विसेज को ऑनलाइन कर दिया गया है तथा 180 सर्विसेज सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम पर आज जम्मू कश्मीर में उपलब्ध हैं। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जम्मू कश्मीर में विकास को नई गति मिली है। मैं ये बताना चाहता कि 2018-19 में 67,000 करोड़ रुपए खर्च करके 9,229 प्रोजेक्ट पूरे किए गए थे। अगले साल 2021 में उससे 4,000 करोड़ हमने कम खर्च किया, 63,000 करोड़ में हमने 21,943 प्रोजेक्ट पूरे किए। और मित्रों, आप सबके सहयोग से इस वर्ष 51,800 प्रोजेक्ट हमने पूरे किए हैं और मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि 64,000 करोड़ जो 67,000 से कम 20 से 25% रुपया हमारा कम खर्च हुआ है। तो ये प्रधानमंत्री जी का निर्देश था, जिसके कारण एक ट्रांसपेरेंट व्यवस्था हमने कायम करने में सफलता पाई है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपके नेतृत्व में न सिर्फ काम करने की स्पीड 5 गुना बढ़ी है, बल्कि सिस्टम को उत्तरदायी और पारदर्शी बनाने में भी हम सफल हुए हैं। गांव में बैठा हुआ व्यक्ति भी अपने मोबाइल फोन पर इलाके में हो रहे प्रोजेक्ट की निगरानी कर सकता है और उस प्रोजेक्ट पर खर्च होने वाले एक पाई का हिसाब रख सकता है। आज आपके कारण 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए के रोड और टनल के काम जम्मू कश्मीर में हो रहे हैं। मैं कहना चाहता हूं, जहां 1500 किलोमीटर की सड़क हर साल बनती थी, अब 3,000 किलोमीटर सड़क हमने बनाई है। और ये भी मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि मैग्नेटाइजेशन जो 2,000 किलोमीटर होता था, अब बढ़ करके 7,000 किलोमीटर के ऊपर चला गया। प्रधानमंत्री ग्राम सड़क योजना में 12वें स्थान पर रहने वाला जम्मू कश्मीर आज भारत में 3रे स्थान पर खड़ा है। आने वाले वर्ष में रेलवे कनेक्टिविटी भी कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी की हो जाएगी। 2 नए टर्मिनल जम्मू और श्रीनगर एयरपोर्ट के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के कारण प्राप्त हुए हैं। और मुझे ये बताते हुए खुशी है कि श्रीनगर एयरपोर्ट पर 106 फ्लाइट एक दिन ऑपरेट हुई हैं और वैसे ही जम्मू में 1346 फ्लाइट पिछले महीने ऑपरेट की हैं। मैं समझता हूं ये जो गति आई है उसमें प्रधानमंत्री जी का बड़ा योगदान है। 3500 मेगावाट हमारी कुल बिजली उत्पादन की क्षमता थी 70 सालों में। प्रधानमंत्री जी के कारण मात्र 4 वर्षों में इतनी बिजली हम और बनाने जा रहे हैं। 70 सालों में 8,394 MVA हमारी कैपेसिटी थी ट्रांसमिशन की, महज 2 वर्षों में 4,000 MVA हमने जोड़ लिया है। और हम कहना चाहते हैं मित्रों कि बिजली के क्षेत्र में भी अब जम्मू कश्मीर आत्मनिर्भर बनने जा रहा है। 15 से 18 आयु वर्ग के कोविड वैक्सीनेशन में आज जम्मू कश्मीर पूरे देश में 2रे स्थान पर है। अगस्त 2020 में जहां हमारी कुल ऑक्सीजन जनरेशन क्षमता 14,000 LPM थी, आज 1 लाख LPM से ज्यादा हो गई। प्रधानमंत्री जी के कारण 2 एम्स, 2 कैंसर इंस्टीट्यूट, 7 नए मेडिकल कॉलेज और अनेक सुविधाएं स्वास्थ्य की दृष्टि से जम्मू कश्मीर को प्राप्त हुई हैं। और इसके कारण मैं कहना चाहता हूं मित्रों कि 8 पैरामीटर जो हेल्थ इंडिकेटर्स हैं, हम नेशनल एवरेज से आगे निकल गए हैं, तो इसका श्रेय भी प्रधानमंत्री जी को जाता है। जम्मू कश्मीर एक ऐसा राज्य है, एक ऐसा संघ राज्य क्षेत्र है जहां हर व्यक्ति को प्रधानमंत्री जी के कारण 5 लाख रुपए आयुष्मान भारत सेहत की सौगात मिली है। 1 साल के भीतर 12,000 युवाओं को सरकारी नौकरी देने में हम सफल रहे हैं। और आज मैं इस मंच से कहना चाहता हूं पूरी तरह से पारदर्शी व्यवस्था के तहत। वो पहले का जमाना चला गया जब सिफारिश के आधार पर लोगों को नौकरी मिलती थी, और आज 12,000 लोगों को हम नौकरी दे चुके हैं और मोटे तौर पर 9,278 पदों की प्रक्रिया भी हमने पूरी कर ली है। वो नियुक्ति पत्र भी हम शीघ्र देने वाले हैं। मुझे याद है इसी सांबा की एक बेटी नेहा शर्मा मेरे पास आई थी। उसने कहा कि मेरे पिता तो ठेला लगाते हैं, मैंने जीवन में सोचा ही नहीं था कि जम्मू कश्मीर में भी हमें नौकरी मिल सकती है। ये व्यवस्था मैं समझता हूं कि सामान्य आदमी के लिए, सामान्य नौजवान के लिए तैयार की गई। मिशन यूथ के अंतर्गत 1,40,000 युवा बच्चों और बच्चियों को 1 साल के भीतर उद्यमी बनाने में हमने सफलता पाई है। 4290 पंचायतों में हमने यूथ क्लब बनाए हैं। सभी पंचायतों में स्पोर्ट्स फील्ड बनाने में हमें सफलता मिली है। नेशनल रूरल लाइवलीहुड मिशन के अंतर्गत 56,000 सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप बना करके 5 लाख महिलाओं को रोजगार से जोड़ने और उन्हें आर्थिक रूप से संपन्न बनाने में हमें सफलता मिली है। प्रधानमंत्री जी के निर्देशन में कृषि और एलाइड क्षेत्र में जो रिफॉर्म हुए हैं उसके कारण आज यहाँ के किसान की आमदनी 18,918 रुपए मासिक हो गई है। देश के शीर्ष 5 राज्यों में हम शामिल हो गए हैं। सैफरन हो, गुच्ची हो, दोनों की जीआई टैगिंग, आरएस पूरा बासमती को ऑर्गेनिक सर्टिफिकेशन करने के कारण किसान भाइयों को भारी लाभ हुआ है। जम्मू कश्मीर जो कभी मिल्क डेफिसिट स्टेट हुआ करता था, अब मिल्क सरप्लस स्टेट हो गया है। 500 करोड़ रुपए का कालीन का कभी निर्यात यहाँ होता था, लेकिन वो व्यापार पूरी तरह से बंद हो गया था। प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में एक नई पहल हमने शुरू की है और जीआई टैगिंग के साथ क्यूआर कोड और 300 करोड़ के ऑर्डर अभी आज मिले हैं। और मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि आने वाले 5 वर्षों में निश्चित रूप से उस लक्ष्य को हम प्राप्त करेंगे। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में नागरिक सेवाओं को फेसलेस, पेपरलेस और कैशलेस बनाने की दिशा में कदम उठाते हुए 180 सर्विसेज ऑनलाइन कर दी गई। दरबार मुल्क की सैकड़ों साल की पुरानी व्यवस्था को समाप्त करते हुए जम्मू तथा श्रीनगर दोनों सेक्रेटेरिएट में ई ऑफिस पूर्णतया प्रारंभ हो गया है। आज ई ऑफिस डिस्पोजल में जम्मू कश्मीर यूटीज की लिस्ट में प्रथम स्थान पर है। जम्मू कश्मीर देश का पहला यूटी है जिसने रियल टाइम सिटीजन फीडबैक सिस्टम शुरू किया। नेशनल ई सर्विस डिलीवरी असेसमेंट की रिपोर्ट में ई सर्विसेज की बेहतर डिलीवरी के लिए यूटीज की श्रेणी में जम्मू कश्मीर पहले स्थान पर आया है। बीम्स एम्पावरमेंट डिजिटल सॉल्यूशन के माध्यम से सिस्टम को ट्रांसपेरेंट बनाने जो प्रधानमंत्री जी का निर्देश था उसको हमने कोशिश की है जमीन पर उतारने की। हर जिले, हर ब्लॉक, हर पंचायत में कितने प्रोजेक्ट हो रहे हैं, कितने पैसे खर्च हो रहे हैं, वो आम नागरिक आज देख सकता है। आपकी जमीन, आपकी निगरानी। मुझे याद है हरिशंकर पारासाई एक हिंदी के व्यंग्यकार थे। उन्होंने एक बार लिखा कि अगर महाभारत के जमाने में लैंड रिकॉर्ड ठीक रहे होते तो शायद महाभारत न होता, भगवान कृष्ण को सफलता मिल गई होती। 66% मुकदमे लैंड रिकॉर्ड के कारण होते हैं आज देश में। उसमें भी आज मैं कह सकता हूं हिंदी, अंग्रेजी और उर्दू 3 भाषाओं में लोगों को जमीन के पास मुक्त दिए जा रहे हैं और ये काम पूरी तरह से आने वाले 6 महीने में पूरा करेंगे। प्रधानमंत्री जी का निर्देश था, उसके तहत एलजी मुलाकात से लोगों की समस्याओं का समाधान हम कर रहे हैं। डिस्ट्रिक्ट गुड गवर्नेंस शुरू करने वाले हम पहले राज्य बन गए हैं और हमारा एक जिला है बांदीपुरा जिसने पंचायत परफॉर्मेंस का इंडेक्स शुरू किया है। पूरे यूटी में हम उसे लागू करने जा रहे हैं। सभी सेक्टर्स में जो रिफॉर्म हुए हैं उसका परिणाम है सस्टेनेबल गोल डेवलपमेंट की रिपोर्ट में जम्मू कश्मीर एस्पिरेंट से परफॉर्मर की कैटेगरी में शामिल हो गया। पिछले 6 महीनों में 80 लाख टूरिस्ट जम्मू कश्मीर आया था। मैं समझता हूं ये 15 वर्षों का रिकॉर्ड टूट गया। पिछले 3 महीनों में 4 लाख यात्री हवाई जहाज से जम्मू और श्रीनगर आए। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आतंकवाद के इकोसिस्टम को नेस्तनाबूद करने के लिए आपके नेतृत्व में हमारा पूरा सुरक्षा बल मुस्तैदी से लगा है और मैंने कई बार कहा है कि ये पहली सरकार है जो शांति खरीदना नहीं चाहती, शांति स्थापित करना चाहती है। इस अवसर पर जन सुरक्षा और सर्वांगीण विकास के लिए समर्पित पुलिस, आर्मी तथा सुरक्षा बल के जवानों का भी मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं। आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव समूचे जम्मू कश्मीर में धूमधाम से मनाया जा रहा है। बाघा बॉर्डर की तर्ज पर सुचेतगढ़ में रिट्रीट सेरेमनी शुरू की गई। मित्रों, प्रधानमंत्री जी, जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों ने सालों से सपना देखना बंद कर दिया था। अगस्त 2019 में यहाँ के नागरिकों ने अब से सपना देखना शुरू किया है और रिफॉर्म के कारण आज अनेक क्षेत्रों में हम नया कीर्तिमान बना रहे हैं। नीतियों और नियत के भेद को खत्म कर दिया गया है। प्रधानमंत्री जी के इस स्वर्ग जम्मू कश्मीर के स्वर्णिम भविष्य में आप ही निर्माता हैं। आज वीरों की वसुंधरा सांबा में आपका संदेश यहाँ के एक एक जनप्रतिनिधि, एक एक नागरिक को प्रेरणा देगा और देश को भी प्रेरणा देगा। मैं जम्मू कश्मीर के इस नए युग के निर्माण के लिए आपके प्रति हृदय से कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करता हूँ। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय उपराज्यपाल जम्मू कश्मीर श्री मनोज सिन्हा जी, आपके स्वागत संबोधन के लिए। अब मेरा विनम्र निवेदन है माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री डॉक्टर जितेंद्र सिंह जी से कि वो तशरीफ लाएं अपने संबोधन के लिए। आपकी जोरदार तालियों के बीच डॉक्टर जितेंद्र सिंह जी, माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री। ये साउंड सिस्टम को देखें थोड़ा।
Days after the Russian retreat, you would see these kind of scenes where houses are completely damaged. Most of these places have been attacked by precision missile strike. People are now returning to the villages, trying to ensure that their life comes back to normalcy. If the Ukrainians have been successful, it's not only because of the valor that has been shown by the Ukrainian army, but also civilians who have fought along with their army.
As the Russian air patrols in Ukraine have increased, Ukrainian authorities have informed that Russian missiles aimed for the Ukrainian city of Zaporizhia fell short of their target and landed on the nearby island of Kirit Somaiya. The local resident said that one of the rockets exploded near a bridge. He said another damaged a local health club. No one was reported injured, even though the blast smashed carriage windows. Zaporizhia is a way station for people fleeing the shattered port of Mariupol. As more evacuees arrived, reports emerged which claimed that Russian forces had been stealing their belongings. A witness recollected how Russian troops had been forcefully taking watches, phones and other items of people trying to escape the fighting. Agency report for Republic TV.
Terrible. This is the biggest humanitarian catastrophe during this and maybe during last centuries, because many dozens of thousands people, maybe many thousands of people are died in Mariupol, and we will see the terrible atrocities and terrible war crimes in Mariupol when it will be liberated from Russians. So this is the first part. The second part, many ambassadors coming back to Kyiv, because Kyiv now is safety enough, and we are waiting all ambassadors in Kyiv and invite them all coming back. We would like to finish this war. This is our position. We're fighting for our freedom, for democracy and for our territories. But Russia is fighting to conquer us, to make genocide of Ukrainian people. So they should stop, and we agreed, and we won't stop this war.
In the Battle of Kyiv, Russia faced a humiliating defeat, something that appeared to be completely unimaginable in the beginning of this invasion. So what really worked for Ukraine in this biggest battle in Europe since World War II? What a special show, Republic Originals Under Fire, this weekend only on Republic TV.
If India was majoritarian, would a 300-year-old Shiva temple be demolished? like it has been in Congress-ruled Alwar?
India is secular because we Hindus are secular. And parties like the Congress, what they have done in Rajasthan today is shocking. They want to equate. First they run a narrative that Jahangir Puri is an anti-Muslim drive, and to appease them further and to consolidate Muslim vote bank, they will break down a 300-year-old Shiva temple in Rajasthan.
कांग्रेस ने हमारा बुरा हाल किया है, समाजवादी ने हमें तकलीफ में पहुंचाया है, तृणमूल हमारे साथ इस्तेसाल करती है, ये बात बिल्कुल दुरुस्त है। लेकिन उन 2% लोगों का क्या कहेंगे जिसके अंदर में तशद्दुद बढ़ता है, जिसके सीने में नफरतें उड़ती है।
We've seen these falsehoods such as Muslim properties targeted, Muslims targeted, bulldozer culture of a majoritarian government. What's the correct counter for that?
If you look at Khargon, just as an example, you'll find that 85% of those who were affected by the demolition happened to be Hindu. It was only 15% who were Muslims. The central is
संबोधन के लिए तशरीफ लाएं आपकी जोरदार तालियों के बीच माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री श्री गिरिराज सिंह जी।
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, वंदे वंदे। परम आदरणीय देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी, मंच पर आसीन माननीय उपराज्यपाल जम्मू कश्मीर मनोज सिन्हा जी, डॉक्टर जितेंद्र सिंह जी, माननीय श्री कपिल महेश्वर पाटिल जी, यहाँ के लोकल सांसद, लोकप्रिय सांसद जुगल किशोर शर्मा जी, भारत सरकार और जेके के समस्त अधिकारीगण, यहाँ पर मौजूद सभी पंचायत जनप्रतिनिधि, वर्चुअल के माध्यम से करोड़ों लोग जुड़े हुए हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी, आज विश्व का सबसे बड़ा लोकतांत्रिक देश और उस लोकतांत्रिक देश में लोकतंत्र की सबसे निचली इकाई जो दुनिया में इतने प्रतिनिधि, 2.5 लाख पंचायत और 31 लाख से भी ज्यादा जनप्रतिनिधि हैं, ये विश्व के जनतंत्र में इतना बड़ा प्रतिनिधित्व किसी भी संगठन का नहीं है। मैं आज के अवसर पर आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव के 75वें वर्ष पर मैं 2 ही निवेदन करना चाहूंगा कि मैंने कहा कि विश्व का सबसे बड़ा लोकतंत्र, 32 लाख की यहाँ आबादी, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री।
पाहिल्यानंतर सामान्य माणसाला असं वाटतं की राष्ट्रपती राजवट लागू केली पाहिजे। भारतीय जनता पार्टी संघर्ष करणारी पार्टी आहे। राष्ट्रपती राजवट लावायचं की नाही या संदर्भातला निर्णय गव्हर्नर करतात। आम्ही ती मागणी करण्याचं काही कारण नाही आहे। एकच गोष्ट सांगतो, आम्ही लढायला तयार आहोत। आणि कालची गोष्ट ही मुंबई पोलिसांच्या इतिहासातील सर्वात लाजिरवाणी गोष्ट आहे। याचं कारण झेड प्रोटेक्टी ऑफिशियली कळवून पोलीस स्टेशनला येतात आणि त्या ठिकाणी आल्यानंतर पोलिसांना हे सांगतात की बाहेर जाणीवपूर्वक लोक जमा झालेले आहेत आणि हे लोक आमच्यावर हल्ला करणार आहेत। हे सांगितल्यानंतरही पोलीस स्टेशनच्या आवारात किंवा जवळ हा हल्ला होतो। याचा अर्थ एकतर पोलिसांचं हल्ल्याला समर्थन आहे किंवा पोलीस आता इतके नाकाम झाले आहेत की ते असा हल्ला समजल्यावर देखील रोखू शकत नाही। झेड प्रोटेक्टीच्या संदर्भात अशा प्रकारची हयगय करणं हे ग्रॉस मिसकंडक्ट आहे आणि त्यामुळे पोलिसांवर कारवाई झालीच पाहिजे हा आग्रह माझा असणार आहे। अन्यथा उद्या कोणीही सुरक्षित राहणार नाही। जर पोलीस झेड प्रोटेक्टीला सुरक्षित ठेवू शकत नसतील आणि त्यांच्या समोर उचलून दगड मारला जातोय, एफआयआर घ्यायला देखील त्यांना भीती वाटते। राज्य कोणाचं आहे? अशा प्रकारे महाराष्ट्रामध्ये झुंडशाहीचं राज्य हे यापूर्वी पाहिलं
Which raises
नव्हतं.
question
पण मी एक
on
गोष्ट स्पष्टपणे सांगतो,
the
आम्ही
police
घाबरत
authority
नाही.
who were
जशास तसं
present
उत्तर
at
आम्ही
that
देऊ
point of
शकतो.
time.
सर हिंदी में
We are ready to give answers.
किरीट सोमैया जी पे खुद 2 बार ऐसा हमला हुआ।
But it is the question, and the other part is they are not even
मुंबई
ready to
पुलिस
take
के
an
इतिहास
FIR
का
on a
सबसे
complaint
शर्मनाक दौर चल
registered
रहा
by
है।
Kirit Somaiya.
और जिस प्रकार से पुलिस अपना कर्तव्य भूलकर केवल सरकार के दबाव में काम कर रही है, ऐसा मुंबई में हमने पहले नहीं देखा। विशेष रूप से किरीट सोमैया जो जेड प्रोटेक्टी है, वो ऑफिशियली इन्फॉर्म करके पुलिस स्टेशन में आते हैं। आने के बाद वो पुलिस को कहते हैं कि बाहर 70-80-100 लोग जमा है और ये लोगों का प्लान है मेरे ऊपर हमला करने का। बावजूद उसके पुलिस उनको एक प्रकार से गुंडों के हवाले कर देती है और पुलिस के सामने इतना बड़ा पत्थर फेंका जाता है, उनको जान से मारने का प्रयास किया जाता है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है ये बहुत ही गलत इस प्रकार की परिस्थिति है। हम केंद्र सरकार से ये निवेदन करने वाले, होम सेक्रेटरी से निवेदन करने वाले कि जो पुलिस अपना कर्तव्य नहीं पहचानती उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। और अगर जेड प्रोटेक्टी को प्रोटेक्ट नहीं किया जा सकता तो आम आदमी को पुलिस कैसे प्रोटेक्ट करेंगी। साथ में मैं ये भी कहना चाहता हूँ कि जिस प्रकार से महाराष्ट्र में हनुमान चालीसा हम बोलेंगे ऐसा कहने वाले राणा पति पत्नी को उनके घर में जाकर अरेस्ट की जाती है। हनुमान चालीसा महाराष्ट्र में नहीं बोली जाएगी तो क्या पाकिस्तान में बोली जाएगी? जिस प्रकार का ये सारा व्यवहार है और रात को महिला को कस्टडी में रखा जाता है और उनका कोई भी दोष उनके ऊपर सिद्ध नहीं होता है, ऐसे समय जिस प्रकार की ये सारी कार्रवाई चल रही है, मुझे तो लगता है कि महाराष्ट्र की सरकार एक महिला से इतनी डरी कि उनको लोग जमा करके उनके ऊपर हमला करने की नौबत आई। इससे शर्मनाक बात क्या हो सकती
आहे? असं म्हणाले कालच्या भाषणामध्ये एक जे जागतिक नेते आहेत ते येत नाहीत, गुजरातमध्येच का जातात आणि त्या नेत्यांच्या निमित्तानं गुजरातचा राज्याचा जो विकास आहे तो केला जातो। शरद पवारांच्या टीकेकडे कसं पाहता महाराष्ट्राला डावललं जातं?
पहिल्यांदा तर त्यांनी आत्मचिंतन करावं की महाराष्ट्रात कोणी यायला तयार का नाही। महाराष्ट्रामध्ये कायदा सुव्यवस्थेची जी स्थिती दिसते, महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 5 वर्षानंतर पुन्हा लोड शेडिंग दिसत आहे। महाराष्ट्रामध्ये महाराष्ट्राचे 2-2 मंत्री जेलमध्ये आहेत। या अवस्थेमध्ये कोण तुमच्याकडे येणार आहे? आणि त्याहीपेक्षा मी कन्फर्म केलेलं नाही पण आज
फडणवीस is clearly making an allegations of Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi government stating that there are many problems that is arising in Maharashtra, yet government is not even interested to look after what people are suffering through.
आणि त्यांना जी लक्झरी गाडी आपल्याला द्यावी लागते ती गाडी देखील दिली नाही, साधी गाडी त्यांना दिली। जर एखाद्या राष्ट्राच्या पंतप्रधानांना महाराष्ट्रामध्ये अशा प्रकारे त्यांच्यासोबत व्यवहार होणार असेल तर कोण कशाला महाराष्ट्रात येईल?
So there is a behavior of Maharashtra government
एकदा
and
नीट
Prime
आत्मचिंतन करत
Minister
पाहिलं
Narendra
पाहिजे
Modi
तर तुमच्या
who
लक्षात
arrived in Mumbai
येईल
long back,
महाराष्ट्राची ही अवस्था तुम्ही
for the security there was not a special car which was provided but a very usual car which was given and provided to the security of Prime Minister. This clearly shows what a Maharashtra government has been looking for and what they have been thinking about it, and we cannot expect anything from the Maharashtra government.
Heard the reaction of the former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, slamming the Uddhav Thackeray government over the arrest of the Ranas for daring to chant the Hanuman Chalisa. He said that if not India, then will the Hanuman Chalisa be recited in another country? And also he took a dig at the government over the security of the MP Navneet Rana and also the fast-paced developments on the broadcast. So let's listen to some of the reactions as the Ranas are produced before the Bandra court.
इन दोनों परियोजनाओं का निर्माण जिला किश्तवाड़ में हो रहा है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से विनम्र निवेदन है कि इस परियोजना का शिलान्यास कर नामुमकिन को मुमकिन कर दिखाना केंद्र सरकार ने ठाना है, ताकि माता श्री वैष्णो देवी जी के श्रद्धालुओं व पर्यटकों की यात्रा को सुगम बनाया जाए। इसी खातिर दिल्ली अमृतसर कटरा एक्सप्रेस वे का निर्माण हो रहा है। ये नेशनल हाईवे 44 है। इसके 3 खंड बाईपास दयालाचक, हीरानगर, सांबा से जुड़ेंगे। इसी प्रकार जख कुजवानी 6 लेन इसी एक्सप्रेस वे का हिस्सा है। इस प्रोजेक्ट वे की अनुमानित लागत है 4,914.01 करोड़ रुपए। अब मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से सविनय निवेदन करता हूं कि वे ई माध्यम से इसकी आधारशिला रखें। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी।
वर्तमान में कश्मीर से सड़क के रास्ते पहुंचने के लिए चौहार टनल और शैतानी नाला पार करना पड़ता है, जो सर्दियों के दौरान हिमपात और फिसलन की स्थिति में बाधित हो जाता है। अब केंद्रीय सरकार की दूरदर्शिता से इसका विकल्प भी निकलकर सामने आया है। प्रस्तुत है ये लघु फिल्म।
Sri Tunnel is the longest road tunnel in India. The Jammu-Katra railway line provides a direct route for thousands of devotees to reach Mata Vaishno Devi Temple, one of the holiest pilgrimages of India. The giant Chenab Bridge is the highest rail bridge in the world across the Chenab River. The region already has many flourishing industries and is a hub of manufacturing industries and MSMEs that contribute to nearly 30% of the GDP. Generations of skilled artisans nurture age-old regional handicrafts like basketry, woodwork, furniture, papier-mâché, pottery, copper and silverware. As India's second largest producer of wool, there is a rich heritage of carpet and shawl weaving. A traditional silk industry also generates large-scale income through silk production. Horticulture is another major industry with a variety of flora and fauna due to abundant natural resources, ideal weather and soil conditions. The region is a leading producer and exporter of dry fruits like almonds and walnuts. It is also India's largest producer of apples and saffron. The many rare herbs and medicinal plants provide opportunities for medical tourism, healthcare and pharmaceutical industries with proposed biotechnology parks. The breathtaking natural beauty of the land makes Jammu Kashmir a renowned international tourist destination. The Union Territory, with its world-famous tourism destinations like Gulmarg and Pahalgam, along with its pristine lakes like Dal Lake, Mansar Lake, Wular Lake, and the wetlands of Kashmir with 33 species of migratory birds, attracts millions of visitors. The fresh and clean environment makes it an ideal destination for medical tourism. It is one of the leading pilgrimage, blessed with the holy Vaishno Devi temple and the snowy mountains of Amarnath. Adventure sports and gondola rides in Gulmarg and Patni Top are also extremely popular.
इस ऑल वेदर काजीगुंड बनिहाल की ऑडियो बंद कर दें इसका। इस ऑल वेदर काजीगुंड बनिहाल टनल की लंबाई 8.45 किलोमीटर है। अब मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से विनम्र निवेदन करता हूं कि वे ई माध्यम से बनिहाल काजीगुंड सुरंग मार्ग का लोकार्पण करें। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपकी जोरदार तालियों के बीच गांव पल्ली सांबा में इस वक्त यहां हम मौजूद हैं। 500 किलोवाट सोलर पावर प्लांट पल्ली पंचायत को कार्बन मुक्त बनाने के लिए एक पहल है। 2.75 करोड़ रुपए का 500 केवी सोलर पावर प्लांट ग्राउंड माउंटेड है। प्रतिदिन औसतन 2000 से 2050 यूनिट ऊर्जा पैदा होगी। 330 वाट के 1500 से अधिक सोलर पैनल लगाए गए हैं। 100,000 किलोवाट क्षमता के 5 स्ट्रिंग इन्वर्टर्स हर 500 किलोवाट के बराबर ऊर्जा उत्पन्न करने के लिए 630 केवीए ट्रांसफार्मर के माध्यम से ग्रिड को देते हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से अनुरोध है कि इस 500 किलोवाट सोलर पावर प्लांट को लोकार्पित करें। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी।
गरीबों को सस्ती दवाई मिले, दवाई के बिना उसकी जान पर ना बनाए, इसलिए पूरे देश में जन औषधि भंडारों का अभियान चलाया गया। इस अवधारणा को मूल मंत्र बनाकर आज पर्वतीय क्षेत्रों के आंतरिक भागों से लेकर मेट्रो सिटी तक जन औषधि केंद्र खोले गए हैं।
कोरोना काल में ये जन औषधि केंद्र लोगों के लिए संजीवनी साबित हुए। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, इन औषधीय केंद्रों में जो दवा लेने आया वो आपको दुआ देकर गए। अब मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से अनुरोध करता हूं कि ई माध्यम से 108 जन औषधीय केंद्रों को लोकार्पित करें। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी।
खुशहाल जम्मू कश्मीर की खातिर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अनुच्छेद 370 और 35A की बेड़ियों से यहाँ के लोगों को आजाद करवा के उनके लिए एक नई सुबह का आगाज किया। आज जम्मू कश्मीर तरक्की की राह पर अग्रसर है। कई विदेशी कंपनियों ने जम्मू कश्मीर का रुख किया है, यहाँ भारी निवेश किया है। प्रस्तुत है ये लघु फिल्म।
Four state-of-the-art tunnels provide excellent connectivity. The Chenani-Nashri tunnel is the longest road tunnel. One of the holiest pilgrimages of India. The giant Chenab Bridge is the highest rail bridge in the world across the Chenab River. The region already has many flourishing industries and is a hub of manufacturing industries and MSMEs that contribute to nearly 30% of the GDP. Generations of skilled artisans nurture age-old regional handicrafts like basketry, woodwork, furniture, papier-mâché, pottery, copper and silverware. As India's second largest producer of wool, there is a rich heritage of carpet and shawl weaving. A traditional silk industry also generates large-scale income through silk production. Horticulture is another major industry with a variety of flora and fauna due to abundant natural resources, ideal weather and soil conditions. The region is a leading producer and exporter of dry fruits like almonds and walnuts. It is also India's largest producer of apples and saffron. The many rare herbs and medicinal plants provide opportunities for medical tourism, healthcare and pharmaceutical industries with proposed biotechnology parks. The breathtaking natural beauty of the land makes Jammu Kashmir a renowned international tourist destination. The Union Territory, with its world-famous tourism destinations like Gulmarg and Pahalgam, along with its pristine lakes like Dal Lake, Mansar Lake, Wooler Lake, and the wetlands of Kashmir with 33 species of migratory birds, attracts millions of visitors. The fresh and clean environment makes it an ideal destination for medical tourism. It is one of the leading pilgrimage, blessed with the holy Vaishno Devi temple and the snowy mountains of Amarnath. Adventure sports and gondola rides in Gulmarg and Patni Top are also extremely popular. The scenic wonders have made Jammu Kashmir a natural choice for filmmakers too. It is a prime film shooting location for domestic and international.
प्रधानमंत्री स्वामित्व योजना के अंतर्गत लोगों को जमीनों का मालिकाना हक मिलेगा, स्वामित्व कार्ड दिए जाएंगे। जिसकी भूमि होगी उसका ही उस पर हक होगा। ई ग्राम स्वराज पोर्टल पर जमीनों से मुतल्लिक सभी समस्याओं की जानकारी का उल्लेख होगा और साथ ही
What would your opening thoughts first, sir, be on parliamentary democracy?
In the central hall of Bangladesh, where I have been, the two ladies of Bangladesh would not be able to sit together in the central hall. In the Pakistan's parliament central hall, I don't think Nawaz Sharif and Ziaul Haq, or for that matter, Nawaz Sharif and in the earlier days Benazir Bhutto will be able to sit in the central hall. The strength of the Indian parliament can be seen in central hall. Every day I see it. You have.
मेरी गुजारिश है शौकत अली वानी जी से कि वे भी मंच पर आएं और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से अपना स्वामित्व कार्ड लें।
धन्यवाद प्रधानमंत्री जी। प्राकृतिक संसाधनों के संरक्षण के लिए अति आवश्यक है कि हम पानी का संरक्षण करें, अधिक से अधिक पेड़ लगाएं, पानी का सोच समझकर प्रयोग करें ताकि जलवायु परिवर्तन की चुनौतियों से हम सफलतापूर्वक निपटें। संकल्प है कि 15 अगस्त सन 2023 तक 50,000 अमृत सरोवर तैयार किए जाएंगे। इस संबंध में प्रस्तुत है ये लघु फिल्म।
जल ही जीवन है, इसी दिशा में आज़ादी के अमृतकाल में शुरू हुआ अभियान अमृत सरोवर। मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से अनुरोध करती हूं कि वह अपने कर कमलों द्वारा अमृत सरोवर मिशन का ई माध्यम से शुभ आरंभ करें।
ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में विकास हर व्यक्ति तक पहुंचे, इसमें बहुत ही बड़ा योगदान है हमारे पंचायती राज संस्थानों का। प्रत्येक वर्ष पंचायती राज मंत्रालय पुरस्कृत करता है हमारे पंचायती राज संस्थानों को अलग अलग 4 मुख्तलिफ श्रेणियों में।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, मैं आपसे आग्रह करती हूं कि इस वर्ष राष्ट्रीय पंचायत पुरस्कार की 4 विभिन्न श्रेणियों के तहत जिन पंचायतों को पुरस्कृत किया जा रहा है उनके अकाउंट में ई माध्यम से इनाम राशि ट्रांसफर करें। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी।
देवी और सज्जनों, अब वो लम्हा आ गया है जिसका आप सभी को बेसब्री से इंतजार था। विनम्र निवेदन है माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से कि वो अपनी ओजस्वी वाणी से, प्रेरक व ऊर्जामय संबोधन से हम सबका मार्गदर्शन करें। आपकी जोरदार तालियों में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी।
भारत माता की जम्मू कश्मीर के लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर श्री मनोज सिन्हा जी, केंद्रीय मंत्रिमंडल के मेरे सहयोगी गिरिराज सिंह जी, इसी धरती के संतान मेरे साथी
डॉक्टर जितेंद्र सिंह जी, श्री कपिल मोरेश्वर पाटिल जी, संसद में मेरे साथी श्री जुगल किशोर जी, जम्मू कश्मीर सहित पूरे देश से जुड़े पंचायती राज के सभी जनप्रतिनिधिगण, भाई और बहनों, सुरवी रहंदी इस डुगर धरती जम्मू च तुसे सारे बहन प्राएगी मेरा नमस्कार। देश भर से जुड़े साथियों को राष्ट्रीय पंचायत दिवस की बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। आज जम्मू कश्मीर के विकास को गति देने के लिए यह बहुत बड़ा दिन है। यहां मैं जो जन सागर देख रहा हूं, जहां भी मेरी नजर पहुंच रही है, लोग ही लोग नजर आ रहे हैं। शायद कितने दशकों के बाद जम्मू कश्मीर की धरती, हिंदुस्तान के नागरिक ऐसा भव्य दृश्य देख पा रहे हैं। ये आपके प्यार के लिए, आपके उत्साह और उमंग के लिए, विकास और प्रगति के आपके संकल्प के लिए मैं विशेष रूप से आज जम्मू और कश्मीर के भाइयों बहनों का आदरपूर्वक अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं। साथियों, न ये भूभाग मेरे लिए नया है, न मैं आपके लिए नया हूं, और मैं यहां की बारीकियों से अनेक वर्षों से परिचित भी रहा हूं, जुड़ा हुआ रहा हूं। मेरे लिए खुशी की बात है कि आज यहां कनेक्टिविटी और बिजली से जुड़े 20,000 करोड़ रुपए, यह आंकड़ा जम्मू कश्मीर जैसे छोटे राज्य के लिए बहुत बड़ा आंकड़ा। 20,000 करोड़ रुपए के प्रोजेक्ट का लोकार्पण और शिलान्यास हुआ है। जम्मू कश्मीर के विकास को नई रफ्तार देने के लिए राज्य में तेजी से काम चल रहा है। इन प्रयासों से बहुत बड़ी संख्या में जम्मू कश्मीर के नौजवानों को रोजगार मिलेगा। साथियों, आज अनेक परिवारों को गांवों में उनके घर के प्रॉपर्टी कार्ड भी मिले हैं। ये स्वामित्व कार्ड गांवों में नई संभावनाओं को प्रेरित करेंगे। आज 100 जन औषधि केंद्र जम्मू कश्मीर के गरीब और मिडिल क्लास को सस्ती दवाएं, सस्ता सर्जिकल सामान देने का माध्यम बनेंगे। 2020 तक देश को कार्बन न्यूट्रल बनाने का जो संकल्प
उसी दिशा में भी जम्मू कश्मीर ने आज एक बड़ी पहल की है। ग्लासगो में दुनिया के बड़े बड़े दिग्गज इकट्ठे हुए थे। कार्बन न्यूट्रल को लेकर के बहुत सारे भाषण हुए, बहुत सारे बयान हुए, बहुत सारी घोषणाएं हुई, लेकिन ये हिंदुस्तान है जो ग्लासगो के संकल्प को आज जम्मू कश्मीर की एक छोटी पंचायत, पल्ली पंचायत के अंदर देश की पहली कार्बन न्यूट्रल पंचायत बनने की तरफ आगे बढ़ रहा है। आज मुझे पल्ली गांव में देश के गांवों के जनप्रतिनिधियों के साथ जुड़ने का भी अवसर मिला है। इस बड़ी उपलब्धि और विकास के कामों के लिए जम्मू कश्मीर को बहुत बहुत बधाई। यहां मंच पर आने से पहले मैं यहां के पंचायत के सदस्यों के साथ बैठा था। उनके सपने, उनके संकल्प और उनके नेक इरादे मैं महसूस कर रहा था और मुझे खुशी तब हुई कि मैं दिल्ली के लाल किले पर से सबका प्रयास ये बोलता हूं, लेकिन आज जम्मू कश्मीर की धरती ने, पल्ली के नागरिकों ने सबका प्रयास क्या होता है ये मुझे करके दिखाया है। यहां के पंच सरपंच मुझे बता रहे थे कि जब यहां में एक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन तय हुआ तो सरकार के लोग आते थे, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स आते थे, सब बनाने वाले। अब यहां तो कोई ढाबा नहीं है, यहां तो कोई लंगर नहीं चलता है। ये लोग आ रहे तो उनको खाने का क्या करें? तो मुझे यहां के पंच सरपंच ने बताया कि हर घर से, कोई घर से 20 रोटी, कहीं 30 रोटी इकट्ठी करते थे और पिछले 10 दिन से यहां जो भी लोग आए हैं सबको गांव वालों ने खाना खिलाया है। सबका प्रयास क्या होता है ये आप लोगों ने दिखा दिया है। मैं हृदय से यहां के सभी मेरे गांव वासियों को आदरपूर्वक नमन करता हूं। भाइयों और बहनों, इस बार पंचायती राज दिवस जम्मू कश्मीर में मनाया जा रहा एक बड़े बदलाव का प्रतीक है। ये बहुत ही गर्व की बात है कि जब लोकतंत्र जम्मू कश्मीर में ग्रास रूट तक पहुंचा है, तब यहां से मैं देश भर की पंचायतों से संवाद कर रहा हूं। हिंदुस्तान में पंचायती राज व्यवस्था लागू हुई, बहुत ढोल पीटे गए, बड़ा गौरव भी किया गया और वो गलत भी नहीं था। लेकिन एक बात हम भूल गए, भाषण तो कह करते थे हम कि भारत में पंचायती राज व्यवस्था लागू की गई है, लेकिन देशवासियों को पता होना चाहिए कि ये इतनी अच्छी व्यवस्था होने के बावजूद भी मेरे जम्मू कश्मीर के लोग उससे वंचित थे, यहां नहीं था। दिल्ली में आपने मुझे सेवा करने का मौका दिया और पंचायती राज व्यवस्था जम्मू कश्मीर की धरती पर लागू हो गई। अकेले जम्मू कश्मीर के गांवों में 30,000 से ज्यादा जनप्रतिनिधि चुन करके आए हैं और वो आज यहां का कारोबार चला रहे हैं। यही तो लोकतंत्र की ताकत होती है। पहली बार त्रिस्तरीय पंचायती राज व्यवस्था, ग्राम पंचायत, पंचायत समिति और डीडीसी के चुनाव यहां शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से संपन्न हुए और गांव के लोग गांव का भविष्य तय कर रहे हैं। साथियों, बात डेमोक्रेसी की हो या संकल्प डेवलपमेंट का हो, आज जम्मू कश्मीर पूरे देश के लिए एक नया उदाहरण प्रस्तुत कर रहा है। बीते 2-3 सालों में जम्मू कश्मीर में विकास के नए आयाम बने हैं। केंद्र के लगभग 250 कानून जो जम्मू के नागरिकों को अधिकार देते थे, वो लागू नहीं किए जाते थे। हमने जम्मू कश्मीर के हर नागरिक को एम्पावर करने के लिए उन कानूनों को लागू कर दिया और आपको ताकतवर बनाने का काम कर दिया। जिनका सबसे अधिक लाभ यहां की बहनों को हुआ, यहां की बेटियों को हुआ, यहां के गरीब को, यहां के दलित को, यहां के पीड़ित को, यहां के वंचित को हुआ है। आज मुझे गर्व हो रहा है कि आजादी के 75 साल के बाद जम्मू कश्मीर के मेरे वाल्मीकि समाज के भाई बहन हिंदुस्तान के नागरिकों की बराबरी में आने का कानूनी हक प्राप्त कर सके हैं। दशक से जो बेड़ियां वाल्मीकि समाज के पांव में डाल दी गई थी, उनसे अब वो मुक्त हो चुका है। आजादी के 7 दशक के बाद उसको आजादी मिली है। आज हर समाज के बेटे बेटियां अपने सपनों को पूरा कर पा रहे हैं। जम्मू कश्मीर में बरसों तक जिन साथियों को आरक्षण का लाभ नहीं मिला, अब उन्हें भी आरक्षण का लाभ मिल रहा है। आज बाबा साहब की आत्मा जहां भी होगी, हम सबको आशीर्वाद देती होगी कि हिंदुस्तान का एक कोना इससे वंचित था। मोदी सरकार ने आकर के बाबा साहब को सपनों को भी पूरा किया है। भाई, केंद्र सरकार की योजनाएं अब यहां तेजी से लागू हो रही है, जिसका सीधा फायदा जम्मू कश्मीर के गांवों को हो रहा है। एलपीजी गैस कनेक्शन हो, बिजली कनेक्शन हो, पानी कनेक्शन हो, स्वच्छ भारत अभियान के तहत टॉयलेट्स हो, इसका बड़ा लाभ जम्मू कश्मीर को मिला है। साथियों, आजादी के अमृतकाल यानी आने वाले 25 साल में नया जम्मू कश्मीर विकास की नई गाथा लिखेगा। थोड़ी देर पहले यूएई से आए, अबू धाबी से आए, दुबई से आए एक डेलीगेशन से बातचीत करने का मुझे अवसर मिला है। वो जम्मू कश्मीर को लेकर बहुत उत्साहित है। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, आजादी के 7 दशकों के दरमियान जम्मू कश्मीर में मात्र 17,000 करोड़ रुपए का ही प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट हो पाया था। 7 दशक में 17,000 और पिछले 2 साल के भीतर भीतर ये आंकड़ा 38,000 करोड़ रुपए पहुंचा है दोस्तों। 38,000 करोड़ रुपए यहां इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए प्राइवेट कंपनी आ रही है। साथियों, आज केंद्र से भेजी पाई भी यहां ईमानदारी से लग रही है और इन्वेस्टर भी खुले मन से पैसा लगाने आ रहे हैं। अभी मुझे हमारे मनोज सिन्हा जी बता रहे थे कि 3 साल पहले यहां के जिलों के हाथ में पूरे राज्य में 5,000 करोड़ रुपया ही उनके नसीब होता था और उसमें लेह लद्दाख सब आ जाता था। उन्होंने कहा छोटा सा राज्य है, आबादी कम है, लेकिन पिछले 2 साल में जो गति आई है, इस बार बजट में जिलों के पास 22,000 करोड़ रुपए सीधे सीधे पंचायतों के पास विकास के लिए दिए जा रहे हैं। इतने छोटे राज्य में ग्रास रूट लेवल की डेमोक्रेटिक सिस्टम के द्वारा विकास के काम के लिए कहां 5,000 करोड़ और कहां 22,000 करोड़ रुपए ये काम हुआ है। भाइयों, आज मुझे खुशी है, रतले पावर प्रोजेक्ट और क्वार पावर प्रोजेक्ट जब बनकर तैयार होंगे तो जम्मू कश्मीर को पर्याप्त बिजली तो मिलेगी ही। जम्मू कश्मीर के लिए बिजली एक कमाई का बहुत बड़ा नया क्षेत्र खुलने वाला है, जो जम्मू कश्मीर को नई आर्थिक ऊंचाइयों की ओर ले जाएगा। अब देखिए, कभी दिल्ली से एक सरकारी फाइल चलती थी, जरा मेरी बात समझना, दिल्ली से एक सरकारी फाइल चलती थी तो जम्मू कश्मीर पहुंचते पहुंचते 2-3 हफ्ते लग जाते थे। मुझे खुशी है कि आज 500 किलोवाट का सोलर पावर प्लांट सिर्फ 3 हफ्ते के भीतर यहां लागू हो जाता है, बिजली पैदा करना शुरू करता है। पल्ली गांव के सभी घरों में अब सोलर बिजली पहुंच रही है। ये ग्राम ऊर्जा स्वराज का भी बहुत बड़ा उदाहरण बना है। काम के तौर तरीकों में यही बदलाव जम्मू कश्मीर को नई ऊंचाइयों पर ले जाएगा। साथियों, मैं जम्मू कश्मीर के नौजवानों को कहना चाहता हूं, साथियों मेरे शब्दों में भरोसा कीजिए। घाटी के नौजवान आपके माता पिता को, आपके दादा दादी को, आपके नाना नानी को जिन मुसीबतों से जिंदगी जीनी पड़ी, मेरे नौजवान आपको कभी भी ऐसी मुसीबतों से जिंदगी जीनी नहीं पड़ेगी। ये मैं करके दिखाऊंगा, ये मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाने आया हूं। बीते 8 सालों में एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत के मंत्र को मजबूत करने के लिए हमारी सरकार ने दिन रात काम किया है। जब मैं एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की बात करता हूं तो हमारा फोकस कनेक्टिविटी पर भी होता है, दूरियां मिटाने पर भी होता है। दूरियां चाहे दिलों की हो, भाषा व्यवहार की हो या फिर संसाधनों की, इनको दूर करना आज हमारी बहुत बड़ी प्राथमिकता है। जैसे हमारे डोगरों के बारे में लोक संगीत में कहते हैं, मिठड़ी मिठड़ी ये डोंगरे दी बोली, मिठड़ी ये डोंगरे दी बोली, ते खंड मिठे लोग डोगरे। ऐसी ही मिठास, ऐसी ही संवेदनशील सोच देश से के लिए एकता की ताकत बनता है और दूरियां भी कम होती है। भाई और बहनों, हमारी सरकार के प्रयास से अब बनिहाल कांजीगुट टनल से जम्मू और श्रीनगर की दूरी 2 घंटे कम हो गई। उधमपुर, श्रीनगर, बारामूला को लिंक करने वाला आकर्षक आर्क ब्रिज भी जल्द देश को मिलने वाला है। दिल्ली अमृतसर कटरा हाईवे भी दिल्ली से मां वैष्णो देवी के दरबार की दूरी को बहुत कम करने वाला है। और वो दिन दूरा नहीं होगा जब कन्याकुमारी की देवी वैष्णो देवी से एक सड़क से मिलने वाले हैं। दोस्तों, जम्मू कश्मीर हो, लेह लद्दाख हो, हर तरफ से एक कोशिश की जा रही है कि जम्मू कश्मीर के ज्यादातर हिस्से 12 महीने देश से कनेक्टेड हो। सरहदी गांवों के विकास के लिए भी हमारी सरकार प्राथमिकता के आधार पर काम कर रही है। हिंदुस्तान भर की सरहदों के आखिरी गांव के लिए वाइब्रेंट विलेज योजना इस बार बजट में मंजूर की गई है। उसका लाभ हिंदुस्तान के सभी आखिरी गांवों को जो सीमा पर सटे हुए हैं वो वाइब्रेंट विलेज के तहत मिलेगा। इसका अधिक फायदा पंजाब को, जम्मू कश्मीर को भी मिलने वाला है। साथियों, आज जम्मू कश्मीर सबका साथ, सबका विकास का भी एक उत्तम उदाहरण बनता जा रहा है। राज्य में अच्छे और आधुनिक अस्पताल हो, ट्रांसपोर्ट के नए साधन हो, उच्च शिक्षा के संस्थान हो, यहां के युवाओं को ध्यान में रखते हुए योजनाओं को लागू किया जा रहा है। विकास और विश्वास के बढ़ते माहौल में जम्मू कश्मीर में टूरिज्म फिर से फलने फूलने लगा है। मुझे बताया गया है कि अगले जून जुलाई तक यहां के सारे पर्यटन स्थल बुक हो चुके हैं। जगह मिलना मुश्किल हो गया है। पिछले कई वर्षों में जितने पर्यटक यहां पर नहीं आए, उतने कुछ ही महीनों में यहां आ रहे हैं। साथियों, आजादी का यह अमृत काल भारत का स्वर्णिम काल होने वाला है। ये संकल्प सबका प्रयास से सिद्ध होने वाला है। इसमें लोकतंत्र की सबसे जमीनी इकाई ग्राम पंचायत की आप सभी साथियों की भूमिका बहुत अहम है। पंचायतों की इसी भूमिका को समझते हुए आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव पर अमृत सरोवर अभियान की शुरुआत हुई है। आने वाले 1 साल में, अगले वर्ष 15 अगस्त तक हमें हर जिले में कम से कम 75 अमृत सरोवर तैयार करने हैं। हर जिले में 75 अमृत सरोवर। हमें ये भी प्रयास करना है कि इन सरोवरों के आसपास नीम, पीपल, बरगद आदि के पौधे उस इलाके के शहीदों के नाम पर लगाएं। और कोशिश ये भी करनी है कि जब ये अमृत सरोवर का आरंभ करते हो, शिलान्यास करते हो, तो उस शिलान्यास भी किसी न किसी शहीद के परिवार के हाथों से, किसी स्वतंत्र सेनानी के परिवार के हाथों से कराएं और आजादी के लिए ये अमृत सरोवर के अभियान को हम एक गौरवपूर्ण पृष्ठ के रूप में जोड़ें। भाइयों और बहनों, बीते सालों में पंचायतों को अधिक अधिकार, अधिक पारदर्शिता और टेक्नोलॉजी से जोड़ने के लिए निरंतर प्रयास किए जा रहे हैं। ई ग्राम स्वराज अभियान से पंचायत से जुड़ी प्लानिंग से लेकर पेमेंट तक की व्यवस्था को जोड़ा जा रहा है। गांव का सामान्य लाभार्थी अब अपने मोबाइल फोन पर ये जान सकता है कि पंचायत में कौन सा काम हो रहा है, उसका स्टेटस क्या है, कितना बजट खर्च हो पा रहा है। पंचायत को जो फंड मिल रहे हैं उनके ऑडिट की ऑनलाइन व्यवस्था की गई है। सिटीजन्स चार्टर कैंपेन के जरिए राज्यों और ग्राम पंचायतों को प्रोत्साहित किया जा रहा है कि वो जन्म प्रमाण पत्र, शादी के सर्टिफिकेट, प्रॉपर्टी से जुड़े अनेक विषयों को ग्राम पंचायत के स्तर पर ही हल कर सके। स्वामित्व योजना से ग्राम पंचायतों के लिए प्रॉपर्टी टैक्स की असेसमेंट आसान हो गई है, जिसका लाभ कई ग्राम पंचायतों को हो रहा है। कुछ दिन पहले ही पंचायतों में ट्रेनिंग के लिए आधुनिक टेक्नोलॉजी के उपयोग से जुड़ी नई नीति को भी स्वीकृति दी गई है। इसी महीने 11 से 17 अप्रैल तक पंचायतों के नवनिर्माण के संकल्प के साथ आइकॉनिक वीक का आयोजन भी किया गया, ताकि गांव-गांव तक मूलभूत सुविधाओं को पहचान का काम हो सके। सरकार का संकल्प ये है कि गांवों में हर व्यक्ति, हर परिवार के लिए शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य जैसे हर पहलू का विकास सुनिश्चित हो। सरकार की कोशिश यही है कि गांव के विकास से जुड़े हर प्रोजेक्ट को प्लान करने, उसके अमल में पंचायत की भूमिका ज्यादा हो। इससे राष्ट्रीय संकल्पों की सिद्धि में पंचायत अहम कड़ी बनकर उभरेगी। साथियों, पंचायतों को ज्यादा अधिकार देने का लक्ष्य पंचायतों को सही मायने में सशक्तिकरण का सेंटर बनाने का है। पंचायतों की बढ़ती हुई शक्ति, पंचायतों को मिलने वाली राशि गांव के विकास को नई ऊर्जा दे, इसका भी ध्यान रखा जा रहा है। पंचायती राज व्यवस्था में बहनों की भागीदारी को और बढ़ाने पर भी हमारी सरकार का बहुत जोर है। भारत की बहन बेटियां क्या कर सकती है, ये कोरोना काल की दुनिया भर में भारत के अनुभव ने विश्व को बहुत कुछ सिखाया है। आशा आंगनवाड़ी कार्यकर्ताओं ने कैसे ट्रैकिंग से लेकर टीकाकरण तक छोटे छोटे हर काम को करके कोरोना के खिलाफ की लड़ाई को मजबूती देने का काम हमारी बेटियों ने किया है, हमारी माताओं बहनों ने किया है। गांव के स्वास्थ्य और पोषण से जुड़ा नेटवर्क महिला शक्ति से ही अपनी ऊर्जा पा रहा है। महिला स्वयं सहायता समूह गांवों में आजीविका के, जन जागरण के नए आयाम गढ़ रहे हैं। पानी से जुड़ी व्यवस्थाएं, हर घर जल अभियान में भी जो महिलाओं की भूमिका तय की गई है, उसको हर पंचायत तेजी से व्यवस्थित करे, ये बहुत आवश्यक है। मुझे बताया गया है कि अभी तक 3 लाख पानी समितियां पूरे देश में बन चुकी हैं। इन समितियों में 50% महिलाएं होना अनिवार्य है। 25% तक समाज के कमजोर तबके के सदस्य हो, ये भी सुनिश्चित होना जरूरी है। अब गांव में नल से जल तो पहुंच रहा है, लेकिन साथ साथ इसकी शुद्धता, इसकी निरंतर सप्लाई, इसको सुनिश्चित करने के लिए महिलाओं को ट्रेन करने का काम भी पूरे देश में चल रहा है, लेकिन मैं चाहूंगा कि उसमें तेजी जरूरी है। अभी तक 7 लाख से अधिक बहनों को, बेटियों को पूरे देश में ट्रेनिंग दी जा चुकी है, लेकिन मुझे इस दायरे को भी बढ़ाना है, गति को भी बढ़ाना है। मेरा आज देश भर की पंचायतों से आग्रह है कि जहां अभी ये व्यवस्था नहीं हुई है, वहां इसको जल्द से जल्द लागू किया जाए। गुजरात में लंबे अरसे तक मैं मुख्यमंत्री रहा और मैंने अनुभव किया है कि जब मैंने गुजरात में पानी का काम महिलाओं के हाथ में दिया, गांवों में पानी की व्यवस्था की चिंता महिलाओं ने इतनी बखूबी की, क्योंकि पानी न होने का मतलब क्या होता है वो महिलाएं ज्यादा समझती है। और बड़ी संवेदनशीलता के साथ, जिम्मेदारी के साथ काम किया। और इसलिए मैं उस अनुभव के आधार पर कहता हूं, मेरे देश की सारी पंचायतें पानी के इस काम में जितना ज्यादा महिलाओं को जोड़ेंगे, जितना ज्यादा महिलाओं की ट्रेनिंग करेंगे, जितना ज्यादा महिलाओं पर भरोसा करेंगे, मैं कहता हूं पानी की समस्या का समाधान उतना ही जल्दी होगा। मेरे शब्दों पर विश्वास कीजिए, हमारी माताओं बहनों की शक्ति पे भरोसा कीजिए। गांव में हर स्तर पर बहनों बेटियों की भागीदारी को हमें बढ़ाना है, उन्हें प्रोत्साहन देना है। भाइयों और बहनों, भारत की ग्राम पंचायतों के पास फंड्स और रेवेन्यू का एक लोकल मॉडल भी होना जरूरी है। पंचायतों के जो संसाधन है, उनका कॉमर्शियल कैसे उपयोग किया जा सकता है, इसके बारे में जरूर प्रयास होना चाहिए। अब जैसे कचरे से कंचन, गोवर्धन योजना, या हम कहें प्राकृतिक खेती की योजना, और इन सारी चीजों से धन की संभावनाएं बढ़ेगी, नए कोष बनाए जा सकते हैं। बायोगैस, बायो सीएनजी, जैविक खाद, इसके लिए छोटे छोटे प्लांट भी लगे, इससे भी गांव की आय बढ़ सकती है। इसके लिए कोशिश करनी चाहिए और इसके लिए कचरे का बेहतर मैनेजमेंट जरूरी है। मैं आज गांव के लोगों से, पंचायत के लोगों से आग्रह करूंगा कि दूसरे एनजीओ के साथ मिलकर के और संगठनों के साथ मिलकर के आपको रणनीति बनानी होगी, नए नए संसाधन विकसित करने होंगे। इतना ही नहीं, आज हमारे देश में ज्यादातर राज्यों में 50% बहनें प्रतिनिधि हैं, कुछ राज्यों में 33% से भी ज्यादा है। मैं खास आग्रह करूंगा, घरों से जो कचरा निकलता है, गीला और सूखा, ये अलग घर में ही करने की आदत डाल दी जाए। उसको अलग करके करें, आप देखिए वो कचरा आपके यहां सोने की तरह काम आना शुरू हो जाएगा। इस अभियान को गांव के स्तर पर मुझे चलाना है और मैं आज देश भर के पंचायत के लोग मेरे से जुड़े हुए हैं, तो मैं इसका भी आग्रह करूंगा। साथियों, पानी का सीधा संबंध हमारी खेती से है, खेती का संबंध हमारे पानी की क्वालिटी से भी है। जिस प्रकार से केमिकल हम खेतों में डाल रहे हैं और उससे हमारी धरती माता की शहद को बर्बाद कर रहे हैं, हमारी मिट्टी खराब हो रही है। और जब पानी, वर्षा का पानी भी नीचे उतरता है तो उस केमिकल लेकर के नीचे जाता है और वही पानी हम पीते हैं, हमारे पशु पीते हैं, हमारे छोटे छोटे बच्चे पीते हैं। बीमारियों की जड़ें हम ही लगा रहे हैं और इसलिए हमें अपनी इस धरती मां को केमिकल से मुक्त करना ही होगा, केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर से मुक्त करना होगा और इसके लिए प्राकृतिक खेती की तरफ हमारा गांव, हमारा किसान बढ़ेगा तो पूरी मानवता को लाभ होगा। ग्राम पंचायती स्तर पर कैसे प्राकृतिक खेती को हम प्रोत्साहित कर सकते हैं, इसके लिए भी सामूहिक प्रयासों की आवश्यकता है। भाई और बहनों, प्राकृतिक खेती का सबसे अधिक लाभ अगर किसी को होगा तो वो मेरे छोटे किसान भाइयों बहनों को होने वाला है। इनकी आबादी देश में 80% से अधिक है। जब कम लागत में अधिक फायदा होगा तो ये छोटे किसानों के लिए बहुत प्रोत्साहन देगा। बीते सालों में केंद्र सरकार की नीतियों का सबसे अधिक लाभ हमारे इन छोटे किसानों को हुआ है। पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि से हजारों करोड़ रुपए इसी छोटे किसान के काम आ रहे हैं। किसान रेल के माध्यम से छोटे किसान के फल सब्जियां भी पूरे देश के बड़े बाजारों तक कम कीमत में पहुंच पा रही है। एफपीओ यानी किसान उत्पादक संघों के गठन से भी छोटे किसानों को बहुत ताकत मिल रही है। इस साल भारत ने विदेशों को रिकॉर्ड फल सब्जियां एक्सपोर्ट की है, तो इसका बड़ा लाभ भी देश के छोटे छोटे किसानों को हो रहा है। साथियों, ग्राम पंचायतों को सबको साथ लेकर एक और काम भी करना होगा। कुपोषण से, एनीमिया से देश को बचाने का जो बीड़ा केंद्र सरकार ने उठाया है, उसके प्रति जमीन पर लोगों को जागरूक भी करना है। अब सरकार की तरफ से जिन योजनाओं में भी चावल दिया जाता है उसको फोर्टिफाई किया जा रहा है, पोषण युक्त किया जा रहा है। ये फोर्टिफाइड चावल स्वास्थ्य के लिए कितना आवश्यक है, इसको लेकर जागरूकता फैलाना हम सभी का दायित्व है। आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव में हमारी बहन बेटियां बच्चों को कुपोषण से, एनीमिया से मुक्त करने का संकल्प हमें लेना है और जब तक इच्छित परिणाम मिलता नहीं है, सिद्धि प्राप्त नहीं होती है, मानवता के इस काम को हमें छोड़ना नहीं है, लगे रहना है और कुपोषण को हमें हमारी धरती से विदाई देनी है। भारत का विकास वोकल फॉर लोकल के मंत्र में छिपा है। भारत के लोकतंत्र के विकास की ताकत भी लोकल गवर्नेंस ही है। आपके काम का दायरा भले ही लोकल है, लेकिन इसका सामूहिक प्रभाव वैश्विक होने वाला है। लोकल की इस ताकत को हमें पहचानना है। आप अपनी पंचायत में जो भी काम करेंगे उससे देश की छवि और निखरे, देश के गांव और सशक्त हो, यही मेरी है आज पंचायत दिवस पर आप सबसे कामना है। एक बार फिर जम्मू कश्मीर को विकास कार्यों के लिए मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं और देश भर में लाखों की तादाद में चुने हुए जनप्रतिनिधियों को मैं कहना चाहूंगा, पंचायत हो या पार्लियामेंट, कोई काम छोटा नहीं है। अगर पंचायत में बैठ करके मैं मेरे देश को आगे ले जाऊंगा, इस संकल्प से पंचायत को आगे बढ़ाएंगे तो देश को आगे बढ़ने में देर नहीं होगी। और मैं आज पंचायत स्तर पर चुने हुए प्रतिनिधियों का उत्साह देख रहा हूं, उमंग देख रहा हूं, संकल्प देख रहा हूं। मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि हमारी पंचायत राज व्यवस्था भारत को नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाने की एक सशक्त माध्यम बनेगा। और उस शुभकामनाओं के साथ मैं आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं और धन्यवाद देता हूं। मेरे साथ दोनों हाथ ऊपर करके पूरी ताकत से बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय। हम सबको विश्वास है बदल रहे भारत पर, इसकी नई गति पर, इसके आगे निकल जाने के संकल्प पर। मेरा देश बदल रहा है, संवर रहा है मेरा देश। धन्यवाद प्रधानमंत्री जी।
आप सभी जो विशाल जनसमूह के रूप में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री
In a major development, Bandra Holiday Magistrate Court has rejected the police plea for Rana's custody and sent the MP Navneet Rana and MLA Ravi Rana to a 14-day judicial custody. That's the latest that we're tracking here. It's a big development coming in from the Hanuman Chalisa Rao case. The police custody has been denied. The court has denied police custody for both Navneet and Ravi Rana. Now they will be sent to a 14-day judicial custody. You can see those visuals there on your screen. Republic has been on ground.
And which is punishable with life imprisonment. तो इसके लिए आज जुडिशियल कस्टडी दिया गया है। बेल एप्लीकेशन इज केप्ट ऑन 29। हम लोग एबीपी घूमनी चाहिए। अच्छा, हाँ, तो तब तक ये जेल में रहेंगे। तब तक ये जेल में रहेंगे। सेडिशन किस बेस पे लगा आप लोगों ने? यही कि इन्होंने जो हेट और डिसलाइक जो गवर्नमेंट के खिलाफ, उनके खिलाफ जो ये किया। बेल एप्लीकेशन इज केप्ट ऑन 29। हम लोग हमारा सेफ 27 को देने वाले हैं। अच्छा, हाँ, तो तब तक ये जेल में रहेंगे। तब तक ये जेल में रहेंगे। सेडिशन किस बेस पे लगा आप लोगों ने? यही कि इन्होंने जो हेट और डिसलाइक जो गवर्नमेंट के खिलाफ, जो चीफ मिनिस्टर है उनके खिलाफ उन्होंने जो ये किया, गवर्नमेंट मशीनरी को जो चैलेंज किया है, उसकी तहत से इसको 124 लगाया। सर, क्या कोई फंडिंग की भी बात आपने कही थी? फंडिंग हो रहा है, फंडिंग या किसी के कहने पर? आरोपींना आज जेल कस्टडी देऊन त्यांनी आज लगेच बेल ऍप्लिकेशन केलं। त्या बेल ऍप्लिकेशनवर आम्हाला आमचं लेखी म्हणणं 27 तारखेला मांडायला सांगितलेलं आहे आणि त्याचप्रमाणे त्याचप्रमाणे बेल ऍप्लिकेशन आमचा युक्तिवाद 29 तारखेला होणार आहे आणि याच्यामध्ये 124 सेडिशनचा चार्ज लावण्यात आलेला आहे। त्यांनी ती वक्तव्य केलेली आहेत की मुख्यमंत्र्यांच्या विषयी अपशब्द वापरून त्यांना चॅलेंज केलेलं आहे। त्याचप्रमाणे शासनाला चॅलेंज केलेलं आहे। त्यांना 149 खालची नोटीस देण्यात आली होती की शांतता ठेवणं तुमचं कर्तव्य आहे, त्यामुळे तुम्ही परत जा। परंतु त्यांनी सदरील नोटीसला न मानता त्यांनी शासनाला जे आव्हान दिलं, त्याच्यामुळे त्यांचा जो याच्याविषयी जो वाईट अप्रामाणिक हेतू तो दिसून आला आणि म्हणून आरोपींविरुद्ध 124 हा सुद्धा सेडिशनचा गुन्हा लावण्यात आलेला आहे। त्याचप्रमाणे आरोपींना जेल कस्टडीत पाठवून त्यांच्या जामिनावर आम्हाला लेखी युक्ती युक्तिवाद दिनांक 27 तारखेला द्यायला सांगितलेला आहे आणि प्रत्यक्ष युक्तिवाद 29 तारखेला होऊन त्यावर मग निर्णय होईल.
किती दिवसाची न्यायालयीन कोठडी भेटली?
आता 29 तारखेपर्यंत न्यायालयीन कोठडी मिळालेली. नाही, युक्तिवाद हीच कलमं का लावलेली आहेत ती न्यायालयाने ऐकलेली आहेत संपूर्ण. आणि ऑर्डर के सेडिशन का, क्योंकि उनको 149 का नोटिस भी दिया था. अगर वो दूसरे के घर में उनके परमिशन बिना भी, जिसके घर में जाना चाहते थे वो महाराष्ट्र के ऑनरेबल चीफ मिनिस्टर है और उनको चैलेंज करते हुए अगर किसी के घर में जाना है तो उसकी परमिशन लेनी जरूरत है. परमिशन ना लेते हुए जब 149 की नोटिस दी गई कि मत जाना, उसके बाद भी उन्होंने स्टेट मशीनरी को चैलेंज किया कि हम जाएंगे ही. इसके लिए उनको और उनका जो चला.
Right, you can see those. Now let me just go across to Ankit. Ankit, now this is a huge setback for the Rana couple. Ankit? My colleague Ankit is on the ground. He's been tracking the story closely. Ankit, can you hear me?
Shivangi, I can hear you. If you can hear me, Shivangi, can you hear me? Shivangi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Ankit, this is a huge setback. This is a huge setback for the Rana couple.
Shivangi, I would beg to differ. The setback is to the Mumbai police because the Mumbai police had sought police custody. That was the demand that they had made, the argument they had made in court. And Rizwan Merchant, who was representing Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana, had contended that the police should not be granted custody, and that is what has happened. The police have been denied custody. They have been sent to judicial custody instead, and now they can file for bail. So this is in effect a blow to the police that had sought the custody of Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana, while the advocate is stating here the reasons that they have been remanded. The fact remains that Rizwan Merchant, who was arguing the case for Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana, the independent MP and the independent MLA from Amravati, he had argued that because the arrest is illegal and unconstitutional, the police should not be granted custody. The police had sought 7 days custody. Instead, the Rana couple have been sent to judicial custody for 14 days. 14 days of judicial custody is more or less the norm when it is judicial custody, and they can now seek bail. That is the big update coming from the Bandra court right now. We are also expecting very shortly for the lawyer of Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana. You can see him there in your frame right now. Rizwan Merchant is about to speak to the media, and a clear picture will emerge as to what his arguments were and what the magistrate observed and ordered eventually. We have seen 14 days of judicial custody granted. 7 days of police custody which the government had sought have not been granted. It has been denied. So now Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana will be taken back to the jail, but they can then seek bail as early as we may find out very soon, as early as tomorrow perhaps. But this is the holiday court which has granted judicial custody. A lot of the time this kind of thing is in the spirit of what happens in holiday courts. As you can see right now, there is a big jumble to get the first response of Rizwan Merchant, who argued the case for the Ranas. He is currently leaving the court. He has succeeded insofar as his argument is concerned because he had told and argued before.
तो देखिए साफ तौर पर जो है यहाँ पर वकील जो है वो कुछ भी कहने के लिए जो है तैयार नहीं है. उनका साफ तौर पर कहना है कि मैं जो है कुछ भी नहीं कहना चाहूंगा. लेकिन देखिए जो सरकारी वकील थे उन्होंने इस बात को आकर क्लियर किया है कि देखिए 14 दिन की जुडिशियल कस्टडी में बिल्कुल भेजा गया है. लेकिन ये पुलिस की बहुत बड़ी हार है क्योंकि पुलिस चाहती थी कि पुलिस कस्टडी में एक बार फिर से जो है देखिए कोशिश जरूर करें.
और सेडिशन का रिजवान सर क्या कुमार सर हाथ काढा नाही तर फ्रेम मध्ये येतो पुरा. कुमार सर
देखो सुनो 1-2 मिनट. आप सब लोगों का एक ही सवाल है. मैं जानता हूं क्या है. आप लोग सवाल मत करो, मेरे को बात करने दो. आप लोग चिल्लम चिल्लाट करोगे कोई सुनाई नहीं देगा. प्लीज सब आई एम लाउड इनफ टू बी कॉट. इट्स ओके. आप चुप बैठेंगे तो मैं बोलूंगा। Please keep quiet. 1 minute. Now listen to me one thing very carefully. The remand application which has been filed by Khar police station was confined only to section 153 capital A and charges under the Bombay Police Act. In that remand application, for the first time, the unfairness and dishonesty of the police department is reflected. After the FIR was registered by Khar police station on the complaint of Ravi Rana and Navneet Kaur Rana against the other side, there is a second FIR which appears to have been registered by the police against Navneet Kaur Rana and her husband Ravi Rana. That is the charge of 353 IPC police station on the complaint of Ravi Rana and Navneet Kaur Rana against the other side. There is a second FIR which appears to have been registered by the police against Navneet Kaur Rana and her husband Ravi Rana. That is the charge of 353 IPC of obstructing a public servant in discharge of official duties. That it appears is in respect of the incident which has taken place at the residence. If the charge of 353 was made out in respect of the incident at the residence, there is no reason why that charge could not have been added in the first FIR of 500. The arrest memo also does not show the charge of 353. For the first time, Public Prosecutor Mr. Gharat, obviously on instruction, he cannot make such a responsible statement without instructions from the police department. So I take it that it is on instruction from the police department. He argued that the case of the accused falls under 124 capital A, which is sedition. When he was called upon by us to show to the court that particular part of the remand application or those words which was supposed to have been uttered by the accused to show disaffection towards the state government, he miserably failed. He was not able to show even a single word which was uttered allegedly either by Ravi Rana or Navneet Rana to show disaffection towards the government. The only contents of the remand application was that they had prepared to come here for the purpose of chanting Hanuman Chalisa. We argued before the court that Hanuman Chalisa is nothing but a praise of Lord Ram, and praise of Lord Ram and as well as praise of Hanuman go hand in hand. So if there is a particular chanting which is done in the presence of a person of another religion, then he may be justified in saying that offence under 153A has been committed. But the place, keep quiet and listen, but the place where the Hanuman Chalisa was supposed to be chanted was outside the house of people who claim to love Ram. They claim to love Lord Ram, and if they love Lord Ram, then question of wanting to chant Hanuman Chalisa should not be affecting them at all. Therefore, those words of chanting Hanuman Chalisa cannot fall within the ambit of 153 capital A, nor can they fall within the ambit of 124 capital A. Because if I praise my Lord, it cannot amount to showing disaffection to the government. It only shows my affection towards my Lord who has created me. So this entire case, please understand, this entire case is a bogus case. They have a very strong feeling that they are standing on loose ground. They are standing on loose ground. They know there is a possibility of release on bail. Therefore, they are prepared for a second FIR. So they are going to arrest him the moment he is released on bail in one case. Then there may be another case. Then there may be another case. We know what is supposed to be done. Please don't ask me what I'm going to be doing, because I'm not going to discuss it with you. I'm not saying anything more. Whether Hindi, English, I'm done.
All right. Let me just go straight across to Ankit. Ankit, we just learned that the sedition charge has also been added against the Rana couple. Tell us more about this.
This is a big revelation right now Rizwan Merchant made before going back into the
Bandra court, Shivangi. The big news is that the police has been denied custody. Instead, they will be sent to judicial custody. But certainly key news being shared by Rizwan Merchant from in the courtroom, that is that the Mumbai police is attempting to file another FIR. This for the altercation that was witnessed at Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana's house before they were taken by the Mumbai police to the Khar police station. There was the altercation video, and they have accused them of sedition because they were trying to impede a public servant from doing their duty, is what we could make out from what Rizwan Merchant just told us before going back into the court. We also asked him meanwhile when does he see them getting bail, because in his statement he had said that this new FIR of sedition is an attempt to stop them from being able to get bail. Currently, as things stand with judicial custody, they would be entitled to seek bail, but however there is a second FIR that the Maharashtra police, the Khar police station has filed. We can also tell our viewers that the next hearing is to take place on the 29th of this month. The Mumbai police is to file its reply on their bail application by the 27th of April. So that is the timeline we are looking at right now, Shivangi. We are also awaiting now the Rana couple to step out of the Bandra court premises, and we are awaiting what it is that they say or do, if indeed we get a chance to speak to them at all. But I can repeat once again that the police have been asked to file their reply on the bail application that has already been filed by Navneet and Ravi Rana by the 27th of April, that is 3 days from now, and on 29th the hearing will take place. Once again, the police have been denied custody. They had asked for 7 days custody, so it's a blow to the police's case in that front, but they have been sent to 14 days of judicial custody. We are on standby right now for more people to emerge. Rizwan Merchant is coming out once again, and we will try and ask him a question. Again, there was a big crowd here, but maybe it's more conducive right now. Mr. Merchant, are you confident of getting bail on 29th? Mr. Merchant. There was Mr. Merchant. One of our other crews will try and get him. One of our other crews will try and speak to him just now. But Mr. Merchant has filed the bail application on behalf of Navneet and Ravi Rana, and the Maharashtra government, or the police rather, have been asked to file their reply by the 27th, and on 29th is when the hearing will take place. Again, the big news that he has shared with the media is that a second FIR is likely to have been filed by the Mumbai police, and this one accuses the Rana couple of sedition, basically in impeding the work of a public servant who had tried to come and take them out of their house. The police official who we saw in their flat, they had accused the police official of trespass, I might add, in return. But this is the big breaking news at the moment, that Rizwan Merchant, the lawyer of the Rana couple, is alleging that a unfair second FIR has been attempted to be lodged, and he has called this reflective of the dishonesty of the police. This is the word of Rizwan Merchant to the media, that the second FIR that has been lodged is reflective of the dishonesty of the police. So there are hectic developments taking place. We are on standby any second now. The Rana couple, that is Navneet Rana, the independent MP from Amravati, and her husband Ravi Rana, the independent MLA, will come out of the court premises. They are still inside. Their lawyer Rizwan Merchant is outside. He has just briefed the media a short while back. We caught that briefing, and right now we are on standby for what else emerges. But for the moment, the Rana couple have been sent to judicial custody. The police will not be getting their custody. The police had sought 7 days of their custody. It was denied by the court. Rizwan Merchant argued that the police must not be granted custody because the arrest is illegal and unconstitutional, and so they have been sent to 14 days judicial custody. Instead, they have already filed their bail application. The Mumbai police is to respond by the 27th of this month. That is 3 days from now. That is by Wednesday, and on Friday the matter will be heard again, is the breaking news emerging from the Bandra holiday court here this Sunday on April the 24th in Mumbai. Right now, the Rana couple who were arrested just about 20 hours ago are set to come out right now of the Bandra court premises, and we will hope to get a glimpse of them as well. While they had gone in, they had made a gesture of defiance. They had thrust out their fists in a show of defiance once again, just like we had seen earlier at the Khar police station and also at their Khar residence. And now we await them coming out once again. A hectic big development taking place here in Mumbai right now with regards to the arrest of the Rana couple over the Hanuman Chalisa controversy, viewers.
All right, Ankit, we were waiting for them to come out. As you just said, this is a big development here. Sedition charge being added against the Rana couple. Now, what next for the Rana couple? We believe that they will be taken to jail today. Can you tell us more about that?
Well, it is likely that they will be at first taken back. It's hard to guess actually, so I'd rather not speculate where they will be taken back right now. We'll wait for word on that. But what we can tell you, the timeline that we do know, Shivangi, is that they have already filed their bail application. They benefited out of the fact that they were sent to judicial custody, and so they were able to file their bail application immediately. They did so, and now the Mumbai police has been asked to file its reply to their bail application by 27th of April. That is by Wednesday, and on Friday is when the hearing will next take place. This is the order and the outcome of this hearing that took place on Sunday at the court in Bandra, at the holiday court. And so now we await the reply of the Maharashtra government, and we await more word on the second FIR that has been lodged that alleges sedition by the Rana couple in attempting to stop a public servant from discharging their duty, or so Pradeep Gharat, the lawyer for the government, has informed. And there you see Ravi Rana and Navneet Rana, and she has her hands up in a gesture of namaste. It's one we've also seen being used to indicate Satyameva Jayate. That is what we can infer from the body language of Navneet Rana, who has just stepped out. Navneet Rana has just stepped out, and so has Ravi Rana, and both of them have been taken into the police car, and they are just about to drive out. Viewers, we have the first visuals of the Rana couple after they have been remanded to 14 days of judicial custody. Bail is on the cards as early as this Friday because their application has been filed. I can see them from the corner of my vantage point that they are being taken inside a clutch of cars that have been readied for them. It's likely that they will be taken back to the Santa Cruz police station, but we will await word on that, and we'll await word on where in fact they will be lodged until their application comes up for hearing. They had earlier indicated that they would not seek bail unless the police files an FIR over the complaint of the Shiv Senas protesting at their house. We can also break this information, Shivangi, for the viewers, that the police has filed an FIR against the Shiv Senics who were protesting, and 4 people have been arrested. So 4 protesters have been arrested. That is another piece of breaking news that is coming out right now from Mumbai, from the Mumbai police. And right now we are awaiting the Rana couple to come before us and for us to catch another glimpse of them. We just saw them just about 2 minutes ago as they stepped out of the building. Navneet Rana had her hands together in the namaste sort of gesture in what has been erstwhile used previously also in a number of cases to indicate Satyameva Jayate. So very clearly their body language suggested that it is they who have got the edge, although there is a new development with regards to the sedition FIR that is being filed, an unexpected twist we have seen now taking place and unfolding before our eyes at the Bandra court.
All right, getting us those live visuals there exclusively. At first on Republic, you can see those live visuals on Bandra court. A big development. Navneet and Ravi Rana remanded to judicial custody for 14 days. Police custody has been denied over the Hanuman Chalisa row. And also, we just learned that a sedition charge has been added against a Rana couple. Ankit, go ahead and tell us about the entire timeline of events, starting off from the Hanuman Chalisa controversy, how it really started to where we have come right now for our viewers.
Well, I can say that while it did start before yesterday, the action all began at 9 a.m. yesterday when they were planning, that is the Ranas were planning to take out their Hanuman Chalisa procession to Matoshri, that is the Thackeray residence. And it's very interesting that the lawyer, that is Rizwan Merchant, also made note of the fact that section 153A, Shivangi, which they were charged under in their original FIR, that is with an intent to create a communal tension between communities over a ground of religion. On that matter, Rizwan Merchant said, and he brought the personal politics of the Shiv Sena into it, and he said that if you were to go and recite the Hanuman Chalisa or a religious slogan before a person of another religion, then it would apply, but that section would not apply to a person who is a self-confessed devotee of the same religion. So he in fact said that if you were to go and chant the Hanuman Chalisa outside Matoshri, which is the residence of the Thackeray's, that would not tantamount to section 153A being violated. That would not on the face of it present a situation where communal harmony was being disrupted and tensions were being created on grounds of religion, because both parties in this case are devotees of the same religion. And so that was his argument, and he said because that ground does not stand, because of his argument, the Maharashtra police, that is the Khar police in this case, has filed another FIR, and now they are coming out and we'll try and get a word from them. There you see Navneet Rana, her window is shut, but there she is in the second car that went across. There she is. And Ravi Rana going separately, he's in a different car, and he made a gesture towards the media there. He did a sort of salam gesture. They were both interestingly in separate vehicles. They were both being taken separately, and there they go now to the Santa Cruz, or at least in the direction of where they came from, which is the Santa Cruz police station. So this is the breaking news at exactly 2 p.m. on Republic TV. We've got it to you first. The Ranas are once again on their way to the police station, but their circumstances have changed. They have been sent to judicial custody for 14 days. The police have been denied their request for custody, and the Rana couple have filed for bail. The Maharashtra government will have to reply by April 27, that is Wednesday, and by 29th is when the next hearing will be going on and will take place, and that is when we'll find out about their bail. But this is the breaking news right now, Shivangi. We are now going to go and follow Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana. Shivangi, over to you.
Ankit, before you go, of course, just stay on with us, because I just want you to tell us a little bit more about the security arrangements there. We can see a lot of security deployment, and you also mentioned about some arrests which have been made. Okay, Ankit, I'll come back to you. Because right now joining us is Swapnil Kothari. He's a lawyer. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Kothari here. Would you please give a legal perspective on what exactly is happening now? 14-day judicial custody for the Rana couple. Of course, they've applied for bail. What next can happen when it comes to the legal perspective and the legal help the Rana couple can get?
It's very clear that the application for police custody failed. The judicial custody was given by the court for 14 days. Obviously, on the bail application, there is going to be a response from the police that has been asked for. And then when the bail application is heard, probably on the 29th or whatever the date that has been fixed, it will be very clear that at that point, both the sides' answers will be ready before the court, and both will present their arguments. One is Mr. Rana's lawyers, and the other is the police lawyers, or the police themselves if they argue in the case. But I'm sure that they have a lawyer on their side, a public prosecutor. So the public prosecutor will try to ensure that the judicial custody continues for the 14 days and they do not get let off on bail before the judicial custody ends. That is the job of the public prosecutor, regardless of howsoever weak the case is. Now, as far as the sedition aspect is concerned, under 124A, capital A, that is a very, very weak argument. Nobody is trying to, destroy the country or break the country into the pieces or, is against the country. It's just a recitation of a Hanuman Chalisa that can by no stretch of imagination even mean, inciting riots under 153A or much less sedition. So both the FIRs with these respective sections, both these sections will not really stand. And thereafter, then the court will be in a better position to say that, look, I think these people can be let off on bail, because what are the grounds for bail? Basically, that is that they are not a flight risk. Secondly, that they will not tamper with the evidence. So, and the third is that they will not influence the witnesses. So if these three things are there, and the defense proves it to the satisfaction of the court that these three things are very much there, and the Ranas will not indulge in either of those three things, then I don't see any reason why the court should not grant bail. It could have done so today if had these people applied, but I don't know what is the situation, because last I heard yesterday was that they have chosen not to apply for bail. So I don't know whether they applied for anything today itself. But I think the argument related only to whether it should be a police custody or a judicial custody. So obviously, to that extent, the defense has succeeded, and the judicial custody has been granted. I believe that this particular case will die its own death. I believe that the Ranas ought not to have come from Amravati to come over here. That's one perspective of one way of looking at it. Because there's no need, if you have a dissatisfaction or disagreement with the ruling party in any form whatsoever, you don't need to come outside the Chief Minister's house and chant, do these things and unnecessarily provoke. In as much as of a legal right you may have, but the point is that if there is a prohibitory order, then all the more so you should not do so. And you could have, there are multiple ways you could have gone to the press, you could have sent a letter. The letter could have been published on social media saying that, look, we disagree with this, or we are dissatisfied with this aspect of the ruling party. This would not have taken this sort of a shape. Now, as much as the fact that they have done that, the other aspect is that the ruling party should have said that, okay, big deal, what happens if you chant Hanuman Chalisa? It's not going to make a dent in our governance at all in any form whatsoever. So, you can do whatever you want, and at best, how many days are you going to chant? You're going to go away. So that's another way of looking at it. But nevertheless, it has come to this situation, and it's gone to the courts, as we call it. And if it's gone to the courts, then the legal aspects will take place, and the court will take its own time to decide on this. And the court has given the dates, and whether it's one FIR or both the FIRs that are going to be heard, or whatever the situation is, I don't know which matters are going to be placed on the 29th, whether they're going to be both, or it's just in relation to one of the FIRs where that arrest has been made. Then obviously it will be only that bail application, because bail application can be only made when there is an arrest, and arrest has been made only if in one FIR. Then obviously the second FIR doesn't apply here at the moment, unless the defense counsel goes for an anticipatory bail application as far as the second FIR is concerned, where they anticipate that should the Ranas get the bail in the first FIR, then there is a solid chance that the police may arrest him on the second FIR. So apply for a bail application in the first FIR and apply for an anticipatory bail application in the second FIR. So we'll see in a couple of days if the defense thinks it fit to apply for an anticipatory bail application as far as the second FIR is concerned. So this is a comprehensive legal perspective that I can give you, and there are dime a dozen cases.
Mr.
Like
Kothari, yes, Mr. Kothari, thank you for your inputs. But Mr. Kothari, tell us a little bit more about this second FIR where the sedition charge has been added against Rana Kapoor. Now, on what basis can a sedition charge be added from a legal perspective?
If you say 124A, let me tell you, Shivangi, and for the benefit of your viewers, that this section has been asked to be repealed. Time and again, the judiciary has asked the parliament that please repeal this section, because it's the job of the parliament, not the job of the judiciary. The judiciary it can say that it's an unconstitutional section, but the way the section is worded, it cannot say that it is unconstitutional per se, because the way it's worded, it's disaffection with the government, and it's been there since quite some time. So obviously there are people in this country who could go against the country at some point in the future. So that's the reason why that section has not been repealed by the parliament. So its application and usage of 124A is very minimal. One has to have very, very strict parameters and to apply that section. It's a very grave section to apply. You just can't apply to anybody and everybody who says that, I hate the government. So and that too, it's a state government. It's not a central government. So more so, this is disaffection with the country as such. That is the way I would look at it more. I think that is exactly what the framers had in mind when they framed this section, not just one particular state, because somebody could say, I don't like this state. Well, if you don't like this state, then please go and live in another state. So, because this country has got 29 states, so you can go anywhere that you like if you don't like a particular state or a state government. And there are different ways of appealing or expressing your displeasure against the ruling party or against the state by itself. So, to say that it is sedition, it's a little bit too far-fetched. It's an imaginative section, in my opinion, to be applied here. So, as far as the second FIR is concerned, even if it's an afterthought as alleged by the defense, saying that, look, they knew that bail would be easily granted in the first FIR, so the second FIR was immediately brought into action, and then tomorrow the third one could be brought, and day after tomorrow, fourth one could be brought. So I don't know about third and fourth, but as it stands, there is a second FIR. And I don't see much of merit in either of the FIRs, and more so, very little merit in the second one. Because sedition is very, very grave, and by no far stretch of imagination, any right-thinking court, or magistrate in that manner would even think, even once, forget twice, to say that, look, this section doesn't apply, so let's not, be too imaginative and let's not write fiction novels. This deals with the personal liberty of the people, and it's unnecessary harassment to the accused, saying that, look, you incited riots. According to us, you could have incited riots. Now that is too far-fetched under 153A, which was the part of the first FIR, and now you are going to be expressing disaffection towards the government, and which is going to result in some sort of a national imbalance or anything of that sort, applying 124A. So that, of course, all those things are very, very grave. So I don't think it really applies here. So that being said, sedition is like, one of those dreaded words which, the court looks at it very curiously and looks at it from, microscope. From the prism of a microscope, let's put it that way, that whether there is any, even by far the slightest of indication of that. So nowhere would you even find a slightest indication of sedition. So otherwise democracy would not survive. I mean, if you can't even say one or the other thing against the government, which I think any democracy will allow, then obviously everything else, then we are more of a red China or a communist country where you can't say anything, and everything and anything is considered as a sedition. So the court is definitely not going to rule in favor of the prosecution as far as this particular point is concerned. So sedition is pretty much out. Even the 153 of the riots aspect, inciting religious sentiments, is also out. This case is pretty much weak, very weak as far as that is concerned. Forget the technical aspects of not sending a notice or not taking a sanction, all those technical points aside, the case itself is weak.
Mr. Kothari, we are currently on the trail behind Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana. I'd like to ask you about what you're talking about, the case being weak, the sedition case. Now, Rizwan Merchant said, and I quote, when he was called upon by he means the public prosecutor, when he was called upon to show a particular part of the remand application or those words which were supposed to have been uttered by the accused to show disaffection towards the government, he miserably failed. So is he stating already that this case is weak because of the argument that has been put forth in court, or does that argument remain? And is he right, Mr. Kothari, in stating that this second FIR has been filed only to prevent them seeking bail because it's a more stringent law?
Yes, Ankit, Mr. Rizwan Merchant is absolutely right, and any lawyer will tell you, exactly the same thing, much less a senior lawyer like me, or even a student immediately out of a law school, having his first, job in a law firm. Or first year in court, we will tell you that the second FIR is extremely weak, and obviously when they have not been able to show anything, in the court to show that there is some sort of a seditious tendency on part of the Ranas, obviously he's trying to say that the case itself is on a very weak wicket, and obviously it was an afterthought and made more stringent section was applied because they realized that 153 is not applying here, so let's do something under 124A. So something of that sort is extremely, Ankit, very, very. It's apparent. I mean, let's put it that way. I mean, it's more of an academic exercise, and it's a good academic exercise for a lot of students who are watching this. And if they really want to see, what is the weak case, it's like when we were in law school, we were told that when A passes through B's garden to come onto the road, and the B's garden is only about 5 seconds of walk, and B sues A for a trespass to his property. Obviously the court laughed at B and said that, look, the law does not take account of trifles. In fact, you should have been courteous to A, saying that, okay, please pass for 5 seconds through my property. It's not a trespass. If that's an easier route to a garden, to a public road. So it's like that. So it's more academic that you learn these things, and it's nice that these kind of things are happening. Of course, I'm not for a moment saying, because it definitely affects and hurts the accused. But for all the law students and for all the lawyers who are young lawyers, junior lawyers who are looking at this, they can really apply the case and write notes down and possibly get hold of an FIR and see that, look, this is the way the section is there, and this is, compare it with the actual wordings under the IPC, and then see the commentary under that and realize that, look, this is how it is. And one more thing also, for the benefit of your audience, Ankit, and for all the non-lawyers who are also listening here, when there is an A, a capital A next to a section, like 153A or 124A, that means when the original Indian Penal Code it came in 1860, these sections were not there. These sections were inserted by way of an amendment to the Indian Penal Code. I do not remember the exact years of the amendment, but the very fact that those are capital A, that's why you always see Mr. Merchant, using the word capital A, as any lawyer would, because there is A can also mean a small a. Small a or small b. So when there is a capital A, that means he's trying to say that this was an amendment. An amendment was brought in because obviously the Parliament thought it fit at that point that, look, sedition does take place. I mean, there are tendencies in this country, as you've, covered a lot of things in the past to show that there are people who are against the country. So obviously the sedition law will stand. Its applicability will be, of course, decided by the courts, eventually judged by the courts, because the police may try to slap this section in, anytime and anywhere, wherever they deem fit, even if it's at the behest of the politicians, or even if sometimes they are high-handed about it themselves. There are some over-enthusiastic police, and there are some police who are more balanced as far as this is concerned, and say, 124A is too far-fetched. So this is an insertion at a later stage by the Parliament, depending upon the time and the days that was surrounding the circumstances which thought it fit to get 124A and 153A. So to answer your question in a nutshell, Mr. Rizwan Merchant is actually telling you that the case is pretty much lost as far as the case is concerned. Not from his side, of course, from his side it's pretty much won. But as far as the prosecution's case is concerned, it's extremely weak, because when you come before a court and you do not have much evidence or very little evidence to show, a shred of evidence, and the court knows that this section has been just unnecessarily slapped upon. So the court is in its mind just waits for the actual process to take place, that okay, we'll give you time to file your own reply, and when you file the reply, the procedure is complete, and then I'm fully empowered as a magistrate to grant you the bail, which I will, because tomorrow it could so happen that if he grants the bail today, even if he wants to, the other side could say, look, you never allowed me to present my side in writing. So the court wants to sidestep that, doesn't want to sidestep that technicality, because tomorrow in appeal, before a sessions court, or say if it's the high court, but more so it will go before a sessions court, the court could say that, look, you should have at least waited. What was lost in a couple of days? They were under judicial custody anyway, so there was no hurry for that.
All right, Mr. Swapnil Kothari, stay on with us. I just want to go ahead and just play what Rizwan Merchant, the lawyer of the Ranas, had to say just a few moments back.
That the case of the accused falls under 124 capital A, which is sedition. When he was called upon by us to show to the court that particular part of the remand application, or those words which was supposed to have been uttered by the accused, to show disaffection towards the state government, he miserably failed. He was not able to show even a single word which was uttered, allegedly, either by Ravi Rana or Navneet Rana, to show disaffection towards the government. The only contents of the remand application was that they had prepared to come here for the purpose of chanting Hanuman Chalisa. We argued before the court that Hanuman Chalisa is nothing but a praise of Lord Ram, and praise of Lord Ram and as well as praise of Hanuman go hand in hand. So if there is a particular chanting which is done in the presence of a person of another religion, then he may be justified in saying that offence under 153A has been committed. But the place, keep quiet and listen, but the place where the Hanuman Chalisa was supposed to be chanted was outside the house of people who claim to love Ram. They claim to love Lord Ram. And if they love Lord Ram, then question of wanting to chant Hanuman Chalisa should not be affecting them at all. Therefore, those words of chanting Hanuman Chalisa cannot fall within the ambit of 153 capital A, nor can they fall within the ambit of 124 capital A. Because if I praise my Lord, it cannot amount to showing disaffection to the government. It only shows my affection towards my Lord who has created me.
Sir, was there
so this entire case, please understand, this entire case is a bogus case.
All right, let me just go across to Samiksha. Samiksha, my colleague has been tracking developments closely there. Samiksha, over to you. Those are live visuals getting from the Santa Cruz police station in Mumbai. Samiksha, my colleague, is there tracking every development. Samiksha, can you hear me and get me the latest on what's happening on ground?
Ravi Rana have just arrived at...
All right, we are having some trouble getting to Samiksha right now. The latest that we are getting you there, these are visuals you're seeing first on Republic. Only exclusive visuals there, live from the Santa Cruz police station. You can see there, the Ranas have arrived. Samiksha, can you hear me now? Can you please take over and tell me what's happening? You're there on the ground at the police station.
If you can hear me, these are the visuals we are getting first on Republic. The visuals from the Santa Cruz police station where Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana have arrived. In fact, those are the visuals you can see. They've been remanded to 14 days of judicial custody. Those are the visuals on your screens where you can see they've just arrived at the Santa Cruz police station. They've been remanded to 14 days of judicial custody. In fact, they've been given time to file the bail hearing. In fact, will take place on the 29th of April. And the Mumbai police will find a counter to that on the 27th of April. In fact, those are the visuals live on our screens right now. Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana have arrived at the Santa Cruz police station. And they've also been booked under sections. Sedition charge has also been invoked against them. Some very strong points were made by the prosecutor.
All right, Samiksha, keep getting us those developments there. You're seeing those visuals there first on Republic, live from the Santa Cruz police station in Mumbai, where Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana have now come there at the police station. They have got a 14-day judicial custody over the Hanuman Chalisa Rao. Later on, they will be going to Baikula jail and Arthur Road jail.
Yami, those are the first visuals we are getting to you right now. That is Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana. Shivangi, if you can hear me, these are the first visuals we're getting to you on Republic of Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana. Those are the visuals of the duo who have arrived at the Santa Cruz police station. They've been remanded to 14 days of judicial custody, and there will be a bail hearing which will also take place on the 29th of April. It was in fact kind of a setback for the Mumbai police because they wanted a police custody of Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana, which has now been denied. The two have reached the Santa Cruz police station. A 14-day judicial custody. They've been remanded to a 14-day of judicial custody. It remains to be seen what really happens next, but that's a setback coming in for the Mumbai police because they wanted a police custody of the duo that has not been granted by the Bandra court. And now the duo are at the Santa Cruz police station. The visuals we are getting to you live from the Santa Cruz police station after they were remanded to 14 days of judicial custody. Navneet ji, if you can hear me, Ravi ji.
Ankit, tell us more about...
Yes, we're just trying to reach out to them, Shivangi. As they've been remanded to 14 days of judicial custody, we're trying our best to reach out to them and get a word from them.
Remember... All right, Samiksha, you're there at the Santa Cruz police station. Keep tracking those developments very closely. Now, this is the same place where Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana had spent the night. This is the place at the Santa Cruz police station. Now they're back after getting 14-day judicial custody over the Hanuman Chalisa Rao. We've been tracking this story very closely since yesterday. This is a big political face-off there happening in Maharashtra. And I want to quickly go across to Ankit, who's also been tracking the story very closely. Ankit, what is happening on ground? What next for the Rana duo?
Well, Shivangi, we are hot on their trail as well. We are also just about to reach the Santa Cruz police station, where Samiksha has just sent the visuals of the Rana couple being taken. She's also broken the information of where they could be taken for the judicial custody, which perhaps could be Arthur Road jail, but we'll wait for confirmation on that. But what has happened just now is a lot of twists and turns, because in this hearing that was held without the media being present there, because it was in the holiday court, the prosecution, that is the Maharashtra government, attempted to add another FIR and over how they had allegedly obstructed a public servant from discharging their duty, and that they have been accused of for sedition, and that is a grave charge with an attempt, that is how Swapnil Kothari read it, to allow them to no longer be able to take bail. But as things stand, because of the 14-day judicial custody and the section 153A, they have filed for bail. It's on 27th, that is Wednesday, that the Maharashtra government will have to file its reply. The court has asked it to file its reply on their bail application. And then on 29th, that is on Friday, is when this hearing will take place again. In the court, it's important to point out that the police had sought 7 days police custody. That was not accepted. The judge sent them to 14 days judicial custody. 14 days is somewhat of a norm when it comes to giving judicial custody. And so it allowed them to seek bail. And now, with all the lawyers telling us that in a lot of ways the case is not made out insofar as the sedition, and also with regards to the religious place not being anywhere in the picture, because Matoshri is not a religious place, and also the Thakres are in this case also devotees of Hanuman, Lord Hanuman, or so they say, so it should not apply as well. That is why at least Swapnil Kothari was saying when he was with us that Rizwan Merchant has won this round, and so the Ranas are going to spend some days in jail, but they will not spend them in the police's custody. They will spend them probably in one of the jails around Mumbai, Arthur Road or Baikula, or one of the others. But we are about to reach Santa Cruz police station as well, where hopefully we'll get another sighting of the Ranas. We've seen them 3 times so far. The first time, 4 times rather, when they were entering the Bandra court, they made a gesture of defiance. When they were exiting, the gesture was a namaste in the Satyameva Jayate sort of way. When Ravi Rana was being sent out, he did a salam. And now I go across to Samiksha to tell us what were their gestures and what was their body language when she just saw them at the Santa Cruz police station. Samiksha, over to you.
They appear, both Navneet and Ravi, we got a glimpse of the duo and they appeared quite defiant, you know, even though they've been remanded to a 14-day of judicial custody. We are still trying to get another glimpse of them. They are still inside the building now. They just went inside. But those are the first shots we got to our viewers of the duo as they entered the police station. And now you can see the visuals on your screens of the heavy security that is present just inside the Santa Cruz police station. In fact, very strong statements that were also made by Rizwan Merchant, who represented Navneet and Ravi Rana, who said that for the first time public prosecutor Pradeep Gharat, who is representing the Mumbai police, obviously on instruction, beg your pardon, the Maharashtra government, obviously on instructions from the police department, argued that the case of the accused falls under 124A, which is sedition. So this is the underlying point here. The sedition charge has also been invoked against them. And Rizwan Merchant also went on to say that when he was called upon by us to show that particular part of the remand application or those words which were supposed to have been uttered by the accused to show disaffection towards the state government, he miserably failed. So Rizwan Merchant there making a very clear point that even though he's demanded as to an explanation as to why the case falls under 124A, there was no clear explanation that was made by Pradeep Gharat, who was representing the Maharashtra government. And now we have the duo who are currently inside the Santa Cruz police station. We do not yet know they'll be taken in which police station from here, but yes, they've been remanded. It's not a police custody that have been granted to them. It's of course a judicial custody. It's a 14-day judicial custody that we're talking about here, and the bail hearing will also take place on 29th of April. Now, counter to that, bail will be filed by the Mumbai police by the 27th of April. So yes, it remains to be seen what really happens next. But yes, lot of action and drama that is happening at the Santa Cruz police station right now. Ankit.
Samiksha, you have been there since morning, and just tell us a little bit about what happened there at the Santa Cruz police station, because yesterday the Rana couple had spent the entire night at the Santa Cruz police station.
Shivangi, it was so they were brought to the Santa Cruz police station late last night. They were earlier kept at the Khar police station. They were brought here to the Santa Cruz police station. There was a medical checkup that also happened at the Khar police station, following which they were brought here. So yes, they spent some part of the night in this Santa Cruz police station, and early in the morning at around 11 a.m. they were taken to the Bandra police station, which is when all of this drama unfolded. We were expecting that there would be some sort of a relief that would come in for them, but yes, there was a case that was made against them by Pradeep Gharat on behalf of the Maharashtra government, where he said that the case of the accused falls under 124A, which is sedition. Now, what we've seen in the past, in the last 24 hours, is that how all of this unraveled. When the duo said that they are going to be, they will be going outside the residence of Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray and reciting the Hanuman Chalisa. But even after calling it off, even after they said that they would not be going ahead with the plan, even then there were Shiv Sena workers, there were people, the protesters who gathered outside the residence and laid siege to the building where they were living, where they were holed up, which was the Khar residence where they were, and which is when we saw a lot of drama unfold. The workers tried to break through the barricades, and that is when the arrests also happened. There was a case that was registered against them by the Mumbai police, and that is when they were taken to the Khar police station. And there was, of course, a counter FIR also that was filed by the duo against the Shiv Sena workers, because what they alleged was that they were arrested on grounds which did not really hold true, because what they said essentially is that even though they planned to recite Hanuman Chalisa, they did not do so. And two, there were other strong arguments that were also made on their part, was that there was no proper warrant that was also issued when they were arrested. So yes, a lot has happened. There is a slugfest also that has also unfolded, but now it remains to be seen what really happens next, particularly on that bail hearing, which will take place on 29th of April. Shivangi.
Samiksha, keep tracking those developments for us. I'll just quickly go ahead and listen to some reactions which are coming on in this big story we're tracking on Republic.
सेडिशन का, क्योंकि उनको 149 का नोटिस भी दिया था। अगर वो दूसरे के घर में उनके परमिशन बिना भी, जिसके घर में जाना चाहते थे वो महाराष्ट्र के ऑनरेबल चीफ मिनिस्टर है, और उनको चैलेंज करते हुए अगर किसी के घर में जाना है तो उसकी परमिशन लेनी जरूरत है। परमिशन ना लेते हुए जब 149 की नोटिस दी गई कि मत जाना, उसके बाद भी उन्होंने स्टेट मशीनरी को चैलेंज किया कि हम जाएंगे ही।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for 9 years by India Today Universities rankings, a testimony to Amity's world-class quality.
If India was majoritarian, would a 300-year-old Shiva temple be demolished like it has been in Congress-ruled Alwar?
India is secular because we Hindus are secular.
And parties like the Congress, what they have done in Rajasthan today is shocking. They want to equate. First, they run a narrative that Jahangir Puri is an anti-Muslim drive, and to appease them further and to consolidate Muslim vote bank, they will break down a 300-year-old Shiva temple in Rajasthan.
कांग्रेस ने हमारा बुरा हाल किया है, समाजवादी ने हमें तकलीफ में पहुंचाया है, तृणमूल हमारे साथ इस्तेसाल करती है, ये बात बिल्कुल दुरुस्त है। लेकिन उन 2% लोगों का क्या कहेंगे जिसके अंदर में तशद्दुद बढ़ता है, जिसके सीने में नफरतें उड़ती है।
We've seen these falsehoods such as Muslim properties targeted, Muslims targeted, bulldozer culture of a majoritarian government. What's the correct counter for that?
If you look at Khargon, just as an example, you'll find that 85% of those who were affected by the demolition happened to be Hindu. It was only 15% who were Muslims. The central issue today has been the attacks on the Ram Navami processions in, as you said, 7 different parts of India. And we've seen very little condemnation of that. So this form of double standard, selective indignation, I think has no place anymore.
What would your opening thoughts first, sir, be on parliamentary democracy?
In the central hall of Bangladesh, where I have been, the two ladies of Bangladesh would not be able to sit together in the central hall. In the Pakistan's Parliament Central Hall, I don't think Nawaz Sharif and Ziaul Haq, for that matter, Nawaz Sharif and in the earlier days, Benazir Bhutto will be able to sit in the central hall. The strength of the Indian Parliament can be seen in central hall. Every day I see it. You have cross-party talk, you have off-the-record discussion. Sometimes we tend to look at it only as debate and jhagda. But these are multiple roles of Parliament, and all of them should be understood and given full play in the joint.
The Vice Chairperson of NITI Aayog, Rajiv Kumar, has now stepped down. What we are now given to understand is that the resignation of Rajiv Kumar
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a packed news week, from the riots in Jahangir Puri to the politics over demolitions, from Toki Raza's comments over threats about breaking India and creating a communal divide to the bulldozing of the temple in Alwar, which we reported in great detail. Through this month, we saw clashes from Karoli to Khargon to Khambat to Hubballi in Karnataka. But for the lobby, one theme has been consistent through it all. They've gone on like a broken record once again about how India is a majoritarian country. They don't see the reality. They don't see the visuals coming in. They don't see the way Hindus have been made victims, but they've gone on and rambled about it at their protests. They have written about it in their Lutyens portals. They have fear-mongered about majoritarianism for decades in the Western media. And they have made it a perpetual PR campaign against the nation. There is, however, just one small glitch. This entire narrative about majoritarianism is one complete lie. Majoritarianism, ladies and gentlemen, in India is a myth. There is majoritarianism in Pakistan, but in India, it is a myth. In our secular nation, this hoax of majoritarianism is created to peddle insecurity, fuel paranoia, and fund riots. So in today's edition of Ornab Live, I shall be busting this myth. The myth of majoritarianism. And the question is simple. Can the lobby continue to push the majoritarian myth? Ladies and gentlemen, let us start our debate. Today, from riots to demolitions, can the lobby continue to peddle the myth of majoritarianism? And joining me on top of the show is an exclusive chat with Swapan Dasgupta, who has written and spoken about this extensively. Is the hoax of majoritarianism a conspiracy against the nation? I shall be starting with that. And ladies and gentlemen, in the context of what has happened in the last couple of weeks, this weekend. Majoritarianism, which has become the slogan of the lobby. They have made it their perpetual narrative. From riots to demolitions, everything is deemed majoritarian. But now it is time to bust the majoritarian myth. It is time, I say, to expose the lobby. It is time to show them the mirror. Here is what has been happening. A little look back, and then tonight we debate.
They will tell you that Hindutva has created a self-propelled market of mobs. They will tell you a process of genocide already underway in India. They will tell you the Modi government is a death nail for secularism. But the same circuit will not talk about how Tawqir Raza Khan is making open threats of breaking India and taking to the streets.
इस किस्म के अन्याय अगर इस हुकूमत में होते रहे तो इस देशव्यापी जेल भरो आंदोलन को रोकना